background to the Attlee-Truman discussions, 1 million people cram New York Central Park to hear the president outline America's stand on atomic power.
There has been talk about the atomic bomb. We must find the answer to the problems created by the release of atomic energy. Indeed, the highest hope of the American people is that world cooperation for peace will soon reach such a state of perfection that atomic methods of destruction can be definitely and effectively outlawed forever.
Осталось 10, 9, 8, 7, 1, 0. Нажатие кнопки, все осветилось ярчайшим.
Far beyond normal shipping routes they lie, and until 1952, only pearl fishing boats entered the blue waters and left the cliffs surrounding their shores.
Censored by the French authorities, but this picture is impressive evidence of the bomb.
Demonstrates the great results of the cooperation of education with research. This is another victory.
Emergency alert system capabilities.
This is an emergency action notification.
National alert and warning authorities, in coordination with emergency alert system participants.
My fellow Americans, as you know, our attempts at preventing nuclear war have failed.
Finally, Mars has accepted my sacrifices and unleashes me.
I see you, enemy. I see you, enemy. Enemy! Enemy! You are my enemy! And I swear total resistance to you with everything I've got. Disingenuous, fake, false, broke back, twisted, a defiler, a betrayer, a backstabber, a devil! You will pay. Yeah, you think I don't see your face, scum? You don't think I don't see you? I see you, you understand me? I know what you think of me and my family. I see you right back. You understand that? You understand that? You will fall! You will not bring humanity down! God is going to destroy you!
morning. What's up? How you doing, Edge? What's going on? I got fucking Zelda fired up. I don't know if I want to play it. I mean, I want to play something. I just don't know if I want to play this or... Let me look through what I got here. Steam's taking forever. I want to play New Vegas, but I still haven't fixed that fucking issue I have with it. I have like 200 mods, I think. And one of the mods, it didn't even happen. Like I have like a level 45, level 50 courier, and everything was great. The mods were working, and it was never crashing. Maybe like once or twice, but you know, once or twice out of fucking 40 or 50 levels is really good for New Vegas. And then I started playing The Frontier, which is the it's like the fan-made DLC essentially. It's like an entirely new game within New Vegas, and it was working great. It was working amazing. And then like I've never played it before, so I don't know if but I feel like I'm like halfway through it basically. Like halfway through it, everybody's arms started like being like this everywhere I went, and it was like, well, for one, it was distracting, but two, it was also causing like all kinds of lag within the game. And I fucking Googled the hell out of it. I thought I found a solution for it, and went into like some fucking DLL file, you know, edited a line or two, and it did work. But then it went back to doing that shit again. So I don't know. I might just scrap that whole run and scrap all the mods and start over again. Not tonight though. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that tonight. But it's definitely probably in the cards. And I also saw Casey playing Skyrim the other day, and I was like, man, I want to play fucking Skyrim. I started a Skyrim run on my Xbox, like, I don't know, 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. Haven't played it before. And it was fun. It was cool. I got to the first dragon, and I fought the dragon. I was like, okay, this is definitely cool. And I think around that time, like a new game came out, and I just got completely lost in whatever the game that was, and completely forgot about my run. Actually, it's probably still on my Xbox. I don't know, but I'm thinking about, I want to get it, and I want to mod it. Because I've seen some really, really cool Skyrim mods. So, we'll see. But in terms of tonight, I think I'll just finish this fucking Link to the Past run. Don't want to play a shooter. Well, the only shooter I want to play is Gears 5. Which I have installed, but every time I try to get into a match, like, it just won't connect. It'll just sit in the lobby for like 3 or 4 minutes and just won't connect. It's like, is anybody playing Gears 5 anymore? What else we got here? Did we watch this? Maybe I'll save this. I kind of like to fit the Hassan stuff in the middle when there's a few more people here to get some good rage going. Wait, is there a new Andy Pants? That would be interesting. Let me see. Monster Hunter Wild sells 8 million copies. The left is seething. Okay, we're watching that. I don't even know what Monster Hunter is. We didn't watch this already, did we? No. Okay, we'll watch that. I don't think we watched that. No, we watched. What did we? We watched. We watched. Western devs are lazy and woke. That's what we watched. Okay. The blonde blacksmith is over-sexualized. I'm not sure why the blonde blacksmith in the game has to look like an adult film star. There was the same issue in Final Fantasy 15, I believe, with the mechanic. You never see women like this in day-to-day life. And the other women in the game look normal. I don't get this character's place in this game and setting, and I likely won't be letting my teenage son play it now with the sexualized content. Oh man. Okay. Should be fun. Should be fun. Maybe Anne okay will roll in while we're watching this.
The blonde blacksmith sexualized.
It's always because they look like this. It's always because they look like the person on the left and they're just jealous.
Is this game involuntarily racist?
What's going on, guys? So Monster Hunter Wilds is absolutely crushing it, and the left, the coping, angry, mentally ill left, is absolutely seething right now because of hot characters in games, because they're jealous. Because they're jealous that they're not a biological woman and they look like a creature instead, so they're big mad.
Yo, what's up, Veldrain? How you doing? Let's hold a climate summit in Brazil, but to make sure people can attend, we have to... I saw this. Yeah, they fucking paved that 4-lane highway. Yeah. I did see that. I saw a picture of it. It was pretty blatant. It was pretty obnoxious. But it's fine. Other than that, where you should protest. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, that was pretty fucking hilarious. Welcome in, bud. How you doing?
Guys, Monster Hunter Wilds has crushed it. You thought Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 did well with 2 million copies? Yeah, get out of here. Monster Hunter Wilds sold 8 million copies in 3 days. And isn't it crazy? If you just give people what they want, if you give gamers what they want, a fun, compelling game with great gameplay, hot female characters, masculine male characters, they will go out and buy it. So guys, what I want to talk about today is, I've jumped over to the Steam community forums, and it is, as always, a sewer and an absolute cesspool. And so today I want to respond to 4 different things that I read and read the comments on over on the Steam community forums that were pretty hilarious. And I've been getting a lot of requests for the voice. So you'll be getting lots of the voice. So yeah, God made what we see on the right here, and man made what we see on the left here. And so I think I'm gonna settle for God's creation rather than man's creation. So let's get right into it. An angry troon.
The joke is that you can't find women in games or playing games. Western game developers took it one step further and made women in their games all trans women. Yeah, this guy's channel seems to be all about this topic. It's called Andy Pants. And I first heard about him from Anoke. And then I saw even fucking Hassan covered him the other day. So, the title of the stream is Rage Bait Boomer Posting. So that's what we're going to be doing tonight. So it's going to be just nothing but fucking slop, all right? If you're here for the slop, then lock in, all right? Pop some popcorn, kick your feet up. And fucking let's do it.
Typed this with their pink hair and their you can only imagine how bad the person smells who typed this. So they said, the blonde blacksmith, Gemma, is over-sexualized. I'm not sure why the blonde blacksmith in the game has to look like an adult film star. She's talking about this beautiful woman here. There was the same issue in Final Fantasy 15, I believe, with the mechanic. You'll never see women like this in day-to-day life, and the other women in the game look normal. I'm sure this is what she thinks like a normal. I'm sure this is what he or she thinks that a normal woman looks like. Or maybe it's somebody who works at Walmart. I mean, depending on where you live, I see women that are this attractive in modern day life. You know, I personally think my wife is very attractive. So I don't, maybe you need to live somewhere else. I don't get this character's place in this game and setting, and I likely won't be letting my teenage son play it now with the sexualized content. Guys, this is so innocent. This is so fine. Like, yeah, okay, maybe if I had like a 10-year-old son, I'm not going to thrust this in front of him. But me as a straight heterosexual male, there's nothing wrong with beauty. There's nothing wrong with an attractive woman in a game. This is not porn. This is not gooning. This is not overly anything. It's just an attractive woman in a game, and people need to chill out. And because it's empowering women or whatever, because she's a mechanic. So everybody just needs to chill out. So you got this based Giga Chad response. He said it's because the forge is hot and normal clothes would be like stuffy or something. And then the angry, ugly troon who can't pass as a woman said, it's her overall look, hair, also, and body. They knew what they were doing, and it has no place in Monster Hunter. I guess, do they just want like women of Walmart? I assume they want women of Walmart. They're like, anything that's not an ugly woman of Walmart is has no place in my Monster Hunter game. Like, God forbid they put an actual attractive woman in the game. Another Chad said, this is such a great response. This is a game in a fantasy setting, not real life. If you want real life,
Right.
Go to work. Exactly. If you want to see a bunch of fat chicks, just go to work, dude. You know, there's enough fat chicks in the world. We need some fit women. Her look is fine. Not every female has to be ugly and covered in a game because of prudish and uptight people. Exactly. Get some grip. I think he means get a grip. It is a game. If your brain cannot distinguish between reality and fiction, you should not consume games or films or even books. Yeah, guys, it all goes back to jealousy. They look like this despite pumping their body full of hormones and puberty blockers, and despite being completely mentally ill, they look like this on the right, and they're jealous. And it's men dressing up as women primarily who are jealous of the beauty of women, and women never listen to these troons, never listen to these trans people and their ridiculous statements. So here we have another diseased mind, pink-haired person. Guys, I wonder if the pink hair just like, does the pink hair seep into their brain and infect their brain, you think? I don't know. Alma is this attractive girl who is, I'm not a huge Monster Hunter Wilds guy, but I think she's like the handler or something. And so she helps you catch monsters in some way. But she's cute. She's attractive, and it's great. And pretty much all of the women in the game are attractive because you'd have to be a retarded gay fudge packer to not want every woman in the game to be attractive. So this mentally ill person said, does Alma suffer from white savior syndrome? She quickly adopts the different villagers' hand gestures, among other things, without having any clue what they mean or if it's even appropriate for her to use them. Plus her constant need to over-deliver in the villagers' problems and trying to save the day, etc. Honestly, Alma makes me cringe hard. Guys, do y'all want to know why these people lost the election? And it's because anyone with 2 brain cells can see that they're looking for something to be offended about. They're desperately looking for something to be offended about. So this Chad responded, "It's the literal job of the monster hunters in the guild to help people regardless of their origin, and she's literally just being respectful, like a simple bow in Japan. She sees the native use a hand sign as a greeting. She does the hand sign as a greeting. It's as simple as that." And I haven't played this game at all, but I imagine Alma sounds helpful. She sounds like she's just trying to be nice and trying to help everybody out. And this person who is dead set on being offended says this: "I love how everyone's saying she's just being respectful. Completely missed the part where I said in OP that she has no clue what said hand gestures meant. In the real world, we know what Japanese head bow means." That's not even a sentence. In the real world, we know what Japanese head bow means. Alma's appropriate response to the hand gestures would have. Here's a tip for this person: when you're trying to sound smart, you got to have good grammar. It doesn't come off well if you're trying to sound smart and you have bad grammar. Alma's appropriate response to the hand gestures would have been to ask what it meant and if it was okay for her to use them. That's how you show respect to a different/new culture you just met without giving off cringy white savior vibes. Don't you love how this person is defining how respect works in a fictional video game that they did not make, that they seem to know very little about? It's like they're deciding how respect is communicated in this culture of this game that they're playing. Just the arrogance and the narcissism of these people is truly next level. Giga Chad post. Somebody said, "You have to be American to care about this." Guys, the left, all I want to say about America is I live in America. I love America. The left does not represent us. The American leftists are the worst, most narcissistic people that there is. So they go on: "We saved someone from a life-threatening event, and that person is obviously thankful and expresses it through words and gestures we are unfamiliar with. That gesture obviously expresses gratitude. Alma mimics said gesture, which is something totally natural to do when conversing someone. Your first thought in here is white savior syndrome. Cringe. Like, how does your brain work? How could anyone think of this as something bad or cringe is beyond me." Somebody said, "Oh, F off all the way with your woke F." It's just a character in a game. Stop looking so much into something that really isn't that deep. And guys, I know I often say this, but these people are narcissists to their core, and they believe 2 things.
No.
Everything is about me. Everything is about my culture, but also simultaneously,
We'll check it out after
better
this.
than other people. And guys, this is why I often say that these atheists and these LGBTQ supporters, it is a religion, because when you don't have a religion in your life to ground you, you have to make up fake rules for a fake religion to feel better than everyone else. So instead of embracing a real faith and maybe giving your life to Jesus like the person on the right, you've embraced a fake religion. And all these people are communicating is that they believe deep in their heart that there needs to be a religion and that there is a God. They just have a retarded one. So let's go on to the third clip here. Somebody who probably looks like the woman on the left said this: "Is this game involuntarily racist?" The main protags are white and treat the dark-skinned tribes/people as if they were lesser creatures. I don't even think that's true. I think there's several dark-skinned and medium-skinned characters in the game from the screenshots that I've seen. I just think they're, as always, they're projecting their cultural situation onto the game, which is what these people always do because they're narcissists. Chad responses, God, this is the best Chad response ever. "If you see racism, you are maybe racist. You can see racism everywhere if you want to." Boom. Just like a nuclear bomb. Pink Hair says, "Look at the main crew. While traveling to the different tribes, they speak between themselves casually, and they speak to the villagers as if they have a lower IQ. And I don't know this situation at all. Perhaps the people they're talking to do have a lower IQ. Perhaps that's how it works in this fictional made-up world. I don't really know the context. I know that if you're looking for racism, you're going to find it everywhere. If you're trying to be a victim, you're going to keep being a victim. What I respect so much about people that want to get beyond this racism BS is that they never use it as a crutch. It's just a crutch for people to make excuses about their life. Somebody literally named Chad responded and said this: sometimes people in stories are racist. Doesn't mean the author is racist. Also, your skin color is not relevant to this discussion. Dude, I truly wish people understood this more about games. There can be racism in a game. In Skyrim, the Stormcloaks, I think, were racist. There's racist people in games. It doesn't mean that the creator of the game is racist. When you start trying to shield people from everything, you get trash like Veilguard. But yeah, these people are narcissists to their
Veilguard.
core. Everything is about me. Everything is always about me. It's always about my situation. I see quote unquote perceived racism in my life. Therefore, I see perceived racism in every game I play. And these people are sad and they're so depressed all the time because they're narcissists and they're projecting their cultural moment onto every little thing that they play. Let's see. Okay, I think this is the last one. This was a pretty great one. So somebody who probably looked like this person on the left here said this: choice of pronouns in game, not bait. Oh yes. First of all, this isn't a clown bait post nor an LGBT hate post. I'm genuinely interested in what triggers this choice. Does anyone remember what dictates the pronouns you're assigned during cutscenes? As I made a mix of both body types and voices during beta, I can't remember which of these options actually gives you he/him or she/her pronouns. Another fat trans person says, other people are saying NPCs, they, them, you, but there was a cutscene where I gotta go help him. And I was like, wait, what controls that pronoun? Like, imagine being so sad in your personal life that you're just actively, constantly looking for people to misgender you so you can get upset. Like, imagine being just that absolute bottom of humanity, that the only joy in your life is being able to tell people, you misgendered me. Another leftist goes on, me too. The NPCs keep referring to me as a woman, but I'm playing as a male character using male presets to modify my looks. I just wish to change my pronoun back to male pronoun. This is destroying my character's identity, LOL. Does anybody has a solution to this problem? Is it a bug or anything? Maybe work on your grammar first and then we can worry about pronouns. This disabled, mentally ill trans person said back, I mean, honestly, this is why having a pronoun selector on its own makes more sense, because at least then it's clear and obvious instead of having to make a thread where none of us know what it's tied to. So in case you're not following what's happening here, the game ties, so there are points in the game where they have to call you a she or a him, thank Jesus, and it's tied to your voice. So they removed gender from the game, and they thought that would make these people happy. But as you always see with these types, you give an inch and they want a mile. They're never happy with anything. So the Japanese developer Capcom thought, oh, let's just remove gender entirely. Then we can make people happy by like, hey, choose whatever voice you want, choose whatever gender you want. And it seems that the actual gender selector, because people will call you a she or him at some point, it seems it's controlled by the voice. And they were getting real triggered by that, because the thought of somebody calling them a she or a him when they are they is just so offensive. The thing about these people is, like, you think of the struggles that we had like 100, 200 years ago as a country, like war, famine, going off to war to fight for your country, things like that. Like these kinds of problems only exist with mentally ill people who need to find some problems. Like they seem to not have any real problems in their life, and so they need to invent like real problems. But again, it goes back to the religion thing. It's because these people don't have a faith. They don't have anything ultimately that they believe in, so they have to invent this fake satanic religion called LGBTQ. But guys, in case y'all have seen, Trump, bless him, absolutely bless the man. He has removed any designation of they, them, and the U.S. government will not be recognizing trans people. It will not be recognizing they, thems. There are two genders according to the US government now because of Trump, and it is male and female. And hallelujah, because
I mean, look, no one ever gets that right unless they're doing it intentionally, but those are not genders. Every fucking time this comes up, it's like, it drives me nuts. No one gets it right. Not even Trump in the fucking State of the Union. Whatever. I give up.
because that is what biology says. That is what science says. And I'm so glad the USA doesn't coddle people like this anymore, because science says that there are two genders, and anybody saying otherwise is a mentally ill person who needs to seek help. So anyway, guys, aside from like some optimization issues, it seems like people are having a really great time with this game. I might even pick it up. I'm just not a huge Monster Hunter guy, but from everything I've read, this game is awesome. It's just the optimization maybe for PC sucks. So I'm going to get out of here. Y'all have a blessed day.
All right. What was it? Chef Snow?
Two chefs, one cuisine, one winner. Chef Showdown.
Chefs, it's been an emotional week here at Chef Showdown. We visited the oldest black church in Georgia, where we learned about the origins of soul food in preparation for a soul food challenge. What was that experience like for you both?
Amazing. I felt connected to my culture, to my roots. It was really an honor.
And you, Dougie?
I mean, heck yeah, thumbs up, it was great.
Now for the challenge, you each were asked to prepare a soul food feast for our guest judges. The Reverend Jeremiah Fields.
Blessings.
And the queen of soul food herself, owner of Sweet Maddie's Kitchen, Miss Maddie Johnson. Chefs, the judges tasted your plates blind, and they're ready to weigh in. Judges, what did you think of plate number one?
Well, plate number one was perfect, okay? I could feel the soul, the brisket, the hoppin' john, the collards. This plate right here is the culture.
Yes, I agree. We don't know who cooked what, but whoever cooked plate one knew exactly what she was doing.
Yes, she did.
And what about plate two?
Plate two, frankly, pissed me off. I mean, what is this? Okra foam, cornbread ice cream, hush puppy gelée. This ain't no soul food.
No, this plate has no soul and no food.
And you got that right. Look here, my man, respect for throwing your hat in the ring, but this ain't it.
Judges, today's winning plate is...
Plate one.
Yes, plate one by a mile.
Congratulations, Dougie.
Dougie cooked that?
Yes, I'm sorry.
How?
I don't know. I just did my best, and again, sorry. I'm sorry.
Have you cooked this kind of food before?
No, sir. I'm sorry.
But you must have grown up around it, right? I mean, where are you from?
Rhode Island.
Rhode Island? No.
Well, I know what it is. I know what it is. Your parents are black somehow.
Nah, my parents are white. I'm sorry.
Well, you should be.
Like, Kelly, what the hell happened? I don't know. I live in France.
I don't know. I live in France. You know what? They each had a helper, though, right? From the eliminated chefs. That's what it is. That could be it.
Yes, sous chefs, come on out.
Oh. Oh, no. Wait a minute. You were his sous chef?
Yes, sir. I'm so sorry. I made the collards.
Okay, and what about you?
I made the deconstructed black-eyed peas.
You need to kill yourself. Now get out of here, the both of you. All right, hold on. You know what? Let me try plate 2 again. Maybe I missed something. You know, now that I think about it, the sous vide catfish is pretty good. Oh, pow, pow, pow. No, it is not. I'm lying. I hate this. What did you do to this catfish, girl?
It's actually impossible catfish. It's made from soy protein.
The judges. The judges have spoken. Here to present the prize is culinary icon Padma Lakshmi.
Congratulations, Kelly. As part of your prize.
The white boy won.
Really? How?
I don't know. I did not mean to.
Okay. Dougie, as part of your prize today, you'll be a guest on Miss Maddie's YouTube series, The Black Kitchen.
It's so cool. I'm sorry.
And you'll be an honored guest at this year's Essence Fest.
Wow. No, thank you.
And you'll be made a cultural ambassador by Howard University.
I'm honored, but please take this off me.
Congrats, Dougie, for putting the soul in soul food.
Oh, come on, Padma. Don't say it like that.
Please.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. All right.
Algorithm prefers statements such as those. So
what else we got here? Oh yeah, the red pill for women. I want to check this out. This was like a Evan Preach video from
you are a 4.
From like a month ago. I didn't see this one.
You are a 4 at best.
Guys aren't meant to see this many hot bitches.
Back in the olden days, they would see 200 baddies in their whole life. And now
In
it's
their
like...
whole life.
In their whole life. And now it's like they are desensitized to it.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'll have conversations with my guy friends where I need to check them, where I'm like, you need to check yourself. They'll be like, oh, well, her hair wasn't perfect, or she didn't have like veneers, so I just didn't. And I'm like, you are a 4 at best. Like, this is insane. You think that you have access. You actually, they're so delusional. They think that they can...
How the tables turn. It's because we do have access, because you guys just throw it out like nothing. You guys are on Instagram with nothing but a thong on, so we know what everybody look like. Nobody hide nothing. Half y'all go outside, and when y'all go to them many parties, your booty cheeks hanging out, your titties hanging out, your turtlenecks, which I'm going to say. Do we have access? Yeah. Half of you ladies complain about the fact that y'all date deadbeat and broke niggas. Half y'all talk about you date ain't shit niggas. Oh, you was digmatized or whatever. Yeah, y'all give people access all the time. How do I always see really hot women with ugly? Okay. So how you gonna whine all this time about it and then be like, why you guys act like it? Yes, because even average dudes get access to hot women. I would know. I'm average. I've had some. Great time. God bless them. Not always worth the ride, but hey, I paid for admission. I'm going again. All right? So I'm just saying. You're a 4. Yeah, 4's tense. It happens all the time.
Restore my faith in SNL, and I watched a recent show, and nope, still just into Trump. I mean, sometimes they get a banger out. Sometimes they get a good banger skit out. It just depends on the guest sometimes, really, too. The last time I even watched a full episode of SNL was 2016 when Trump was on, and he fucking killed it, dude. He fucking killed that episode. And I remember I was living in New York, and I was sitting in my living room with a bunch of my friends, and we were watching it. But all my friends were like, you know, they're fucking northeastern New York liberal types. And, you know, I was someone who had voted for Obama twice, voted for John Kerry, fucking. But after having gotten fucking kicked in the nuts repeatedly year after year by Obamacare, I was definitely disaffected or disenfranchised or whichever one makes more sense. But so I was open to suggestions. I was open to suggestions in 2016. And then I saw Trump on fucking SNL. And I was like, he's fucking killing this. You know, like a lot of people weren't taking him serious at the time because, you know, there was like Jeb Bush and fucking Chris Christie and all kinds of other people who are either, you know, Nepo babies or have run for president before and they're like accomplished governors. And, you know, he was on a big stage. He was on a stage with like, I don't know, 10, 15 people, you know, during those debates. So, and I don't think he had achieved the nomination by that time. I don't remember when that episode aired, but either way, I remember watching the whole thing and I was like, man, he's fucking crushing this. I was laughing and like most of my friends were like, you know, they would have like a little chuckle here and there, but they were not happy. They were not happy, happy campers. But that, you know, we're talking like that was a decade ago, which is crazy to think. That's like 10 years ago, basically. So yeah, but once in a while, like I'll catch a skit online that's pretty good. I guess it just depends on the guest.
Because women don't always fuck dudes because they're hot. Sometimes they because they got personality. But he made me laugh. And also, like, being hot is no longer special because y'all have not made it special. Plastic surgeries, you guys have all figured out the Instagram looks. You guys all oversell how much you guys are good looking in pictures. And then we get in place and you guys like don't match it. So like the commodity of hotness is so accessible. I go on my phone, I see it every day. If I pay for $5, I see half of them naked if I want. So it's just like, I could get it for free all day long. Why would hotness be special? We've devalued things. Well, these ladies are arguing and they're getting mad because dudes don't value it anymore.
You have access. They're so delusional. They think that they can
f***ing delusional.
bag like these hot girls because there's so many hot girls on Instagram.
And then they do them dirty because you think you're going to get another batter, which it's like at one point we all start to even out, but also at the same time.
Okay, so first off, she said we were delusional for being able to bag them. Now she's saying, yeah, you guys did bag them, and then you try to upgrade to another bag. So what is it? Can we not get them, or can we get... Even in the same video, she contradicts herself. First she said we're delusional, then she said, no, you guys do bang them, but you do them dirty. Well, how do you think we even got to do them dirty? Because we've gotten a few of them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You know what this sounds like? This sounds like the delusional talk I hear red pillars. Oh, these women think because they're f***ing hot, they're just going to get shit in life and it's going to be... Yeah.
And then they turn around and get shit. Like, oh, you got to get your money up. You got to get, because as a value man, you get this and that and that. And then you have to get real estate. You got to get a big car. Why? To get those women that want that.
Exactly.
It's weird.
Or they'll complain about these women and then, you know, Walter will get her pregnant. Just saying. So it's just like, man. This sounds like the red pill energy. This is that same anger, okay? So I want y'all to look at these women with that same energy of like, you guys look at the red pill.
It's not the red pill, it's the red tampon.
There you go.
That's far.
Yeah, I was gonna say pink pill, but red tampon.
No, that red, because if you don't take the pill, then you're on the tampon.
Got you.
This is my thing. I always say your resume is trash on paper and in real life.
Exactly.
Your resume is trash for you to be talking like this, sounding like this, and acting like you have so many options available to you.
No, it's crazy.
And right back to you went right back.
Oh my God!
You went from you don't have the options to you have them and then you fuck them to right back to you ain't got no options. Wow, it's a double contradiction. It's crazy.
First of all, you can't look like that and have a trash resume and expect to bag a 10 every time. You're funny. You're not that funny.
Look how angry they are.
Yeah.
You know what this anger is? You know what I think this is? This is when you...
A tampon.
This is what happened. Even though they're like, oh, you think you can bang a 10? You know what this is? This is when you sleep with a hot girl, realize her personality is dog shit, so you leave her, and she's like, you ever think you're gonna get a bitch as hot as me? Fuck you, loser. You got a little dick anyways. Yeah. And it's just this bitch messaging you by herself. There's nobody else replying, just her in your chat, just leaving you. I'm never gonna call you again. Or you're not even gonna reply? You're a fucking coward. I've had that before. Yes. And it's just like, yo, ma, like, we went on 3 dates. I didn't even sleep with you. I just don't like you. They mad.
And I
because
like, you ever, and I like you even less.
And here's what they say. They said it's even more offensive because you're ugly.
Yes, I heard
right?
that.
So their ego can't take the fact that someone they perceive as being below them discarded them in a way. It's not. It's like we're not vibing, yo.
It's okay. It's not. There's a thing where I noticed that people have a hard time to think. They think that everybody is gonna like them. They have a hard time understanding that it's a possibility that there's some people that don't like you, and you actually have nothing to do with that. They just don't like you. They don't like certain things about you. And you know what? It's okay. It will happen. Some people are not everybody's cup of tea. And even when you're a tea, well, some people don't even like tea. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, you're not everybody's cup of tea.
Yup.
And then, when you are, that's what I'm saying. You're not going to please everybody. Okay?
Coconuts in Barbados.
Coconuts in Barbados.
Gotcha.
You can be like, oh my God, I'm the ripest, sweetest mango. Some motherfuckers don't like mangoes. And it's okay.
Yep.
Move on. But some people can't take that. Me? You don't like all this? Like, they can't get that shit. You know what I mean?
I had one girl, one of the funniest days. We went on this date.
Oh, what happened?
She just didn't look interested.
She didn't look interested?
Just the date was just dull as f. So halfway through the date, I'm like, yo, listen, I'll walk you back to the metro. And I got to the metro, I'm like, hey, listen, I had a good time, but I feel like we just don't have much chemistry. So
Was she hot?
Yeah. And she was kissed by fire.
She was kissed by fire?
Yeah, ginger.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the nerd version.
I thought you didn't like gingers.
I don't, but
you say you never.
If the titties racked enough, you know what I mean? We taking it off the shelf. So I seen the girl. I was like, yo, whatever, man.
I mean, I think he's crazy to not like gingers, but whatever, whatever floats your boat. But I always say, I used to tell my soldiers this when I was in the army, because I was the old guy, and they were all fucking like 19-year-old pricks. And they'd just be like, oh, fuck that chick, she's too fat, bro, fuck that. And I'm like, look, bro, all right, you're young, okay? So let me just fucking give you some advice, all right? Pretty face goes a long way, man, okay? Pretty face, especially if she has an ample chest, something like that. That kind of stuff goes a long way, all right? So if she's stacked, believe me, you're not gonna, especially if you had a couple beers, believe me, you're not gonna be that picky. You are not.
So as a tittyologist, I didn't discriminate, and at the end of the date, I was just like, no, I'm feeling it, and it's fine.
Picture this, breast specialist.
Bro, so I leave. This girl sends me a novel. She's like, yo, what do you mean? How you gonna just assume I wasn't interested? I was like, you were like pulling up your phone. You weren't engaging with the conversation much. Like, you know what? I don't let people gaslight me into thinking my intuition's wrong. Like, I know what interest looks like. I know what disinterests look like. I'm not crazy. But it's so obvious. So to me, I'm like, why are you tripping, right? And then afterwards, I was just like, yo, it's fine. Like, you did this. It's cool. Like, I'm not tripping. It happened. Like, I don't think we a match.
But she didn't run.
And then she kept getting mad, and she kept like texting, and I'm like, yo, what's this really about? And she's like, I just didn't like the fact that you rejected me. I was like,
yeah.
What do you mean? She's like, no one's ever done that. I was like, are you serious?
That's what I was about to say.
So it's like, yeah, was she hotter than me? Absolutely. Did I care? Not really, no. Because here's the thing. Hotness is only as valuable as the scarcity within your own experiences.
Scarcity.
Meaning, the only people who see hotness and truly value it are the people who've experienced the scarcity of it, never really got to be with it, touch it, so they don't realize skin is skin. The ugly girl and the hot girl could have a same level personality, same level of, make you feel loved and whatever. So at the end of the day, beyond the hotness itself and the aesthetic of the pleasing and the social aspect, it don't really have the value that we put on it. You know what I mean? A mid girl who works out and takes care of herself oftentimes will probably make you feel just as good, if not better, in most of your day-to-day life as a really hot woman. It's not. But if you haven't experienced it, it's like telling a virgin like sex is not a big deal. It doesn't matter to them because they've not experienced it. They're not going to believe you. They need to go through it.
The 25 to 30-year-old guys, I'm almost 36.
Yeah.
Those guys are excited to go out with me. They will plan the date. They will go the extra mile and they have this young fun. They want to impress me. It's the guys who are my age and older that feel kind of jaded. They're just like, yeah, let's go on a walk. Fuck your walk, man.
Oh, yeah, because they're dead inside. You know how much, when you approach a girl, she's like, ugh, what? That's the same feeling. These guys, they've been around and they've been disappointed, and they're like, oh, what is it? You know what I mean? Because let's be honest, the dating thing is really you see what she said? She said these guys are excited, they're planning. All the burden is on them. You're just so what we're doing. So all the burden after so many years of the burden being on you and getting rejected and shit is not working and why am I doing this still? All right, let's go to the back. They're gonna be like that. Just like whenever you go to a girl and she's like, oh my God, I'm really just trying to study here. What do you want? I think it's the same thing, but yeah. I love it that they say guys are super delusional because they think they can you ask girls, not all the girls, but what we see out there is that you guys want to date the same kind of dude. You got the tears right there.
Karen Gillan? Is that... Oh, what is this? Yeah, I've seen her before. What is she in? What have I seen her in? Guardians of the Galaxy. Marvel. Okay. No, I was thinking the fucking chick from Mad Men. What's her name? This chick. I forget her name. Christina Hendricks. Well, that picture is not flattering. Actually, a lot of these pictures aren't. This one's pretty good. But I mean, she was a fucking knockout, and I think she's like going through like a fucking like feminist type fucking role or phase right now. But this is like when she was in Mad Men. Yeah, that's what the fucking glasses, the librarian look. This fucking Irish princess look with the green dress. She's fucking crazy. But I guess she has her good days and her bad days too, because I'm not. There's some pictures here where I'm just like, Jesus. But then also too, how long ago was Mad Men? Mad Men was what, like fucking 15 years ago? Yeah, you put 15 years on somebody, that'll do something. Yeah.
And y'all but not me. I'm not talking to you then. Okay, shut up. Y'all mostly want to date this right here, right? And y'all think you can have that. Oh my God, he has to do 6-7 figures. Ooh, a bus drive, a truck drive. It's the same thing. If you're calling guys something, the girls are the equivalent but in something else. Okay?
I don't even know if that's true anymore, too. I mean, when I walk around this city, I see so many average dudes with hot chicks. It happens every
Because there's more hot chicks than hot dudes.
Me, when I just hear these two talk and the anger they do it with, it's just like, you got rejected by a dude who you thought was beneath you, and that shit just stung. I've never looked at a woman who I, quote unquote, I think it's even corny to talk like that, but like, was less attractive. And then went, oh, you're not interested in me? F you. Like, why would you get mad?
I've heard that. I've heard that a number of times where girls said, "Oh my God, he rejected me," and the worst thing is that he was ugly. Like I've heard that so many times. But I've heard that discourse a lot of times.
You've even heard the inverse. Guy goes to a woman, she says not interested. Well, you ugly anyway, bitch. Yeah. Same thing. It's the same thing.
It's corny.
It's the same thing.
And that's what I said.
Oh, she's so ugly that what the fuck was you doing asking for her validation? What is you?
And that's what I said. Whenever you're pissed at women for something, men do the equal shit on the other side. It's like it's the same thing. You're gonna find the equivalent. We're not that different. We are, but we're not that different.
No,
we do the same shit.
No, women take it in the ego. Half the girls in the comments could probably attest to the fact that they've heard women say the stuff that we just described.
Yeah, 100%.
It's just, he was ugly anyways. He was just a funny video. Just watching these ladies get mad. But if you want to see more, leave a like and a comment. We always like to hear from you guys. We back, baby. Anything else?
No.
All right. Peace.
Oh, the Xanderhall stream from today. He did a gamer section. Well, he did a couple. The right-wing grift is easy, racist gamers, how MAGA does brainwashing, and more. I wanted to see the racist gamers ones. I wonder if this is...
I guess
stopped.
Special? Yeah, I agree. I feel like I can't... I mean, it's definitely unique, and I think that's what the Trumps are all about. Every time it goes back to Barron, I just
like her outfit is like the outfit version of like a cold, blocky, concrete. Seen the e-girls that fawn over Alex Jones, by the way? That shit's real.
Well, at JonesCBD. Of course, if you're not already a member, Rumble Premium.
2 greens. PP2 greens. 100% not vegan. 100% built for winners. Thank you for PP2 greens for sponsoring this video. Okay, well, as you can tell, I could only find a handful of smaller companies that wanted to sponsor Strider Slade's videos, but honestly, I was just happy that I could find any. And now let's talk about Congress, the world's most expensive and least productive daycare center. But first, you don't build strength with excuses. You build it with Crackle Creatine, the pure, powerful fuel your body needs to train harder.
How many? 4 of the alt-right playbook series now. We're actually making some serious progress, and I figure now would be a better time than any to watch episode 4 of the alt-right playbook called Mainstreaming, which is actually extremely relevant right now. And we look at the state of politics right now, how all these insane far-right ideas, these crazy excuses for Trump's anti-constitutional, anti-democratic, and anti-American behaviors, it's all about the mainstreaming of these horrific ideas and behaviors. These things that were once a massive public taboo are now considered brave, essentially. Let's go ahead and hop right into it without too much delay. Link down below in the description to the original video, by the way. Fantastic series. I cannot recommend it enough. Obviously, we won't be watching the whole video because I just want to give you a little bit of a sample. A little bit of a sample so you guys watch the whole rest of it yourselves, but let's hop right into it.
Say for the sake of argument, there's this acclaimed science fiction writer and essayist who's writing his memoir in the late 80s. I'm just gonna drop the pretense.
Where's the fucking... No. Where's the gamer section? Is this it?
And so it's not just a right thing, it's a just streamer thing in general. Like, a lot of deranged weirdos get their start, like their really big push. I just want to look at this picture for a moment. He kind of looks like if steroids, maybe they don't, but they're usually in pretty damn good physical shape. Where it's like there's like a very large hole. It's way bigger than you can really tell from on camera, where you can dive into a hole and come up like. I heard my. Oh my god! It's like it has bioluminescence with all the twinkling on its or I guess thorax, whatever.
I guess he didn't do it.
Part is called, because of all the.
He must have saved it for another day because I don't see any gaming in this at all. This is the alt-right stuff, conservative grift stuff. Yeah, fuck it. I don't think he did it. No, okay. What was this? It's only considered brave because at one time you can lose your job. This one was Tim Pool, Steven Crowder poll shows from YouTube alongside Russell Brand. What was this? I mean, this is the quartering, so, you know, lock in, I guess. Let's see.
What's going on, everyone? Jeremy here from the quartering. A pretty big mix-up today, mashup, seismic shift, where Tim Pool, Steven Crowder, Russell Brand, Viva Fry, and some other people have now pulled their shows from YouTube and will be exclusively streaming them on Rumble. And I know that a lot of people have a lot of feelings about this, and I think I can address them throughout the video, because I think the first ones through the door are always going to take the most flack. And this is going to be, this is how you defeat, censorship on YouTube and mainstream media. Yes, Rumble has some growing to do. Yes, the app was buggy. It's much better now. Make sure you update it. But this kind of seismic shift where you're going to move 150,000 live viewers away from YouTube and specifically only have it on one platform is a huge shot across the bow of mainstream tech, old tech YouTube censorship. None of our channels are growing anymore, by the way. Tim's channel, my channel, we've all been siloed. Crowder. The only way I can grow is with shorts, but shorts don't actually convert to long form views or people that watch my live show. So I believe the future of content is in short form videos and in live. The standalone videos, guys like Tim and I will hang out, we'll still do them, and people will enjoy them. But for the next people coming up, it's going to all be about live. It's going to be all about short form. I personally like the bite-sized pieces, which is why I'll never stop doing them. But for, again, Timcast, Viva Fry, Russell Brand, Steven Crowder, all saying no more YouTube. That's it. It's over. We're not going to stream to this platform anymore. It's only going to appear on a single platform, I think is an excellent move. Let's get into it. I do want to give a huge shout out, by the way.
Pretty sure I saw fucking Temple streaming tonight with fucking Prime Kai's and Admiral Gibbs. Pretty sure that was tonight. I think it was.
To my team who has been working, many of you, you ask, why is he shilling so much stuff lately? I'm trying to build a new studio. And many of you picked up these two versions of my cookbook, the Tailgates for Trump and then the Christmas one. Well, we now have a mega mixology one, which is full of both cocktails and mocktails, as well as coffee drinks, tea drinks, hot cocoa drinks, all sorts of stuff that's memed up. We're going to have probably close to 100 recipes in here. It's going to be shipping in April. I'm doing some signed copies. I'm doing some unsigned copies. The old books are on sale. Everything's there. We've got, some preview pages here, the red, white, and blue. We got the 51st State drink. We got Grok You Like Her. We got so many. It's going to be great. I'm going to leave a link in the description where you can go pre-order your copy. Just know that money goes directly towards helping me build my new studio. Not towards hookers and blow or whatever people would prefer I spend it on. But I hope you get one, because everybody that bought the other ones love them. So let's look at this. Rumble unveils Rumble Live, a linear live streaming lineup. Rumble unveils Rumble Live, Longboat Key, Florida. The video sharing platform and cloud services provider today unveiled Rumble Live, a linear live streaming lineup of dynamic content that will take viewers through an entire day without having to visit any other place for their news. What does a linear lineup mean? Well, that means that you can just put it on and leave it on, whether you have it in the background. By the way, yes, the Rumble app has background play. I don't know why people keep saying it doesn't. It absolutely does. You just have to enable it in the settings. I'm going to talk to them about making it enabled by default, to be honest with you. But you just put it on and then you get show after, like TV, right? Like a whole network, a TV network. And everybody involved in it had to work together to, change their time slots and all this kind of stuff. It's very interesting, and I think it's going to be a huge hit. Rumble is reimagining the video platform experience by offering a format in which shows use Rumble rating technology to follow one another and carry audiences seamlessly into the next show. Each show will also appear on the creator's individual Rumble channels. So essentially, one creator will go to the next creator and you never have to leave. It just moves you over and over and over, right? In addition to the Rumble Live lineup, many creators, including Steven Crowder, will voluntarily cut off their YouTube live streams on March 24th and exclusively stream on Rumble. This is the only way. And the people, through this door right now, I think that's probably a good, that's what you have to do. You have to rip the Band-Aid off. I get it. Rumble is mostly conservative stuff. Well, they have Dr. Disrespect. They have lots of gamers now. I'm sure they want to attract more gamers. Rumble doesn't want to be a political platform. It's just a platform. Anyone can go there. Yes, I know the UI and the app and all the stuff that you don't like. Have you tried the new version of them? And look, everything, YouTube's been around 20 years. Rumble's been around a few years. So it's going to take some time to get as seamless as YouTube. But in the meantime, people need a place to at least have their live shows appear completely uncensored. You see this, in addition to Rumble Live lineup, the daytime lineup has been set with afternoon and evening programming to be announced soon. So we have 9 a.m., Evita Duffy Alfonso, which I think is taking over for Bongino. Then Vince, also in Bongino's time slot. Then at 11, you have...
Wow, they actually have time slots, so it's like the Rumble channel, basically. I don't know who Evita Duffy Alonso is. I don't know who Vince Coglianese is. Steven Crowder, Tim Pool, Russell Brand, Quartering, Viva Frey. Okay. Rumble has a political category named right-wing politics. There's no other category. I mean, I will say, like a lot of people fucking talk shit on fucking Kick and Rumble. I mean, there's nothing to say about YouTube because YouTube's YouTube. YouTube's not going anywhere, So good for them, I guess. Congratulations, Google. But fucking Twitch is done, man. I sometimes I don't even want, like, I have Restream. And so during Black Friday, they had a sale where you can buy like the 5 platform package, and it was super cheap. So I was like, fuck it, I bought it. I think it was like $80 for the year. So I bought it, and it gives you access to stream on Twitch, YouTube, Kick, Rumble, Twitter, Tovo, all like a lot of platforms, like 10 or 12, 15 platforms, whatever it is. And then when you log in and you're setting up your stream, you obviously connect your fucking platforms to Restream, and then it just has like this nice little fucking UI where you can just click which streams you want to fucking, put on or whatever. But there's some nights where I just like, I don't even want to click Twitch, I don't even want to click Twitch. I'm just like, why? I mean, like most of the people that come into my stream I know from Twitch, and that's great. I mean, I always want to see them. But Twitch is such like a fucking dying fucking space, man. I mean, I thought about it the other day. Like one of the things I like to do is actually support streamers, right? Whether it be bits or subs or something like that. I enjoy doing that. For me, that's like tipping culture. As someone who spent a decade in hospitality, I understand and appreciate what it's like to get, some generosity from the people around me. So I like to, that's one of my favorite things to do, is to go out and eat and tip well and just make connections and be remembered, so I like to do that in other people's streams too. But the thing is like on Twitch, it's completely fucking pointless. Absolutely pointless. I thought to myself, I'm like, okay, well, I want to give this person 1,000 bits. Okay, well, how much is it going to cost for me to buy 1,000 bits? It's going to cost $20 to get 1,000 bits, and 1,000 bits is $10. Then, when the streamer goes to cash in the 1,000 bits, they're only going to be able to keep 500. So I'm essentially spending $20 fucking dollars so that the streamer can get $5. And in my mind, I was like, this is the biggest fucking ripoff, bro. The biggest ripoff. I'm not going to spend... I really enjoy supporting streamers and just like, kind of like making a little scene, Here's fucking 10 subs. If it's a streamer, like for example, Chud Logic, I fucking, there'd be times where I was like, I'll fill up the whole bar. I just like to fucking... It's like being in a strip club and making it rain, I like to just like create a show. Sometimes it'll be like fucking, 20 kick subs for $100. I'll be like, yeah, whatever, let's do it. Let's just fill the whole fucking bar. I don't care. So yeah, I mean, I enjoy doing that, but there was a streamer, I think it was actually Rezi. I mean, there's other ways to tip Resi too. You know, like I could have done Streamlabs or something like that, but I think I was on my phone. I couldn't really just like do the whole Streamlabs thing right there, and I was just. And usually I have like bits in my account ready to go, but I didn't have any bits. I had like 100 and something bits in there, so I was like, okay, you know, Resi's on. Let me throw 10, 1,000 bits at Resi real quick. And then I saw I didn't have it, and I went to go buy it, and it was like $20, and I was like, I mean, I've done this a million times, but you know, let me just stop and think about what I'm doing. And don't get me wrong, you know, I'm happy to throw Resi some money for sure, but I was also thinking to myself, man, I'm gonna buy the 1,000 bits for $20, and then when I give Resi the 1,000 bits, he's only gonna be able to keep $5 from that. That is fucking ridiculous, dude. And it just pisses me off, you know. I like, it pisses me off so much that I don't even want to stream on Twitch. The only reason why I stream on Twitch is because, like, you know, I'm a 5-viewer Andy, and I usually have like 4 viewers from Twitch, and then like 1 from Kick, you know, something like that. I mean, it doesn't hurt me to fucking just click the Twitch button, so I just do it. You know, I'm an asshole if I don't do it. But I like, just out of spite, I don't even want to click the Twitch button sometimes. I just want to click YouTube and Kick and be done with it. I also want to set up Rumble and Twitter and, you know, that kind of stuff, because I do have a few more platforms I can use. But I'm just so sick of Twitch. And especially, I read an article last year about it's like a zombie platform. You know, it's fucking losing money. And, you know, Amazon's a big company. They don't need Twitch. I don't know what Twitch actually does for Amazon, other than, you know, some fucking Prime Day ads from time to time. I don't know. I mean, they can't be making that much money from the ads. They're fucking Amazon, you know. Twitch dog shit, and that is letting one extremist content creator burn the platform down. Yeah. Well, we watched some of that yesterday. Or not, was it yesterday or the day before? Whenever the last time I was on, we were watching the Asmongold Hassan back and forth. And that specifically about that one portion where he was talking about Rick Scott. You know, and he can just do whatever he fucking wants, you know. That must be nice to just wake up, have 30,000 viewers in your stream, make a couple $1,000, and then fucking, you know, say whatever the hell you want and get away with it because you know the CEO, and be done with it. It must be nice. I mean, whatever. I don't care. I'm not hating on Hassan, but there's just times where I don't even want to stream on Twitch. There's no reason for me not to, because I already paid for it. I don't have all the other platforms I want set up anyway yet. So why not stream on Twitch? Because, you know, there's no point in not doing it. But I want to not stream on Twitch out of spite. Just out of spite. I want people to come to Kick or YouTube, or when I set up Rumble or whatever. So yeah, but fucking, I mean, whatever. I don't think I need to watch the rest of this. This is if they're just gonna shill Rumble the whole time. Let's see.
Restricted or not, we're going to get through the history here. And we're announcing today that we are never going to be streaming to YouTube again, starting March 24th. I no longer want to play a role in supporting that platform.
Can you believe this fucking asshole turned down like fucking tens of millions of dollars from fucking Daily Wire? Because he said, I know my worth or whatever. I know my worth, you know. Didn't fucking Daily Wire offer him like 10 or 20 million dollars? Like, is he that fucking successful that he can just turn down shit like that? And now he's like, oh, we're not going to stream on YouTube anymore. We're going to be directly on Rumble. You think Rumble's paying him fucking $20 million? I don't think so, man. Can't believe he turned that shit down. That was well, maybe he actually dodged a bullet. I don't know. Maybe Daily Wire's not doing as hot as they used to. So
YouTube needs to die as a platform.
Look, I still think that there are a lot of normies on YouTube that are worth following, and it's still worth reaching people. But the problem is, over the past 2 years, we're not reaching them anymore. Go look at Tim's growth. Go look at my growth. Go look at Crowder's growth. Go look at anybody. We've completely plateaued. YouTube is not showing our videos to new people and hasn't for a very long time. So I always used to make the argument like, well, you got to stay in. So it's not worth the investment that I was putting into it. I firmly believe that 2025 will be the quartering's biggest year yet. And
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't know how. I don't know. I catch like a quartering video like every couple weeks, maybe like a fucking short or a reel here and there, but that's about it. Okay. All right. Well, that was not as entertaining as I thought it would be. Playlist. Let's see what else we got here. What else do we got here? Oh, speaking of Asmongold, let's see. Oh, we watched that yesterday. You could take that out. JD Vance is cooking. Oh, man. Asmund is a Nazi. Oh, yeah, here we go. Let's watch that one. Let's get into it. 25 is a year to mark the beginning of a culture shift. However, a lot of the people who have influence and control are not a part of the culture shift who can still silence speech they don't like. For a lot of the people who have influence and control are not a part of the culture shift who can still silence the speech they don't like. Yeah. Well, so, I mean, do you think there's like a kind of a general move towards the right? And it doesn't even have to be in America. It could be like anywhere or both, you know what I mean? Like, so for example, you know, France is going to have elections in 2027. You know, I'm pretty sure Marine Le Pen, I don't know if she's going to win, but I think her party is probably primed to be successful at least. And she could win. I don't know. We got 2 years. You know, a lot can happen in 2 years. We got Canada coming up with Polyev or whatever his name is. Now, I mean, Canada's Canada, so, you know, I wouldn't expect a conservative to win up there. But if there's enough pissed off people, then anything's possible. I mean, I saw this guy today, actually. I saw fucking this guy. Yeah, this guy. This guy's hat says "Make Canada Great Again."
9 years.
But you're playing the coalition game? Okay, well, yeah, they probably have to, right? They probably can't just fucking, you know, kick down the door and start guns a-blazing.
Of liberal leadership in Canada, which has gotten us maybe the worst reputation across the world that we've ever had in our history. Multiple scandals, horrible economic management, a housing crisis, discouraging foreign investment and innovation due to stupid policies, high levels of national debt and deficit spending, rising inflation, multiple bills aimed at stifling free speech, horrible immigration management, frozen bank accounts, authoritarian measures, especially over COVID, crime rates skyrocketing, electing a prime minister recently that we didn't even vote for. Now China's implementing 100% tariffs on Canada. I could go on and on and on. And here we are. Support for the Liberals in Canada is on the rise in the last few weeks. And Donald Trump and Wayne Gretzky are apparently our enemies. After all of that, my friends, that's where our focus is right now. Let me ask this question, particularly for those who criticize my content and are on the other side. From my heart, okay? From one Canadian who loves his country fundamentally to another. What is it going to take? What has to happen beyond that for you to believe that we need an election and we need a change so we can make Canada great again? Let me know below. 9 years.
Man. Buenas noches, güey. ¿Qué onda, güey? ¿Qué onda? What's up, Rob? How you doing? What's up, Salty? I don't think it's a huge shift to the right. It was a huge shift to the center and left. Shift away from the fear of being canceled by activists. Yeah. I don't know. Very small shift, but enough of one that people who were not paid attention to because they weren't on the far left are now getting attention. As a golden example, his numbers are climbing. Yeah. I didn't even know who Asmongold was until like a few months ago. Whenever he fucking said that Palestinians or Arabs were like an inferior culture or whatever. Whenever he canceled himself, that's the first time I think I even heard of it, Asmongold. So. Oh, this lady's bass. Check out this lady.
America is going through a neo-Marxist revolution in the name of social justice, in the name of anti-racism. Everything's racist. Math is racist. AP class is racist. And Chinese people look like me are potentially white nationalists. Are you kidding me? Who are the real racists here? Who only focus on people's skin color and people's race without looking their individual merits, individual characters? The radical left are the real racists. America is going.
I remember I watched the debate with this lady, and she was on fire, man. She was running for like some kind of district in Long Island, I think, during the election. And she was going up against like this fucking trust fund Nepo baby lady. And she fucking killed it in the debates. I don't know if she actually ended up winning, but the fucking Chinese lady just destroyed her. It was an optics win for sure. Is that a voice of reason I'd want to be aligned with? However, that's what it has come to. Well, I don't know enough about him to even make that kind of, call on my part. But it's been really fun and entertaining watching him duke it out with fucking Hassan and the left and anybody else that he's involved with. I mean, I don't particularly sit there being like, oh yeah, Asmongold's making a really good point here. You're not going to catch me saying that. I mean, maybe you will, but I just don't watch enough of his content to even probably put myself in that position. But either way, it's been fun watching him kind of duke it out with everybody. So, I mean, I'm enjoying it. If you view culture as technological change and social progression, the followers of Islam are part of an inferior culture, more so social. What was it? That's what we were talking about, Asmongold. Yeah, he said something about it. Well, I think the context of him saying it was, he said something like, this is a culture that stones women and throws gays from rooftops and fucking drinks camel piss. And, I can't sit here and just justify being apologetic for an inferior fucking culture. He said something like that, I think that was the context of how he said it. Socked in Bernie, bro? Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, but the thing is, Veldrain, you're talking from like a realistic perspective. Put yourself in the shoes of a leftist, right? A leftist thinks that Bernie Sanders is a centrist, right? And liberals are right wing, and then anything to the right of that's a Nazi. So when you view Asmongold from that perspective, he might as well be a fucking Rush Limbaugh, He might as well be fucking Rush Limbaugh, Yeah, I know he's not a conservative. I don't even know him that well, but I've seen enough of his content up until this point to know he's definitely not a conservative. He's probably just like a fucking, I thought he was just like a centrist bro. But if you're saying he's more like a Bernie bro, then whatever. But, when you view it from the whole fucking PPG Overton window, blah, 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 all that shit, then he might as well be fucking Sean Hannity, Oh man, bro, what is this fucking country come to with this guy? Look at this guy. The European mind cannot fucking comprehend mumble rappers, Gen Z mumble rapper types with fucking face tattoos. The European mind cannot comprehend. I can't even comprehend these fucking people.
I say, yo, my finished product done, you feel me? Really dripped out and stuff. Don't come out but my lie. I just took they wit and put it back in my head. That's why they bow. But I'm not. I'll quit. I'll tell they stoke, put it in my hair. I'm my murder, cause I'm from Chicago. I say, yo, my murder, finished product.
Bro, what in the fuck is that, dude? She's another person who's been called an... Oh, yeah, I know. I love Shu. I think she was great. She came from 4chan, though. It's an easy slur. Didn't she, like, marry a conservative recently or something? I know she was dating, like, Armored Skeptic and, I guess she had fallouts with fucking Vosh and all these types. I know. There was times where I would watch like a Vosh stream, and he'd be going over a Shoe on Head video, and you could see his chat, and his chat would just be like, Nazi, 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 Nazi. It's like, bro, Shoe on Head is not a Nazi. What the fuck, bro? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, this fucking thing. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this guy is like basically like a copycat Island Boy, but at least with the Island Boys, you kind of understand what they're saying. Like they can form full sentences. This guy, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, man. He's got like fucking Xanax running through his veins 24/7 or something. Mm. Oh, here it goes for you, Salty. This guy, I don't know if you've ever seen this guy before. His name is Ospilled. And I think he was actually in the States recently, and he did like a Charlie Kirk event. I don't know if he did the event. He just like, went up to the mic and talked to Charlie Kirk, I think about immigration or something. But he's been like, I caught him I caught him in my algo, and he's been talking a lot about like Indian immigration into Australia. How it's been like a fucking serious deal over there. How they went from like, getting like 5,000 Indian immigrants over the course of a year to like 100,000 or some ridiculous fucking number. Do you know what way means? I mean, I know it's kind of like a dude, And I worked in hospitality for a long time, so I hung out with fucking Mexicanos, ñaños, peruanos, fucking everybody, So, but a lot of people I worked with in the industry were Mexican, so they'd just be like, "¿Qué onda, güey?" It's kind of like dude, yeah, like bro, dude, that kind of thing. Can I dance? I can't dance at all, dude. I don't dance, man.
Australia's richest man constantly begs for more immigration and tells us to stop attacking foreigners. That's not surprising. You see, Australia's richest man, Harry Triguboff, is a property developer. And if you increase the population, you increase housing demand, which makes developers richer. That is why Harry Triguboff always calls for more immigration, has never opposed it, and in fact attacks people who do oppose it. There is no world in which it is within a developer's business interest to have immigration reduced. So you include this tortured argument that I'm instead trying to distract people away from blaming developers for the housing crisis and instead trying to make them just blame immigrants. To that, you should just go through my videos where I've complained ad nauseum about the various lobbying groups that push for mass immigration into Australia, including that of the property lobby and the property elite who fund it, like Harry Triguboff. But the crux of your comment is when you solely blamed developers for the housing crisis, which when you think about it is like, how can the people who build houses be responsible for there not being enough houses? And you might say, well, land banking, or the exploitation of the reduction in capital gains tax, or negative gearing by investors, but fundamentally, the thing that drives speculation and allows those things to be exploited to begin with is the demand surge, the population growth, which is why investors, landlords, property developers, these groups all lobby for and push for mass immigration. So it becomes interesting when you realize that leftists and communists push for the same immigration levels that these capitalists do. And so when all their arguments fail and they resort to just calling you a racist for opposing mass immigration, they're still actually helping the capitalists because they're providing a moral or a social argument which the bourgeoisie can use against the worker. That is, it becomes increasingly difficult for workers to protest against mass immigration because it's perceived as a moral issue, it's perceived as racist. Another reason the Australian worker is righteously against mass immigration is that it acts as a tool of wealth extraction which dilutes each worker's share of national prosperity, that is the economic output of the country, and dilutes it towards the top. And we see this. We see a declining per capita GDP. We see a Medicare that's worse than ever, and we see infrastructure falling apart. Because while the economy grows on paper, the economy of the individual, the economy that the worker sees the fruit of, is reduced because the population that is sharing it is increased artificially. And so it can seem quite weird then that leftists, communists don't try and save workers from mass immigration's effects, that they tacitly support people like property developers in increasing immigration. The key word was Australian. Communists see the Australian worker as something that needs to be destroyed, because the fact that they are Australian means they're more loyal to the nation than they are to this weird concept of communism. And so communists need to employ things like mass immigration, which help to erode the national identity by bringing in these people who aren't Australian, then bring about the conditions where their ideology of communism can take over amongst the chaos created by mass immigration. Australia's richest man constantly begs...
I mean, that's an interesting perspective I never thought of, you know, like these people essentially... Imagine building a house, yeah, exactly. I never thought of it from that perspective where it's like, you know, we need more housing, we need more housing. Okay, well, who's going to build it? The fucking billionaire that you don't like. You know? And then you do, right? You build housing, and then you have shit like this. I saw this the other day. This is somewhat related here. These fucking people, they get a free house or a free apartment or whatever, and they don't even fucking live in it. They're homeless, and they prefer to be homeless. And I've known this to be the case because I've lived in major cities where homelessness is a problem. And the people are offered housing, and they don't even fucking want it.
Here we have a couple of homeless people who are no longer homeless, technically, because they were given free public housing. This is how they are responding to being taken off the street, rescued, you'd think, from this life of vagrancy.
I don't want to be in government housing. This is Isabella Towers, an apartment complex in Knoxville, Tennessee. It's just terrible.
And it's just too small.
But you could kind of...
It's too small. It's too small for me and my homeless buddy. We prefer the outdoors where we have all the space we need.
Make this nice about the size of mine back home now.
Got a fucking shower.
Come on,
They got a TV.
we gotta learn a little gratitude. This is a heater. I would prefer this personally to living on the street.
It's about the same, really.
It's about the same, really. Imagine saying that. Imagine living on the street and someone gives you an apartment and you walk into the apartment and say, yeah, it's about the same as living on the fucking street, bro.
Not the same, because we would have more freedom out there, though.
We wouldn't care if we lost it today, though.
You wouldn't care?
Nah.
Got
That's
TV,
the only
AC, shower.
The only two things
Locked door.
Yeah, we consider this still homeless.
I still believe. I want to live in a house.
To where I could actually go outside and do...
Well, you can't, okay? You can't. Unless you get a job and buy one, all right? But you have housing now. Fuck me, dude.
Yard work.
You would think much better than sleeping on a cardboard box out on the street or under a bridge or something, but they're not satisfied with it. They say that it's no better than being on the street. They want a bigger place with a yard. Meanwhile, if you look at the video, you can see that they've already totally destroyed this place that they were given. It's a disgusting, filthy pigsty. The problem with homeless people is not that they don't have homes. The lack of homes is not actually the issue. I know it's shocking for some of the dumbest among us to hear that. The homelessness is a symptom. It's a result of the problem. It's not the actual problem. And we know that because when you give them free housing, this is what happens. They destroy it, first of all, and then they're back on the street. Here we have a couple...
Fucking A, man. You should hear the public housemates in Australia. Bitchin' never ceases. Yeah. Little bloke, could you do yard work by doing volunteer work for the local counselor? And yeah. Yep. Yeah, I could totally see it. Totally see it.
You know, people call me an extremist or a radical. Yeah, I am an extremist. 100%. Yes, clip it. I am a right-wing extremist. I am a far-right radical. Absolutely. Yes, I am. Explicitly, no qualification. That's how I identify. Far-right extremist, far-right radical. I am extremely and radically against this disaster that is our country. I am extremely and radically against this evil train wreck which our country has become. Yeah, I'm proud of it. I am the most extreme. I am the most radical. Yeah, you can't say my name on Fox News. I'm not invited into CPAC. I'm banned from all the social media. And I'm proud of it. Because, yeah, this whole thing, not working. You know, people call me...
Oh, my God. So many fucking hilarious Nick Fuentes clips out there. Because they do the same thing with Alex Jones, where it'll be like, you just walked into Thanksgiving dinner, and then it's like, please don't have more than one drink, and then it's like one glass of water later, and then it's a fucking Nick Fuentes or Alex Jones rant. Looks like Grover from Sesame Street when he sticks his arms out. Yeah. Yeah, I got some other ones here. Where is he? Yeah.
It's just so sad. Because you look at white areas, you look at how this country used to be, New York or Chicago or wherever, and we have a very particular way of life. It's actually pleasant. It's clean. It's safe. It's respectful. It's courteous. Think about how it is in Japan. Japan still has a semblance of this. It's orderly, clean, neat. People have a sense of civic responsibility. This is how we should live. That's right. It's just. It's good. It's good for everybody. But we have allowed troublemakers to convince us that that is racist. That if you want to live in a clean, orderly, safe, prosperous, respectful society that you're proud of and happy to live in, that you're a bad person, that you're a racist. Because, you know, people of a certain color, a lot of them are going to wind up in jail. So in order to avoid that scenario, we're going to let them do whatever they want. We're going to let them do graffiti. We're going to let them shit and piss everywhere. We're going to let them be drunk and high and do drugs everywhere. We're going to let them live in the streets. We're going to let them assault people, take what doesn't belong to them, prey on the innocent, take advantage of people. It's all avoidable. It's all preventable. We don't have to live like this, but we choose to. We choose to because we think we deserve this. We choose to because we think this is fair. It's not fair. Everybody should be expected to live according to the standards that we set. And if they can't, they should be imprisoned forever. If they can't, they should be imprisoned. And look, I'm a big proponent of maybe we should make prisons nicer so that we can put many, many more people in them for much longer periods of time. But that is clearly what needs to happen. The only reason people have such a problem with American incarceration is the prisons are brutal. Okay, make them nice. Make them nice. Make the prisons a little nicer for other people, and then let's put a fuck ton of people in them for a very long period of time. And watch how quickly our problems disappear. I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all. It's just so...
Oh, God. Should be caught in a homosexual scandal with Steven Crowder. Content for days. Yeah. Yeah. Catboy Part 2. Catboy Part 2. That would be cashed. Yeah. He had to do the first co-op streams with Australian Catboy. Yeah, I remember. Well, was he Australian? I remember the co-stream Catboy era, the co-stream Catboy arc. We watched it on stream. I think maybe I don't know. Sometime in the past 6 months, we watched it. They went to Portillo's. Portillo's is like a Midwest chain where they do Chicago style hot dogs and roast beef sandwiches and things like that. And they went to a Portillo's and they were driving around Chicago. I remember we watched that. It's one of the few pro-Palestine far-right guys, maybe even the only one. I'm sure. Well, I mean, like, yeah, as a public person, maybe I would say so. You know, I mean, he has an army of groypers that probably, feel the same way about that situation. Oh, who was I watching today? Oh, Rezi. Yeah, Rezi. I was watching Rezi, and he was talking about Ethan and Hassan or whatever, and he was just talking about people that do, like, Israel-Palestine content. And he was just like, he went fucking off. He was like, that is the worst fucking topic to fucking do on stream. It's the worst fucking content topic ever. And I'm like, yes, thank you. That's why I don't fucking touch it at all. If you guys want to talk about Israel, Palestine till the cows come home in the chat, by all means, go ahead. But I don't fucking touch it. Just let me know when it's over, bro. Let me know when it's done. Fucking, what else we got here? Oh All right. Well, I know Salty's got some rednecks down there. What do you call the rednecks down there? Bogans? Was that the word you guys use? Was it bogan, I think? Nick isn't far right, although it seems he is. I mean, at least comparatively he is. At least comparatively. Yeah. Bogan, yeah. No, this is the American bogan right here. Or a bunch of them. This is the European mind cannot comprehend what you're about to see, that's for sure.
Drink till your fucking liver, check engine liver lights on, and show your titties. Fuck Carol Baskin!
Every butthole is worth getting inside.
Hide your wife, hide your kids. They showing them all. They showing all the titties.
The bad thing is we like to group people together. We group races, we group religions, we group nationalities, everything together. And the issue with that is, like we said, judge somebody for their character.
See these titties? They're bigger than your mom's.
We're here live now at the Missouri Mud Fest in Poplar Bluff, Missouri, figuring out what the mud is going on.
Drink till your fucking liver, check engine liver lights on, and show your titties.
Amazing. What else we got here? Oh, here's that Aussie guy. This guy moved to America, but I remember we watched a video from him the other day where he was like, most people, they move to America and they go to New York or California, and I'm not like that, bro. I fucking moved to the deep south because we got fucking guns and beer and fucking swear words down here, mate. Yeah, like another video. Actually, this is just like a video where he talks about like making a song or something.
Is it me, or does music these days not talk about drug use honestly enough? I just don't think there's enough music that talks about the dark side of it, man. Like, I've lost friends to meth, crack, alcohol, and there just aren't enough songs out there that paint that picture for me that I can understand. So naturally, as a musician, I wanted to make a song myself that highlights the dark side of drug use. So I made this song. It's called Genie. It's about the dark side of alcohol and drugs. Come on!
He's a cool guy. I think he moved to like Alabama or Mississippi or some shit, man. He moved to like a fucking really southern state, dude. I live in Texas, and I like to, even though some people don't consider Texas a southern state, but it's definitely a southern place, that's for sure. But he moved to like fucking Alabama or Mississippi or some shit, dude. Can you imagine just like going from Australia to fucking Mississippi? He didn't go alone. No one Australian talks like this. Oh, okay. This bloke's a grifter, and you're a turnip. Is he not cool? I thought he was like just a fucking chill dude. I've only seen like 3 or 4 videos from him. He'll be living in a YouTube house. Okay, fair enough. I'll own it. I'll own the turnip. Oh, here's this chick again. This is the chick that makes the rounds on Twitter, talking about Europe.
I am European, and I am proud. I am proud of our unparalleled history, culture, and diversity. I am proud of what we have achieved as a civilization. But Europe as we know it, in all its richness and greatness, is under threat by a false representation of our history, present, and future. We are being told lies about who we were, who we are, and who we should be. And those lies need to be challenged. We can no longer just stand by and watch our politicians sell out our home and have the media cover it up for them. There are just too many uncomfortable truths about what's happening in Europe that are simply not being addressed. And that's the first step we need to take. And we need to take it now. I am European.
It's clicking on videos like this that fucking just sent my algo fucking all the way to the right, dude. She's bottle blonde, yeah. What else is there? Is there anything else here? Oh my god. I don't have kids, man, but if I had kids and they fucking grew up like this, I'd be fucking super pissed. This is ridiculous. This guy, he's talking to his daughter, and his daughter tells him that she had to write a paper, but she just fucking hired somebody to write the paper for her, and he's paying like 50 grand a year in college for her. And she used his credit card to pay for the fucking paper. Fucking ridiculous, dude.
That's not the point. You pay somebody to write your paper for you, and you use my credit card.
But it was convenient, and I had homecoming, and I had plans.
That's cheating. You're supposed to write it. You write it. I'm not paying $50,000 in tuition for you to pay someone to write a paper for you. That's not the point.
Bro.
You pay somebody to write your paper for you.
I would go off on my kid if that was the case. If I was dropping 50 grand a year for fucking school. Or even if I was dropping 12.5 grand a year. You know, even if it's 50,000 total. If I'm dropping fucking 10, 12 G's on a fucking year in college for my kid, and they come back and say they fucking used my credit card to hire somebody to write a paper for them, I would feel like I failed as a fucking parent, bro. For sure. What else we got here? Oh, this guy always pops up in my feed. This guy's ice cold. We've watched this guy a couple times, but it's always worth another go. This guy's ice cold, bro. Ice cold, dude.
I want England to be a nation of Caucasian heritage people. Just like if I go to Saudi Arabia, I want to see Saudi Arabians. If I went to China, I see China. England's not in what, 10, 20 years' time, is not going to be Anglo-Saxon Caucasian heritage anymore. It's going to be people who look like me, and that's not going to be a good thing.
Why isn't it a good thing?
Because they're going to be bringing in an inferior culture.
What would you do to stop the small boats?
He just pulled an Asmongold. But it's okay when he does it, you know.
I tell the military, nobody lands on the beach. Get the military to stop it, and I'm sure they could.
How do you think they go about stopping it, though?
No boat lands on the beach. No boats would land on the...
Does that mean sinking them?
Whatever's necessary.
Even if there's like kids, women on the small boats, they should still be sunk?
No boats would land on the beach. I want England to be a nation.
Bro, that guy is ice cold, dude. Holy shit. I had a similar argument with my youngest daughter who wanted to go into the medical field. She drives trucks in a mine now and does okay. I've actually seen advertisements for fucking Australian mining companies that are hiring, and they pay like fucking ridiculous. They pay ridiculous. Like 150 grand, you know, to go do some mining. I would fucking do that. I would do that in a heartbeat. That'd be a 60. I'm making like 90 right now. That'd be like a 60 grand raise out of nowhere just to go do some mining. It's a dangerous job, but I mean, I did fucking construction in the Army. All the equipment that you use in a mining facility, I fucking used that shit when I was in the Army. So, yo, yo, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Yeah. Full send. Use them if you got them. Full send. Boom. What's up, bud? It's not dangerous in Australia. We are full on OHS. Okay, gotcha. What else we got going on here? Oh, this guy. Yeah.
What's going on, man? Can you tell us kind of in your words? Viva la raza. That's all we're here to say. So are you kind of upset about the deportations or what I guess what spawned this? Fuck guys, viva la raza. All right. So, hey, if you had a couple of words to say to Donald Trump, what would you tell him? Fuck you, bitch. What about our mayor, Ron Nuremberg? You like Ron Nuremberg? Yeah, so
I don't even think he knows who that guy is. This is actually in San Antonio here.
we had our interview with her earlier was real passionate. She was mad because she was like, why are they waving the Mexican flag flag here. Where are the American flags? I don't know where the lady is, but what would you say to that lady right now? Fuck you. Damn, I love it, man. You're a great interviewer. Hey, so one more.
Should watch a primer on Yandere before. Yeah, I could probably do that. You could probably do that. Oh, this is my. Oh man, this is it right here. This is it right here. This is my fucking queen. Fucking Edgewax, I think. I don't know if it was Edgewax or something. I don't know. Maybe it was Rob. I don't know who it was, but somebody called her mid yesterday. I was like, no, not mid, man. That's my queen right there. Where are we at? What else? Oh, here's the Australia diversity thing. What portion of the world is burning today? What's up, Gumball? How you doing? Welcome in. What portion isn't burning? You know. Oh no, I thought this was the video. This is not it. I don't know what suburbs these are in Australia though. Maybe it's like fucking Sydney or something. I assume it's Sydney if they got that fucking skyline in the background. Yeah, what's up, T-Bird? Box Hills, Victoria? Okay, gotcha. What else do we got here? What kind of rage bait do we got? Oh, man, speaking of immigration, here we go.
This is how you take over a nation by soft jihad. The mayor of London is a Muslim. The mayor of Birmingham is a Muslim. The mayor of Leeds is Muslim. Mayor of Blackburn, Muslim. The mayor of Sheffield is a Muslim. The mayor of Oxford is a Muslim. The mayor of Luton is a Muslim. The mayor of Oldham is Muslim. How good is this? The mayor of Rochdale is Muslim. All this was achieved by only 4 million Muslims out of 66 million people in England. Today there are over 1,800 mosques in England. There are over 80 Sharia courts. There are more than 50 Sharia councils. 78% of Muslim women do not work, receive state support and free accommodation. 5. A large percentage of Muslims do not work and receive state support and free housing. 7. State-supported Muslim families with an average of 3 to 8 children receive free accommodation here. Now, every school in the UK is required to teach lessons about Islam.
At what point does England stop being England? I would say that's already happened in places like London, where you have a minority white English.
This is how you take over a nation.
Never heard of Wallert. It said Melee in the title, so they probably all knew suburbs. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I saw one of the pictures had a pretty significant skyline on it, so I figured it was either like a fucking Sydney, Melbourne kind of situation. But I can only just go by the fact that I know those are major fucking cities over there. But no, it's I'm gonna go with Victoria. You would definitely know a lot better than I would. Where else do we get? Oh, this was this thing again. These people who were like holding space for people of color, and they're just fucking. Well, you'll see. I think we've watched this before.
These are white body shields, and they're invested. Oh yeah, they're invested, all right. Not in money or stocks, but in black healing.
Protecting black spaces.
Which apparently requires the construction of a Caucasian human barrier.
And that's what we're here to do. It means valuing the space that black people are living in and celebrating that that's their right to have that, and it should be safe. It shouldn't be something that is scary or in danger.
So you guys are protecting it?
Well, we're here to stand as a physical monument, to stand on the space, like, in order to represent the idea that it should be safe.
that's what's up. So everyone here is just for that cause?
The people on the line particularly, yeah, and you can talk to the coordinators at the front about why they've set that up and kind of what's going on and why they've asked us to stand here. No recording, no video, no cameras over there. Inside.
Even though I'm white.
These are white body shields.
God. All gas, no brakes. You know, I thought 2008 was weird. And it got shit on the 2020s. Yeah. No, 2008 seems fucking like a walk in the park compared to what's going on. Virtue signalers would be the first against the wall in Saltyville. Yeah. Yeah. There's another. Ooh, I hope this one. Oh, here's another one. Yeah.
You know, people call me an extremist or a radical. Yeah, I am an extremist.
Oh, it's the same one, just a different version.
In the same way that Ye came up and created all these imitation acts, I feel the same way. I am the prototype. I am the nucleus. I am the progenitor, the archetype. I am the archetypal this. This that I do. The far right, edgy, political, racist, young, white troll guy. I am the archetypal. I am the name brand. I am Classic Coke. Walt Disney. Okay, that's me. And all these other ones, these John Doyles, these Daniel Schmitz, they're just tribute acts. They're just imitations. That's what they've been. I've had people tell me, and I'm not talking about any specific, because I've heard multiple people tell me in politics that, like all these other media companies, want to create a show like mine. I know many people that were being groomed to be like the Nick Fuentes of such and such conservative company. They were looking for like a Zoomer, edgy white guy to hold down a live stream where you do a monologue and do super chats. I've heard that from like a half dozen people over the years and many different companies. They all want the audience. They all want the Groypers. The Groypers are the name brand. They all want that. Who else can you even name in the same sentence? Nobody. In the same way that Ye came up and created all these imitation acts,
Yeah, he's not imitating. He's believed in the same narrative for years. I mean, I will say this. My favorite rapper growing up was Jay-Z. And until this Diddy shit came out, he was still my favorite rapper. And then the Diddy shit came out, and I'm just like, man, I don't even know if I can listen to Jay-Z the way I used to. I really don't. I mean, there's a couple songs that I probably just can't fucking deny, but I just wouldn't be into it the same way I would, had this Diddy shit never fucking popped off. Now, Jay-Z did get, like, apparently whoever this woman was who claimed that she was raped by Jay-Z and Diddy when she was 13 or something like that, dropped the case. So there's some vindication there, I guess. But I think like Jay-Z's reputation is so tarnished that the only thing that he could do is fucking come out with an album. He needs to come out of retirement and make a fucking album and fucking tell his story. And prove once again that he's fucking king of the hill, basically, But Kanye, look, man, I know Kanye's a fucking controversial figure. Obviously, I know he's involved in a lot of dangerous ideas and things like that. But man, if you throw on a Kanye album, I will fucking rock that shit, dude. I wouldn't even think twice about any of the fucking shit that's been going on with him lately. At the moment I hear some fucking Kanye, I would just be like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Let me see. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? If I heard some Kanye.
It's what you all been waiting for, ain't it? Well, people play
Paper phone game it, they can't stand it, they want something new.
So let's get reacquainted. Became
The hood favorite, I can't even explain it. I surprised myself too.
Life of a dawn, lights keep glowing. Coming in the
Club with that fresh shit on, something crazy on my arm. And here's another hit, Barry Bonds. We out of here, baby.
We out of here, baby. We out of here, baby. Dude, fresh off the plane, Konichiwa, bitches turn around and
Bro, I don't care what Kanye is going through right now. I would still rock this shit so hard, dude. I would rock Kanye so hard. This music is just fucking, I mean, at least he's not fucking doing some Diddy shit, right? You know. You want to see Mike Myers? Kanye said Bush doesn't care about black people. The reaction Mike Myers had, yeah, still prices. Oh, yeah. I remember that. Yeah, Mike was just fucking completely caught off guard with that. He was just like deer to headlights kind of moment. But hold that reap, give it up for clout in the vast majority of cases. Equals, give it up for clout. Okay. Are you talking about you're talking about Jay-Z for that one, Salty? And I wonder if you know all the above. Okay, gotcha. What it means. There's so many fucking good songs, man.
We're gonna skate to one song only.
Bro, this song was crazy because they used to, I mean, fucking, I'm from Miami, so I'm a big Miami Heat fan. And when LeBron James and fucking Chris Bosh and fucking Dwayne Wade, when they had the big three in Miami, every game, the intro song to them coming onto the court was this song, bro. It was fucking, we were just fucking electric. Amazing. I mean, there's some N-bombs in there's a lot of N-bombs in that song. But these albums were just so good, man. I'm on my way home. Where's that song? Oh, this one. Yeah. Nope, not that one. Yeah. I'm on my way home.
They say home is where the hate is. My dome is where fate is. I stroll where souls get lost like Vegas. Seen through the eyes of rebel glasses. Pray to God that my arms reach the masses. The young smoke grass in grassless jungles. Rubber band together in cashless bundles. We wear struggle in chains. Divided only hustle remains. Making sense of it, we hustle for change. Revolution ain't a game, it's another name for life fighting. Some wanna stay in their corner like Mike Tyson. Heights fighting for hits to heighten they hell. Don't he know he could only get as high as he fell? Show money becomes bail. Relationships become jail. Children are unheld. I wish love was for sale. Behold the pale. Horse got me trapped like Arkell. I bail.
And it might not be such a bad
idea if I never went home again.
I mean, that was common, but fucking, that was on late registration. I don't care what Kanye does. As long as he's not doing any Diddy shit, I would immediately rock a Kanye West album. No problem. Put it on, I'm jamming to it. Unapologetically. I don't like the idea of canceling a borough for something 20 years ago for which there's zero proof. If there's a pattern of stuff or multiple allegations now, okay, but I do have some issues with some of this always believe women stuff. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely the case that the minority of cases involving SA and things like that are going to be, false allegations and things like that. It's definitely going to be the by far the minority, but it does exist. And I had something like that. Actually, I've been making I have a little notes app on my fucking phone. And every time I have a fucking thought where I'm like, I don't know how to answer that. I thought to myself, I want to get Casey and NOK and fucking a couple people into a fucking Discord, and I just fucking asked them some of these things, and I just want to see what everybody's fucking answer is to them. I don't know if any of them are I mean, let me see. Let's see if I can find one that's interesting. No. No, not really. Well, they're just rough ideas. They're just rough drafts. They need to be fucking. I need to fucking rework them so that it makes sense in a conversation. But they're just basic ideas about a topic where I think most people wouldn't agree on it, regardless of how many other things they might agree on, fucking Israel Palestine or fucking capitalism or whatever, but they might not agree on some of these things. So I was thinking about actually once I fucking refine them a little bit, just getting into a Discord with you guys and just bombarding you with some of these ideas to see how much you guys disagree with each other on it. I think, well, one of them, actually, this one's for Casey. I think, let me see. Yeah, I have one here that says, I know, I definitely talked about this with Casey before, but there's one here that says, people who hate furries are bigots. What would you say if I just said react to the statement, people who hate furries are bigots? What would be your gut reaction to that? People who hate furries are bigots. Is that true? What is that?
Trying to catch the beat.
Oh!
I'm trying to catch the beat. I'm trying to catch the beat. I'm trying to catch the beat.
Nah, throw your motherfucking hands. All the girls pass the weed to your motherfucking man. I ain't never tell you to put down your hands.
And if you're
losing your high, then smoke again.
Nah, my flow is in the pocket like Wallace. I got the bounce like a hydraulics, they can't call it. I got the swirl like alcohol. It's my freshman year, I was going through hella problems till I bit up the nerve to drop my ass up out of college. My teacher said I was a loser. I told her, why don't you kill me? I give a fuck if you feel me.
Dude, I don't care. I don't care. All right, I don't care. Fucking Kanye can do whatever he want as long as he stays away from that Diddy shit. I will fucking rock Kanye until the fucking cows come home, bro. That shit is fucking fire. Stretching the word bigot too far. Well, that's the point. I'm curious to know what that even means. Is there a threshold to how we use the word bigot? It's red alert. This is not what bigotry is applied to. Important to keep the meaning of the word and not dilute it. Yeah, tell that to fucking, Vosh calling everybody a fucking Nazi or saying, we basically live in Weimar Germany every 2 seconds. Middle age kicking in that rap. Yeah. Where's the skateboard? Yeah, exactly. Dude, I'm telling you, I used to fucking listen to Kanye every day, dude. Every day. every day. Like in my 20s, I would be fucking. I was bartending and I was working on South Beach, so I'd go to work, fucking bang out a shift, and then fucking ride back into Miami, like roll a joint with my fucking brother and a buddy of mine, and just fucking kick it in my car, driving through Miami, listening to Kanye, fucking every day, dude. I did that for years, bro. It's fucking awesome. And I like it, I haven't even listened to Kanye West in so long, and I still know the words to these fucking songs. That's how much I listen to this shit, dude. Family Business was that one? Oh shit.
Yo, fuck you, Kanye, first and foremost, for making me do this shit, motherfucker. I had to throw everybody out the motherfucking room because I'm fucking.
I'd like to propose a toast. I
That's
said
a
toast,
motherfucker.
motherfucker. La 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 la. And I am. And they ask me, I tell them. Raise your glasses, toast the sky. This is
The last call for
alcohol for the. So get your ass up off the wall. The all around the world digital underground Pac. The Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer of the rock. I take my chain, my 15 seconds of fame, and come back next year with the whole fucking game. Ain't nobody expect Kanye to end up on top. They expected that college.
Man, I could fucking bang this shit so hard, dude. I fucking bang Kanye all day. Don't care about the Nazi shit. Don't care about the Christian shit. Don't care about the Kardashian shit. Don't care about the Alex Jones shit. Don't care about the Nick Fuentes shit. Don't care about any of that shit, dude. Don't care. I could fucking bang these albums all day long. They're fucking so good, man. Okay. Oh, I forgot it's Friday. I can fucking stay up till fucking 7 in the morning like a degenerate. Anything else? Anything else here? Let me see. Oh, this is great. I love showing Conrad this. This is my favorite thing to show Conrad right here. I don't know if Conrad's out there, but I love showing Conrad this. This is my favorite thing.
Habibi, come to Germany! The next station is.
Oh, this is a different version. No. Oh, I forgot I had a different version of this. The other version that I have is like, it's that blonde chick and she's like, Habibi, come to Germany. And then it's just fucking like a stream of Arab dudes walking through German streets screaming Allahu Akbar the whole way. It fucking puts Conrad on a fucking different level, dude. At least you know the lyrics. I'm telling you, dude, I fucking memorized all those albums. I mean, like, the later stuff, not so much. I mean, I think like the first 3 or 4 albums are the ones that I grew up with. And then everything after that was just kind of like artsy and experimental, so I didn't get into them. But those first 3, I know every word to every song, dude. I'm telling you, I listened to a shit ton of Kanye, bro, and Jay-Z too. I mean, the thing is, it's like, so, you know, just a long story short, you had Rockefeller Records. Rockefeller Records was Jay-Z, Dame Dash, and Kareem Biggs, and under Rockefeller Records, they signed several artists. And at the time when Jay-Z was getting big, he was getting beats from Kanye. There was fucking, let me see. Where's a Kanye beat? Where's a Kanye beat? Blueprint. Take over. All right, hold on a second. Oh, this one, yeah. I mean, this is like probably the most famous one.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the eighth wonder of the world. The flow of the century. Oh, it's timeless. Ho! Thanks for coming out tonight.
I mean, you can even just tell that Kanye West made this fucking beat. This is from fucking 2001, bro. 24 years ago. Papa Tags. Takeover. This one too? Oh yeah. This is another Kanye beat. ROC, we running this rap shit. Memphis Bleak, we running this rap shit. We running this rap shit. I mean, these are all Kanye beats, and these are like from 20. This is before Kanye even blew up. So Rockefeller Records started, right? It was just Jay-Z, and the company was being run by Dame Dash. I think a lot of the fucking A&R and fucking other bullshit was run by Kareem Biggs. I think that was his name, Kareem Biggs. Anyways, but obviously Jay-Z's the head of that fucking structure. But then fucking Jay-Z discovers Kanye, fucking buys beats from him, and then eventually Kanye's one day like, fucking, hey, I want to rap. And Jay-Z's like, you rap? And that took off, There was also another group that started under Rockefeller Records called State Property. State Property had all these other artists that Jay-Z knew. Well, one artist that Jay-Z knew personally, and then a bunch of artists that he knew through another rapper called Beanie Siegel, who's from Philadelphia. Beanie Siegel did this banger. I guarantee you've heard this before. Guarantee you've heard this before. Nope, not that. Nope.
My spidey senses is tingling. Feel something, got my radars up.
Yeah, Siegel. Yeah, man. B-Mac, Beanie Siegel. He was like the main Philly guy. I gotta let this cook for a little bit. Hold on. It's too good.
Something going on. I feel funny, can't tell me nothing different. My nose twitching, intuition setting in like Steve Vision. I still close my eyes, I still see visions. Still hear that voice in the back of my mind. So what I do, I still take heed, I still listen. I still paint that perfect picture. I still shine bright like a...
Shit, I wouldn't even be surprised if fucking Kanye produced this too. It sounds like right up Kanye's alley.
Still skipping. I know you can't, won't get it. You niggas chose to ride that ship, salt with it.
Anyway, so Beanie Siegel was the Philadelphia connect to Jay-Z's New York connect. Kanye West was the Chicago connect. Beanie Siegel had a whole army of rappers under him, including Chris and Neef, Petey Crack, Freeway, fucking, and a few other people. But the thing is that the Philadelphia clique formed a group called State Property, and they were signed by Rockefeller Records. So Rockefeller Records got all of the fucking royalties and fucking distribution for State Property, as well as Kanye, because Kanye's first few records came out under Rockefeller Records. And fucking, so in my early 20s, I was fucking obsessed with all of these dudes, man. All of their music was fucking on my CD player every day. Every day I was listening to fucking Jay-Z, Kanye, Beanie, Freeway a lot. Like Freeway was like Freeway had just like the most unique style to him. I hadn't heard anything like the kind of music or the rap style that Freeway has. because he kind of just jumps around a lot. And, you know, most people have like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. They have like a certain predictable kind of rhythm. But Freeway was just like, I don't care about any of that. I'm just gonna fucking, I'm gonna let the beat dictate, you know, and inspire the words that are gonna come at me. And and even if I miss a beat, I'm still gonna make it work. And it lends to his style because it makes it completely unpredictable. But his major the single that broke him out, there was two. There was this one. But this was the club track. This is the song you play in the strip club, you play in the nightclub. But the real song that broke him out, man, all these songs are so good, man. I think like every 6 months I have a stream like this where I just start going over fucking music. This is the song that fucking broke him out. Like this song fucking just destroyed the fucking charts for, I don't know, a couple weeks, maybe a month or two. I mean, it wasn't number one for that long. I don't even know if it was ever number one, but it made Freeway a household name at that point.
Man, if I get rocked, this shit for my kids, nigga.
And you'll be able to tell, like, his style is not predictable. It's like a weird kind of style that you can't pin down at all.
It's that real shit. Even though what we do is wrong, we still hustle till the sun come up. Crack a 40 when the sun go down. It's a cold winter. Y'all niggas better bundle up. And I better be a hotter summer rapper.
Notice that I fucking knew where the end bomb was, and I fucking I zipped it. I knew where it was. I was like,
skirt. Rock it down, you hot now. Listen up. Don't you know cops' sole purpose is to lock us down and throw away the key? But without this drug shit, your kids ain't got no way to eat, We still try to keep mom smiling, cause when the teeth stop showing and the stomach start riling and the heat start flowing, if you're from the hood, I know you feel me. If a sneak start leaning and the heat stop working, then my heat start working, I'ma rob me a person, catch a nigga sleeping while I'm out in the open, and I'ma get him. We gotta raise our kids while we living, make $1 million off a record, out of prison. My boys in the squatter, nigga talk reckless, then I hear you with the smithing. But I'm never snitching, I'm a rider. If my kids hungry, snatch the dishes out your kitchen. I'll be wildin' till they pick me out of lineup.
I'm telling you, man, I fucking listen to all this shit like crazy. It's not a slur if it's in poetry. Where was this? I heard something about this. Was it on Instagram? Was it on Instagram? I think it might have been. There was like somebody was sitting down talking to somebody, and it was like, are you racist because you've like said the N-word while you were rapping a song that had the N-word in it? And it was like a white guy talking to a black guy, and oh wait, I think I know what it was. But I've definitely said it. I've said it countless times. I've fucking like, you know, like I know these words so well that I even know when to mute myself or not, or just stop talking because I know it's coming up. If not right on the word, within 2 to 3 words, I'll just stop because I know it's coming up. But somebody was talking to somebody on here about this, where it was like, man, you know, like these songs, I fucking love these songs. You're gonna tell me I'm racist because I'm just doing the songs? Is it here? I don't know. It might not have been on here. No, that's not it. Might not have been on here. But yeah. So believe me, I will say this. If I'm in my car and I'm by myself, I'm dropping that N-bomb, dude. I'm dropping it. If I'm in the car and I'm by myself, I'm dropping it. If I'm around other people, I'm not going to drop it. But I'm at least, but the thing is, I have to be confident enough to know that I know that song well enough that I can catch myself when they come up. And I can honestly say that I can only do that with these artists. Anybody that was ever signed to Rockefeller Records is an artist that I know I'm confident enough in. Like, let me pick one, like a random one. Like, so I was telling you about State Property, right? State Property had all those artists, right? It was Freeway, Beanie Siegel, Petey Crack, Chris, Neef. They had all these people. Chris and Neef were a duo, and they were called Young Guns. Guns with a Z. And they're really good. Really, 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 really good. Yeah. Like these songs, some of these songs are just the best fucking rap songs I've ever heard. Yeah, what's up, Sparkle? Today I convinced my friend that granola is a rooted vegetable. Nice, very cool. Well, we're just talking about rap and the N-word and stuff like that. Pour myself a little more Buckfast. But I'm picking a song at random. Well, not totally random. I mean, I haven't heard this album in a while, but I'm pretty confident I could pick it back up. I think this is no. Yeah, this is the song. Okay, this is a song called North of Death. Now, I haven't heard this song in a long time. I'm pretty sure I can pick it back up in a heartbeat. And I might miss a line or two, but I'm pretty sure I can get, for the most part, the whole thing. And I think that I can even anticipate the N-bombs. So we're going to test this out. Productive Friday? Yeah.
Young Chris.
Also, this song is fucking banger. The beat is banger. The message in the song is banger. It's fucking awesome, dude. It's called North of Death.
Father.
Soul touch the sky till my number get called and God shut my eyes. Why?
Is they with me or against me? How these pussies gon' convince me to start and don't follow up? And touch my heart when kids follow us. My mom proud of us. Plus I love the Greenwood and got me trust. My mama stuff, you don't care about them killing her. And I got beef with them, him, or her. You motherfuckers better recognize everybody got burners. The first that draw, the opposite, the next to die. That's how I go, it ain't just how I flow. I still living to get, that's how I know. In the hood every day, how you dudes eating good every day. My mama working, but the bills take out food every pay. Not to mention a daughter though. Just a 10-step pops did 10 since a water broke. That nigga got like a dub and did a dime. Came home and my mom she did another 10. As I walk through the North of Death, they souls gone but they voices left. They talk to me every chance they get.
I haven't heard this song in a long time. Holy shit.
I gotta make it for the chance they miss. Shit, we all don't get a chance like this. Shit, it's hard living, homie, more than music. Seeing Eve, dog, who you got us confused with. True shit, we bout to do it, Eve, you don't lose it. Follow the flow, homie, like you follow the blueprint. I wake up and ask the Lord to forgive us. Till I die, I put my boys over bitches. But I can't put my boys over bitters. Cause I hate to go fly with. Soon as I go to trial, me, my boy as a witness. Shit, I'm just another poor with the riches. Trying to keep my mama cool, give her more while I'm living. Rhyming cool, but it ain't what I expected. It's fuck you if you ain't what they expected. They love you when you give them records. Just a gift I was blessed with. If y'all ain't impressed with the shit I do, I give it a rest, a promotion. If I get with the rest, get how can niggas neglect it?
Yep, I did it.
Shit is a method.
Lean, 19, give up, broad day and 19, cutting out structures of nigga peen. Team got beans, you niggas be wet up. We got pistols forever. Shit is just getting better. As I walk through the North of Death, they souls gone, but they voices left. They talk to me every chance they get. I gotta make. I think there was 4 N-bombs there, and I caught 3.5 of them. I will say there was one where I probably just had the NI, and my brain was so quick to react that the G's and the A's and the Z's or the S's or whatever at the end of it didn't follow. But I definitely caught at least 3.5, I would say there.
For the chance they miss, shit, we all don't get a chance like this. Shit, it's all living, homie, more than music. Seeing Eve, dog, who you got us confused with. True shit, we about to do it. If you don't lose it, follow the flow, homie, like you follow the blueprint. It's funny how bitches
used to say he a loser. Now people say he's the future. Now I got to stay in my groove, cause I hate to buck around and fuck around and be my face on the news. Mama been through enough of the pain, so I'ma move up. But I ain't moving till I got enough for the game. Man, these dudes better up the game. The hood lovers, it ain't nothing to start from the muscle game. No disrespect, I love my niggas to death. Cause in the rock it ain't about who spit it the best. And plus we way different from rest. You gotta show I'm rolling out, it ain't about who getting a check. I'ma roll it till the wheels fall off. Keep rolling or you will fall off. You ain't official, they will clip you. Teflon die, extended, both legals. Bang bang blocking, pistol grind as I walk through the north of death. They souls gone, but their voices left. They talk to me every chance they get. Gotta make it for the chance they miss.
Yeah, I still got it, dude. I still got it. I don't even listen to music anymore. Like, I fucking listen to fucking podcasts and fucking slop drama politics streamers and shit. I don't listen to music at all anymore. At all. Like, I don't listen to any music ever. And I still that is how much I used to listen to this. That I can even remember this from fucking 20 years ago. I'm not gonna try that one.
About time, niggas.
That one's hard. That one's really hard because the beats. That song is so hard. It's called Parade, and Freeway is on that song. Freeway is the guy I told you just can't predict what he's gonna do, and they picked him for that song because the beat is so crazy. Because they wanted to see what he could do with it. But I know there's a lot of N-bombs in that song. I'm not even gonna try that one. I'm not even gonna try it. That's crazy. I don't know. Whatever. But yeah, like if I was in my car by myself, I would have no problem dropping N-bombs. If I'm in my car with my wife, I think I'd probably still do it. I'd probably drop those N-bombs. If I'm in my car with my kids, probably wouldn't. I'd probably have to sit them down and have a conversation about that kind of thing. It's like, this wasn't a thing when I was growing up. The cancellation didn't happen, in fucking, 1998. Nobody was canceling anybody in the late 90s. Canceling is like fucking like a last decade phenomenon kind of thing. Oh, I love this song.
We got another one. What's on the track? Anyway. Okay. Turn the music up. Stick with your old man. Rely on the old man. Too young. Young and Wayne ready. Listen to your boys. Young Gunners.
Is this? I think that's a Billy Joel sample.
Yeah, you a rich girl, and you living in the rich girl world. But bitch, I'm a pimp. Baby, it's the rock. I'm the baby from the rock. You hate they can't fade as long as the ladies want to cop. Look as the ladies holler. Look at your baby father. Don't jump out and pocket. I jump out and pop it. But back at you.
Anyways, I feel like fucking PPG playing all this music for you guys. You can't even see a screen where the music's playing, so my bad. Anyways, that was a fun journey. I think like every 6 months I have like a fucking music freak out, so I think I was due. Thank you for going through it with me. All right, what do we got here? Oh, Fraudaire or whatever his name was, right? What was it? I forgot what Casey called that guy. Yondere. Anybody heard of Yondere before? Yondere. What the fuck is Yondere? Oh, wow. Do they even have videos? They only got 10 subscribers, dude. What is this? There's no videos here. Yondere, you can't hide from us. What is this?
The darkest hour before the light, a hidden treasure plain in sight. For a moment, standing still. They say we're crazy, they say we're ill. What they don't know.
This looks like a music video. Is this person just do music videos or something, or? Scooter Magic.
All my friends are heathens, take it slow. Don't even laugh no more. I wish I could money.
Okay, well, I mean, Casey, I can appreciate you recommending a primer, but I don't know what to look for. Because tried dating an AI girlfriend, turned out to be my yandere stalker.
I have exciting news! I now have a girlfriend, and I wanted to introduce her to you all today. Here she is. Her name is Girlfriend. Isn't she the cutest? I mean, don't mind the knife. She's just she's a little crazy. I can talk to her with my microphone. So it's, oh my God, you're the best girlfriend ever. Why does the world look like in the closet? This was the worst.
Okay, well, I mean, like I said, Casey, I appreciate, unless you got like a specific video to recommend. Oh, wait, is this it? Are these the same person? 10 subscribers? Videos. 2 years ago. I'm not watching anime music videos. Yandere High School Roleplay.
Hey guys, check the link in the description for the Yandere High School.
Okay, I'm not doing that. One boy in a Yandere only. Yandere. Okay, this is too much, Casey. I don't know if you're still out there, but this is too much. I don't know what I'm looking for. I don't know what I'm looking for here, so let me know if you got a video about this person. I'll watch it. All right, where's the? Let's get some fucking rage bait. Were we watching something before? I want to say we were.
The most.
Might mean the simulator. I mean, sure, but I just don't even know what to look like. You know, Casey suggested like so. Casey is interested in pursuing some content about whatever this is, this Yandere stuff. And I told him the other day when I was on stream that like we should probably just jump into fucking Discord and talk about it for a little bit, because I know like all the stuff that he did with Reb Says Desu or whoever that was, that shit was fascinating. So, you know, I wanted to get like a preview of whoever this Yandere stuff is. And we were talking about just, you know, jumping in and having a conversation about it. But I don't, you know, I looked up Yandere. There's a million fucking anime music videos. And it looks like, you know, AI girlfriends and shit like that. So, you know, if Casey's got like a specific one video that I should watch, then I'll watch it. But I'm not going to surf through a million fucking waifu shorts and reels and shit like that. Brian is into big titty Asians like a champ. Big titty Asians are amazing. That's the sweet spot right there, I would say. But not cartoon big titty Asians. I'm talking real, the real deal. Okay, what was it? What were we looking at here? What's this?
Level defense.
3 days ago, Hassan is more shameless than ever. No, it's like Ethan stuff. I don't want to watch the Ethan stuff. There wasn't like an Asmongold Hassan video. Somewhere here. Oh, here. Asmon is a Nazi. He crossed the line. Did we already watch this?
It's obvious that Twitch has...
Yeah, this is the one we watched. There was another one, though. Let's see. The Asmongold far-right pipeline. Hassan reacts to Asmon's historical revisionist takes. Okay. Canada, he crossed the line. We watched that one. JD Vance, The Blue Terror. No one knows what's going on. It's Elon and Joe Rogan. Content nuke, no. Palestinian encampment. We already watched that. Okay, take that out. Oh, all right. I'm gonna give this one a shot.
And the problem with
if this one goes into like the fucking Ethan shit, then I'm just gonna fucking back out of it because I'm tired of hearing about fucking Hassan and Ethan. And if it's just about Hassan being a horrible person, yeah, sign me up. Let's go. I'm down for that. But if it's like, oh, Ethan said this and Hassan said this, then I'm just gonna fucking back out of it.
the world of online politics has never been more shameless. The way that people are afraid and reluctant to correct a mistake.
Is that the Denims person? Is that Denims?
That they made because they think that it makes them look shaky on the facts and the data, and they believe it to hit their credibility, or more so the credibility of whichever side or cause that they're representing, makes it so that we have people doubling and tripling down on the worst positions and mistakes that you really can't look at and see anything other than shamelessness. Tying this into the dead horse that I will be beating again on camera, we got Hassan Piker, who was recently banned on Twitch for, get this, one business day for saying, and I quote, "If you really cared about Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott."
There's about $50 billion estimated that are lost every year in Medicaid, just in fraud alone. Nope.
That fraud is not coming from individuals, it's coming from providers. They're not tackling providers. They're not actually going after like false billing. They are trying to cut recipients, okay? It is not happening at the point of recipients. If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott.
Now, I might get flack for this, but I don't care, nor do I think it matters what his intention.
He's such a fucking scumbag. I mean, like, I get being like edgy boy and making content and stuff, but it's like he just it's for someone who fucking advocates for the worker, right? Who rails against the bourgeois or whatever. He is the fucking bourgeois. He can fucking bend and break the rules all he wants, and his fucking rich buddies will just fucking bail him out instantly. Fucking A, dude.
Was because the outcome of this rhetoric is the same. Like, people use this a lot of the time to avoid accountability when they do a rug pull in crypto. You've had influencers in the past like Logan Paul talking about a coin saying, yeah, it's the stupidest shit I've ever seen, that's why I'm buying it. So even though he's ironically promoting it and the way in which he's marketing this token is joking, doesn't matter if he's joking or serious about you buying it, the result's the same, the price goes up, leading to a bigger pool of money that he can steal from. In this case, it's normalizing, dehumanizing rhetoric about murdering people and furthering radicalization among your audience. And we know that it's normalized among his community because this isn't the first time he said or done something like this. He's tweeted out like makeshift guns to symbolize that you should build this to hurt the person that he's quote tweeted. So Hassan got this slap on the wrist punishment for his comments on stream and then made an entire video saying, "I got canceled," where he responds to the recent controversy and how Asmongold, who is now the largest political streamer overall, talked about his situation. Now, there's a lot wrong with this video, but I think some of the main issues with it include the fact that he criticized Asmongold for linking a video of H3H3 to
Hold the press. Why? What's up? What's going on?
his chat. Hassan argues that he was trying to support Ethan by linking his video to his chat, but this was just a video that Asmongold watched on stream, and it's his practice to link the video that he finished watching to his chat in every occasion.
As I said, I do try to maintain a degree of neutrality with a lot of this stuff, and I try not to go too like super hard on it. I'll link you guys the video real quick before I get into it. And
he's linking the Ethan Klein video to his audience because, to show support.
Yeah, there's the video. It's the Ethan video.
Perhaps this is the reason why Ethan Klein doesn't talk about Asmongold and his apologia for certain regimes. Ethan, who really cares about anti-Semitism, of course. That's why he constantly comes after me, someone he knows has a long track record, alongside him at times, attacking anti-Semites and explaining to people what famous dog whistles are and things of that nature. But that'll be for a different day.
Hassan frames this disingenuously as him signal boosting Ethan's message and
setting these two up against each other is like sticking two ice cream cones and yelling "go." Yeah.
hilariously twists Asmongold's routine practice of crediting the creators of the videos he's reacted to as some sort of political message against him. And this is really what I'm trying to get at when I say that it's shameless. I don't believe Hassan is misinterpreting certain events. I do believe he's deliberately twisting the narrative in order to make it so that he doesn't have to take accountability and can instead triple and double down on certain things, which to most people outside of his fan base comes across as unreasonable and pesky, but to those who have watched him for a while, it just seems like he has strengthened his convictions, that he's willing to dig his heels in the sand or whatever. And the problem with this isn't that it reflects poorly on Hassan's character. I think there are plenty of other things that reflect poorly on Hassan's character that don't have larger implications, but because he is a political streamer and an outlet for information, and information is the currency of democracy. If you have information, you're more informed as to what's happening within the world, and therefore you can make decisions based on this information, and it is a currency. And if you are the person who is making people believe a certain thing about the world, that has implications. And this seems like a no shit Sherlock kind of point, but with legacy media and traditional news outlets, there's more pressure on them to actually uphold the truth and conform to journalistic standards. And so their incentive is to do the opposite of doubling and tripling down. They need to reverse course quickly, make a correction, and move on like nothing ever happened. Whereas the shameless Hassan strategy is to essentially gaslight his audience into believing that he's always been right and is always going to be right. And in the rare cases where he will walk something back and issue a correction, it is always with certain contingencies. It's like, okay, I'll admit that I was wrong here, but you guys have to understand blah, 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 in order to absolve himself from anything that would tank his credibility.
Obviously, I shouldn't have used hyperbolic language, and there's definitely some ownership that I must take. Some apologies there. I should not have said Mike Johnson should kill Rick Scott. I should have simply said Mike Johnson should punish Rick Scott, perhaps with the, maximum punishment, whatever that would be, for defrauding Medicare. What I was simply trying to say is Republicans don't care about the actual fraud that takes place in terms of government entitlements programs, in terms of government expenditure, because if they did, they obviously would punish Rick Scott.
This guy also makes excuses like it's a full-time job. Every time he gets caught, it's always someone else's fault. Oh, it's out of context. Oh, Asmongold's being bad faith. Oh, it's a right-wing attack on me. Dude, you said it. We didn't deepfake your voice like it's a Call of Duty lobby.
I hope that the rest of your life is as horrible as it is every single day, okay? I despise you. I despise you more than anything else on the planet. You are fucking cancer.
Own up.
That's a great fucking analogy right there. Those fucking Modern Warfare 2 lobbies back in the day were fucking spicy. Spicy.
To it like a grown man instead of scrambling to deflect blame onto everyone within a 50-mile radius.
Rick Scott would not be a prominent fixture of the Republican Party. Rick Scott, who was elected as the governor of Florida after he committed the largest Medicare fraud in U.S. history at the time.
$73 million. That's the amount that we know about so far that Scott and the Republican Party spent on TV advertising.
Rick Scott, who then went on to become the Florida senator.
On Sunday, a manual recount confirmed Republican Governor Rick Scott's victory over the incumbent Democrat Bill Nelson.
Once again, after doing insane amounts of Medicare fraud.
Elon Musk posted on X his support for Florida Senator Rick Scott for Senate Majority Leader.
This was simply the point. But of course, Republicans want to avoid this point.
And some of the excuses, like they're not even good. Like the I'm just joking defense is literally a second grader level defense. It's like, hey, Hassan, did you say that this guy smells like poop? I did, but I was just kidding. Like it literally does not get more juvenile than that. It's classic Hassan. You say something insane, let it marinate, and then when people call him out, they just, he pretends it was either sarcasm or hyperbole. You're not Dave Chappelle. And even if you were, jokes don't protect you from inciting violence. You have a political audience, a community of people that look to you for information and takes, and you form the opinions of the thousands of people, tens of thousands that watch your show. But hey, I guess it doesn't matter because Twitch mods treat you like, you're their long lost son. You're like a Dan Clancy Jr. or whatever the fuck. I mean, he must have blood ties, right? Like nobody else gets this amount of pardon. I also love that when people eventually do call him out for the things that he says, like the I'm just joking defense, this is what he goes to, but the ego on this guy is crazy. He's always trying to frame frame himself as the underdog, fighting against the evil forces of not only the right-wing online community in Asmongold, but the evil forces of capitalism themselves, while owning this $250,000 car, multi-million-dollar house. But, you know, all things considered, please turn a blind eye. He's still the underdog. And it's so ironic because while he acts out this underdog role, he displays levels of selective outrage that you wouldn't believe. Like, he loves to act like he's the ultimate arbiter of justice, yet he constantly contradicts himself. He'll preach about extremism being a problem on Twitch with, like, Asmongold and stuff like this. And even in his I Got Cancelled video, when he talked about the differences that he has with Asmongold ideologically, he said Asmongold and him disagree about the history of Nazi Germany, which is supposed to imply that Asmongold has some, like, Naziistic beliefs or something like that,
Yeah,
which
right.
isn't true, but it's like, you are one of the most extreme voices on the platform. You are the most extreme voice on the platform. He'll say you can't call for violence, but then call for violence. He's speedrunning hypocrisy every time he opens his mouth. Like, he'll soy face at somebody saying something outrageous when watching street interviews or something like that, yet when he says something very similar and he just uses different verbiage and different context, then it's like all of a sudden okay because it's coming out of his mouth. It's not. It's the same shit.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization that is also a part of the Lebanese parliament.
Do we like them or no?
I think as a resistance group, they're pretty successful against Israel.
At least Patrick Henry College is doing one good thing, which is that, like, if you have these fucking millionaire, billionaire WASP fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date to other billionaire, millionaire failed daughters is, like, in some respects, you know, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better.
If you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a capitalist party, which would surely exist.
Yeah.
What would you do if that party started gaining momentum?
The solution to that would always be education and offering more
re-education?
Re-education.
Oh, clip it and ship it, bud. Ethan got him. I like that. Interesting. Imagine Chank's nephew not using Chank's penchant for fallacy. I get that. Yeah. It's like it's in their DNA, you know. I do love that Ethan just fucking, you know, had this quick little sly fucking brain fuck moment for him.
If that party started gaining momentum.
The solution to that would always be education and offering more
re-education?
Re-education, certainly, yeah. There should be an enforcement mechanism, and in that enforcement mechanism, I think, like, rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
But whenever he gets called out, it's somebody else's fault. Ethan Klein's attacking me. Asmongold's attacking me. Libs of TikTok is trying to get me banned. Twitch is unfair, which is just, like, so ironic. Are you serious? Like Twitch lets you get away with more than anyone else on the platform, and you still think you're being oppressed. The delusion is off the charts. Hassan has never taken responsibility for anything in his entire streaming career. It is always someone else's fault. Always some evil conspiracy against him. Dude would be caught on camera setting fire to Twitch's admin's house, and his fans would be like, well, yeah, I think Trump did this.
Hey, Dan Clancy, time to wish us on another happy birthday song, you hack fuck. Anyone else will get permabanned on Twitch for this. This is beyond the pale. This is enticing your audience to kill a sitting senator. Don't people go to jail for this? This is not me enticing my audience to kill a sitting U.S. senator. That is ridiculous. Everybody knows that is ridiculous. The people that are complaining about this know that is ridiculous. But I'm glad that I was able to show you the context, the full context of what I was talking about.
At this point, we gotta ask, why does Hassan get away with all this? Why?
Yeah, so somebody came in here. God, I don't remember who it was. I think it was actually somebody I didn't recognize, but they essentially asked me, like, if you had to choose between watching a Hassan stream or an Ethan Klein stream, like, what would you rather watch? And I defaulted to Ethan Klein because my knee jerk reaction to that question is like, why would I ever watch a Hassan stream? But then I was thinking, like, well, I mean, I watch a lot of shit that I don't like. You know, like, I don't like Vosh. I watch a Vosh stream from time to time. I don't like David Pakman, and I watch a fucking David Pakman stream from time to time. I don't like tomfoolery, and I'll watch his fucking streams. You know, it's like, you know, I was thinking to myself, okay, I mean, I'm not saying I wouldn't watch a fucking Hassan stream because, you know, I'm not perfect. I'm no different than anybody else. We all like fucking rage bait. We all like getting pissed off once in a while. We all fucking like to hate watch a fucking streamer from now and then. So, you know, whatever. But I mean, if I had to choose between like having a beer with Hassan or having a beer with Ethan, I think I would choose having a beer with Ethan over having a beer with Hassan. I think that's the real question. Who would you rather have a beer with? I would rather have a beer with Ethan, I think. Because I know that at the end of you know, having a beer or two with Hassan, he's just going to call me a Nazi and say, you know, have a nice day. Whereas with Ethan, it would be like, okay, this is a pretty cool guy, you know. I don't know if I'll ever talk to you again, but maybe we'll bump into each other, you know. Great talk, you know. I'll see you around. That's the kind of like outro that would happen with having a beer with Ethan, versus having a beer with Hassan. It would just be like, yeah, whatever, fuck you, guy. Are we done yet? Are we done? Yeah, I think we're done. Okay, bye. You know. Probably go with Hassan. Nah, I'd go with Ethan. I'd go with Ethan. I think I would enjoy talking to Ethan more than Hassan. I don't know I don't know why I would enjoy talking to Hassan. I understand, like, I can enjoy watching his stream, but I don't think I could enjoy talking to him. You know, regardless of like whatever they believe in politically, I usually boil things down to like, how much of a man of the people are you? And Ethan Klein comes across to me as more of a man of the people than Hassan does. Hassan does not come across at all to me as a man of the people. No matter how much he fucking advocates for the workers or whatever, that, like, all that shit. He just does not come across. The real probably the most defining moment that made me think that about him was on an H3 podcast, where I think the podcast previously, it was the one where Ethan cried about reading a story about, you know, some people getting October 7th. And then the next podcast, you know, Hassan was like, I need a moment, and did his cry. And I remember talking to NOK and Casey about this. I was like, dude, I don't believe he's fucking actually crying right here. You know, maybe I'm a bad person, you know, maybe I'm horrible, but I just don't think this is real. I don't think he's actually crying or actually sad about anything right here. I think he just knew that he had to up his game because Ethan cried, and that received some engagement. So he was like, fuck it, I'll fucking cry too. And I was like, man, you're fucking full of shit, dude. Like, this doesn't look real at all. And from that moment on, I was like, man, I just don't see you. I just see you as a content creator. I'm not saying he's a bad person, but I just see him as like a fucking, you know, what's going to score me in the most points kind of guy. Whereas Ethan Klein is just like cringe. You know, that's it. He's just a cringe person, you know. Hassan will come down to bro level. I doubt it. I don't know. I don't see that, man. I enjoy neither, but given the choice, I wouldn't think about politics. Yeah, I wouldn't either. For me, it would just be like, who's more of an average guy? Who's got more average guy vibes? Ethan to me would have more average guy vibes than fucking Hassan. Hassan to me just does not have any. Maybe he did in the past, but he doesn't have them anymore. Anyways, that's my 2 cents on that.
Why does Twitch protect him like he has admin privileges on the site? And the simple answer is he's their guy. Twitch is run by people who agree with him ideologically, so they pretend their rules apply to everyone equally when in reality there is one rulebook for Hassan and one for everyone else. You could have a streamer with 10,000 followers get banned for saying something 100 times tamer than what Hassan says daily. Twitch will not hesitate to delete smaller creators for way less, but Hassan is invincible because at the end of the day, Twitch isn't actually about a fair enforcement of rules. It's about controlling who gets to speak freely and making sure their favorite voices never face consequences. And at this point, people are going to begin to impose this false dichotomy and say that, well, Asmongold is getting more viewers than Hassan while voicing an opposite political opinion than his. So how is it possible that Twitch has a bias? Asmongold does not egregiously violate the terms of service and therefore he doesn't get banned. So the whole like voicing the opposite opinion is not true. Like if Asmongold was saying the same things that Hassan says about the right wing and about the left wing, then obviously he would get banned. And also, Asmongold is not even right wing. This is going to be a hard pill for some people to swallow, but if you took an aggregate of his positions...
I would definitely rather have a beer with Asmongold over any of those people, though. I will say that. I haven't even seen a lot of Asmongold. Like I said, I've only heard of Asmongold since he fucking popped off on that fucking inferior cultures take, right? So it's a couple months maybe. But I would still rather have a beer with Asmongold than any of those people. What schizo we listen to? It's a guy called A Cheeto. It's called Hassan is More Shameless Than Ever. Oh, I was looking up Yandere, man. Do you have like a specific video to watch that's not like fucking, a 7-hour documentary? Because everything that I found on Yandere was like fucking anime music videos and like AI girlfriend videos that there was no like breakdown of what Yandere is. It was just some fucking, anime fucking waifu running around being a fucking girlfriend or whatever, or some kind of music video or some shit. But if you have like a specific video, then Hassan hating is an industry. Fuck yeah, I'm I'm not the CEO. I think probably Destiny's the CEO of that industry, but I'm happy to serve on the board of executives. I don't even hate Hassan. I just think he's not a real person. He's like a figurehead. We were just talking about like if you could have a beer, with either Ethan or Hassan, who would you pick? And I would pick Ethan, because Ethan seems to me at least more. Ethan can remember a time when he used to be a normal person, an average guy, whereas Hassan is like, he's a fucking eat the rich shirt, fucking driving a Porsche mode for the rest of his life,
On every issue, you would realize that he falls almost directly in the center. Asmongold is pro-choice, he's critical of the military-industrial complex, he thinks healthcare should be more accessible, and criticizes the way that the system exists. But because he doesn't like woke shit and thinks immigration is a problem, people just summarize him as being right-wing.
Do you have anything you disagree with Trump on besides Ukraine? Yeah, I disagree with Trump about, I think number one would be abortion. I think abortion should be federally, it should be like federally guaranteed. Healthcare, oh yeah. I also am a single payer healthcare supporter, right? January 6 pardons, yeah, I think he overstepped with that. I think he pardoned people that he probably shouldn't have. I think some of them should have been pardoned, but anybody who was violent towards a police officer should not have been pardoned.
And I understand that. I'm not clueless. Like, I can see why someone who looks at his channel and the way that he presents himself, that they would assume he's MAGA. I honestly think he does that on purpose. Like, when he says, like, Trump is a genius, one of his videos is called Trump is a Genius. He's clearly pandering to a right-wing audience. But I still don't believe that politically puts him on the right. I believe he's also said that he's pro-gay marriage, and I think he said something about being able to do whatever you want with like transgender stuff once you're over the age of 18. So
I think Asmongold is covering this because he wants Twitch to see it. He's done this a couple times in the past couple of weeks. I understand. We are ideologically butting heads on Twitch. Asmongold and I disagree vehemently on a lot of issues, all the way from the history of Nazi Germany.
I think Hassan is actually liking this beef. I think he enjoys the beef because it's easy content. It's easy. It's like it makes his job a lot easier, which whatever. I'm not going to blame him for that, but I do think he's enjoying this. Especially like I would rather have a beer with Ethan Klein. Salty would rather have a beer with Chenk's nephew. Yeah, exactly.
Down to the fact that immigrants are not actually contributing to the American crime rates in the way that the Republican administration presents it. They're not destroying our culture in the way that Asmongold approaches the subject matter. There's plenty of disagreements there, and I think that he's doing this deliberately, I will say, in an effort to, shit stir a little bit and try to get me banned, which worked.
It seems like the Republican base, and there's a big group of people that are major Trump acolytes and Trump dick suckers that will believe and repeat literally anything he says and never question anything that he says. And eventually what that's going to lead to is it's going to lead to him doubling down on something or doing something that is indefensible, that is ridiculous, and it's going to make that entire group of people look really, really bad. You need to stop trying to run defense for things that are indefensible. There's no reason to do that. You don't have to do that. You're not helping anybody by doing that. And you're actually hurting yourself in the long run because you're not holding yourself accountable. That's the same reason why I think Democrats lose a lot, is that they have these crazy bad actors that are trying to push radical gender ideology. And these people are not being reined in by the general group because they're too afraid of being pushed away.
Now take that how you want, but getting back to Hassan, I think people are gonna see the fact that he was banned for 1 day because of the Rick Scott comment and somehow, like, you know, use that to disprove the narrative that he's protected by Twitch when really it does the opposite. This is textbook damage control from Twitch. People are gonna point at Hassan's 1 day ban and say, see, Twitch isn't biased. They enforce rules on him too. But this literally just proves the opposite. It just shows how untouchable he really is. If any other streamer, literally anyone who isn't in Twitch's VIP club said if you don't care about Medicaid or whatever, if you cared about Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. That's not a 1 day slap on the wrist. That is a permaban, nuked account, wipe off the platform type of situation. Like, Twitch doesn't hand out baby timeout bans for outright calls to violence unless they're protecting someone.
If we the last 2 people on Earth, who gonna stop me? You're not stopping me. If we the last 2 people on Earth, who gonna stop me?
Yeah. Come on.
1 day. 1 day. That is a day off. This isn't punishment. It's just PR. It's Twitch pretending to hold him accountable just so they can say, look, we took action while making sure he doesn't face real consequences.
You know what, though? Honestly, I think Twitch coming across as a fucking very visible public hypocrite in this kind of situation is actually probably good for them. They need all the press they can get, man. Like I was saying earlier, like, I don't even, whatever, I'm just a 5-year Andy, but I fucking don't even want to stream on Twitch anymore. The fact that I fucking wanted to fucking donate 1,000 bits to somebody, it would cost me $20 to get the 1,000 bits, and then the streamer would only get $5 from the 20 that I spent, the 1,000 representing $10 that would be put into the contribution, right? I would be paying 20 to give the streamer 10, but the streamer could only redeem 5. I'm paying $20 to give the streamer $5 is absolutely ridiculous. So Twitch can go fuck themselves. Like, there might come a time, and you know, I love you guys to death, but fucking there might come a time where I just fucking open up my restream and I don't even click the fucking Twitch button. I'm just going to click Kick and YouTube and then maybe Twitter or whatever else.
Now you're talking. That is the ring-a-ding move, baby.
Thank you for the 50 cents, Salty. I appreciate it. There could come a day where I'm just like, you know what, guys, I'm fucking done. I don't even have a reason not to stream on Twitch because I can stream to 5 platforms and I only have 3 of them set up right now. So for me to even decide proactively to not stream on Twitch is just a dick move, but I don't care because I just fucking hate Twitch. You know, like, I think I'm done with it. I'm fucking, like, slowly but surely done with it. I have no problem just being on Kick and YouTube because I don't fucking do this for money, you know, or fucking clout or fucking follows or any of that shit. I just do this to fucking talk to you guys. That's it. That's the only reason I do it. But I fucking hate Twitch so much that where I'm just like, either you guys figure out a new business model that makes sense for everybody. I'm not saying you need to hold Hassan to like these fucking crazy standards or anything. I mean, whatever. It'd be nice, but I'm not expecting that. But to fucking charge me $20 to give a streamer $5 is absolutely outrageous. So figure something out there. Figure something out there, because I want to contribute to other people's streams, but you're making it impossible for me. If I want to fucking donate 10 subs on Kick, the streamer keeps 95% of that. So 10 subs on Kick should be in the neighborhood of $50, right? I think it's probably like 65, depending on whether you're on the app or on the browser. It's different. The prices are different, but either way, you know, even if it's like $50, that means that the streamer gets to keep 95% of that, which is what, $47, $47.50. That's great. That's what I'm talking about. I don't even care. I don't care about any money that comes my way. I do appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. I mean, like, you guys, like, you know, like, I only enjoy when you know, bits or subs come my way because I like hearing the fucking hype train alert. That's, you know, I don't, the money is like whatever, you know, the hype train alert to me is a fun moment, but I don't know. I'm just sick of Twitch, man. I'm fucking sick of it. It's fucking it's done. It's done. And then just add all this fucking Dan Clancy's fucking Hassan fucking buddy bullshit on top of it, and it's like, okay, well, what are we even really doing here? You know, what are we really fucking doing? It's fucking ridiculous, man. Kick's better than Twitch, yeah. Dopamine thing, not a living wage. Yeah. Except Twitch does have a better platform. Well, Twitch has had a long time to build it out. You know, like Kick is very similar-ish in terms of the creator dashboard. Very similar to Twitch. Obviously, Kick has a long way to go to make sure that they have like stable UI and infrastructure to make that experience with the streamer and the chatter as cohesive as it does feel like and seem on Twitch. I'm not knocking the Twitch experience, right? I think Twitch does a good job at fucking putting the stream right in your face. You know, I'm not gonna knock that. But everything else that's not that sucks about them. I fucking hate it. You know, fucking the money sucks. I mean, like if I want to fucking give somebody if I want to give somebody $10, if I want to give somebody $5, if I want to give somebody $5, I have to spend 20. And pretend like I'm giving them 10. What bro, what is that? I have to spend 20 to pretend like I'm giving them 10 so they can actually get 5. How fucking bullshit is that, bro? That's fucking bullshit. So, I don't know. I'm fucking done with them. Like I'm probably just going to keep, you know, streaming on Twitch because I don't have any reason not to, but I'm itching to pull the trigger, dude. I am itching to just pull the trigger and say fuck Twitch, bro. Go follow me on Kick. Go follow me on YouTube. I'll set up Twitter. I'll set up Rumble. I'm going to set up, you know, Trovo or whatever. I mean, I have 5 platforms with Restream, so I can do many things. But I'm itching to pull this fucking Twitch trigger and be done with it because it just fucking pisses me off. You know?
If anything, this ban proves that Hassan is above the rules. If a cop gives a celebrity a $5 speeding ticket while throwing the book at everyone else, it is performative enforcement. Hassan isn't getting the same treatment as everybody else. He is getting preferential treatment. And the fact that Twitch is pretending that this is fair enforcement makes it more obvious. And if you don't believe me, actually consider what does the ban even do? Like, it's not a financial hit. He'll make up for the lost revenue in his first stream back. As a matter of fact, it might even be better because people are like, they're wondering, well, what is he gonna say after that one-day ban? Like, it builds sort of attention. So it's certainly not financial, and it's also not even a reputational hit because his fans will spin it into like this narrative that he's been going off of for the longest time, which is the underdog narrative of like, oh, Twitch is cracking down on the left, which isn't even close to reality. You know, it's manufacturing fairness. That's all it is. Oh yeah, I don't even have to point to this hype for this first stream back after the ban. Like, you look at his YouTube, the I got canceled video is like 1 million views with like weirdly decent like to dislike.
He gets canceled and becomes more successful because of it. Because of the ban, he gets more successful. What fucking, you know, give me a fucking break, dude. The remuneration aspect is terrible on Twitch. No argument. Yeah. Kick gets knocked out midstream, then you have to refresh and shit. Yeah, they've gotten a lot better though. They've definitely gotten a lot better. There's some things that I mean, with the Kick interface that are just like annoying. One of them is, what was it? Oh, yeah, I can't use my, you know, I can't use my emotes in somebody else's chat. I guess I have to become like a partner or affiliate or whatever. Or once I become affiliate, maybe I can. But if I go into somebody else's chat, I can't use my own emotes. Like, that's fucking bullshit. You know, you're a young platform. You should be encouraging the people that stream on your platform to be in other people's streams and market themselves via your own emotes. Right? I can't even use my own emotes in somebody else's stream. That's absolutely ridiculous. Now, maybe if I'm an affiliate, I can, but right now I can't. There's other things too. I mean, obviously it was pretty rough in the beginning with Kick, but they've gotten a lot better. So I'm not knocking them too much. You know, they got, you know, how many big streamers do they have on there? Destiny's on there. They have Fuzi, Aiden Ross. I'm sure there's a bunch of other people restreaming, maybe like an Amaranth kind of situation or something. I don't know, but I mean, I think Kick will be all right because they have the gambling money, so they should be okay. Rumble is a public company, so you know, if you can bring some big names on there, and you know, people start buying stock and have it become more of a public, visible kind of situation, I think Rumble could be okay. Obviously, they're very branded with their right-wing shit, but, you know, whatever. There needed to be a right-wing platform right? Fucking Twitch is like not even a left-wing platform. It's like a kiddie platform. It's like very kid. It's. I feel like I'm like on a roller coaster with fucking cotton candy and shit when I'm in fucking Twitch land. You know, it's not even. I don't feel like I'm an adult on a fucking social media platform built for adults. I feel like I'm just fucking going from channel to channel, and it's like, hey, what's up? How you doing? I'm a fucking streamer on Twitch. You know. Reminds me of Trump's approval numbers after his mugshot. More common than you would think. The band, people talking about you everywhere. Come back. Suddenly more people. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Underdog for the win. Made all the purported even alt-right platforms got fucked each way to Sunday. Yeah. Well, is Cozy still kicking around? Or knocking about, as you might say? Or is Cozy still knocking about?
Ratio. I mean, what is it at right now? It's like 120K to 20K. Like, the title of the video itself proves my point. Like, I got canceled. This is the narrative. It's the, oh, I got banned, I got canceled, Asmongold's popularer than me. It's literally everything I've been saying this entire video. I don't know. It's free content. The double standard is a complete joke. Like, at the end of the day, Hassan's one-day ban does not show that Twitch is fair. It proves the opposite. If he was a nobody streamer, he'd be gone. Actually, I don't know about that. Maybe because of his ideology, he'd still be there. But the point is, whatever, he's still here. If someone, the Twitch didn't like, they'd get perma'd. And yeah, I mean, it's just fake punishment. The most hilarious part about all this is how both the Twitch mods and the fan base of Hassan behave the exact same way. Like, Hassan's fan base immediately runs cover and goes into defensive mode. And, they do damage control like they're getting paid, except the Twitch mods are actually getting paid. They're not. And look, at the end of the day, Hassan is just one of the most insufferable people on the internet. And it's not just because of his hypocrisy. It's his entire personality. He doesn't have charisma. He has zero accountability, and he somehow has the biggest ego in streaming. And like, the worst part is, like, you look at the debates, like, no one seems to bring this up anymore, but he's not even a good debater. For a guy who's built his brand on owning the right, he crashes and burns the second he's brought up against someone who's not a complete idiot. If you're just some random chatter, he'll yell over you and ban you in 10 seconds, but the moment he's actually challenged, he stammers, he backpedals, he starts reading chat for help. He's like a high school kid who memorized some Twitter buzzwords, and he thinks that it makes him Socrates. His attitude, too. I mean, the arrogance is off the charts. Hassan believes he's the main character of the internet. He talks down to his viewers constantly, treats his fans like cattle, like they're beneath him, and he somehow still has the most cult-like following ever. You could present undeniable proof that Hassan is a fraud, and his fans would still be in chat, just like, oh, bro, you don't get it. Like, no, we do. We just have functioning brains. He's not funny. Every joke is him mocking someone's voice or making a soy face, laughing at his own terrible take. It's just a bare minimum level of entertainment. And considering all of this, if Twitch wasn't protecting him, he would just be another forgettable political streamer who rants into the void. Anyway, considering how he's been behaving recently, I wouldn't...
He would be nothing without Twitch's fucking, God mode code. They basically just gave him God mode. But if he didn't have God mode, where would he be? In fact, let's imagine this universe. What would he do if he did something that was so bad that even Twitch said, okay, you crossed the line and you can't come back anymore? What would he do? Would he go to Kick? I'm sure he's talked shit about Kick. I'm sure, like, Kick is an alt-right Nazi platform, right? Would you go to Kick? Would you just go to YouTube because that's what everybody else does? Or you just pull a Destiny? Push back on that. He has Simp Pay Pigs the end. That's true. I think Oompa Vod seems decent for Yonder. Okay, I'll check it out in a second.
Be surprised if this behavior is replicated in some way because of the amount that it's benefited him. Like, he's been getting a lot of attention. There's a lot of people talking about him, and I know that I'm adding to that, but I don't think any of my audience who is watching this is gonna go and let him benefit from this in any way. Unlike maybe some of the bigger channels, which it's not their fault. That's just kind of how it goes when you have a larger audience. But yeah, we'll see what happens, and if there's any more craziness, I'll maybe cover it. But yeah, if you guys enjoyed, please be sure to leave a like and subscribe if you're all new to the channel. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you guys all in the next one. Peace.
Was Nazism
right wing or left wing? Oh no.
Have you ever seen footage of this game?
Oh man, I'm gonna have to fucking 1.5 this. I don't know if I can sit here for 40 minutes watching this shit.
Well, if you have, then I'm sorry. Today we're going to be taking a bit of a deep dive into this game.
I couldn't help but notice that you seem quite sad about something. Would you like to talk about it?
Huh? It is called Yandere Simulator, and Yandere Simulator is an indie game that has been in development for years. Almost half of my life, since 2014, not actually a third of my life almost, because I'm old! The game known as Yandere Simulator has a captain at the helm of the sinking ship, a little bit of a teaser there, and his name is Yandere Dev. Over the many years of this game's development, there have been countless changes.
In June of 2014, I made it possible to drag corpses in Yandere Simulator.
And yet, it still has to be developed. I mean, look at these graphics. They're terrible.
Hey,
about my life at this point. I'm
it's not
questioning
much,
absolutely
but
everything.
Maybe this will take your mind off of it for a moment?
The main cause of all these hiccups and stick-ups is the Yandere Dev. This one man at the helm of this very dumb game has fallen into so many controversies, it could mark the end of Yandere Simulator altogether. The beginning. On March 21st.
Wait, so Yandere's not a person? I thought Yandere was a person. Is this a platform?
2014, a man decided to begin development of a game about a young girl in school. A schoolgirl that is hyper-obsessed with her love, so much to the point where she is willing to kill anyone who stands in her way. At this point, the documentation of this project began by its creator, Yandere Dev. He would consistently give everyone updates.
After I realized how difficult it can be to play Yandere Sim for the first time, I felt inspired to put a tutorial into the game.
And let people know about the other small projects alongside the Yandere Simulator. Things he was working on, you know, his pet passion projects. In the early beginnings, back many years ago, Yandere Dev showed a small playtest of 2 characters in a room, which provided people proof that he was in fact working on this game and it wasn't just some dumb half-ass promise. And by the way, it looks the same as it does now. I just want to point that out. This is then, this is now. That looks very similar. I look way different in 2014 than I do now. In the early days, features were being added left and right, and development was steady.
I decided that disposing of a body takes way too long.
With big plans in the works.
Yandere-chan's running speed is 5 times faster than her walking speed. So, carrying a body and running is 5 times faster than dragging a body.
First, it started with killing animations, blood effects, and more. Then, dismemberment, hiding bodies, cleaning up evidence, Dexter style. And then came the next natural stop for a freak adding panty shots.
This guy has like Dr. Disrespect vibes, but like not in a cringe bad way. Anybody else feeling that vibe? He's like, hey, what's up, bro?
And then using that as a form of
I'm the two-time. What's up, champs?
A currency. That's right, guys. This is awesome. Is this game available for play? Just kidding. These are schoolgirls.
Is this necessary to the game? Is this pertinent information from my everyday life?
No.
I'll go with pink, sure.
And something even more surprising after this: torture methods and kidnapping. This game.
Nah, yeah. Nah, I don't trust. If your toilets, when you flush the toilet, if it goes backwards, I don't trust it. You guys and your backwards toilets, nah, I can't do that. This game is banned to play on Twitch, by the way. The VOD should be fine. Okay, gotcha. Why is it banned? Why is this banned?
Got really, really, really dark. And as time goes on, it gets worse and worse. Creepier and creepier, more and more disgusting. People started to question this whole thing and get worried about Yandere Simulator, and more specifically, the dev behind it, Yandere Dev. This appeared to the perspective of a normal person like myself as...
Was that actually that person?
Disgusting. People started to question this whole thing and get worried about Yandere Simulator, and more specifically, the dev behind it, Yandere Dev.
Oh god, is that the actual person? Hydraulic press market player. Oh man. Oopaville Bro's cool and stuff. It's kind of old. Yeah. No, he's cool. No, it's fine. It's totally fine. Just like I was just noticing.
This appeared to the perspective of a normal person like myself as the work of a sick and twisted freak. And so who the fuck is this guy? Yandere Dev, aka Alex, and as the initial name implies, is the creator and sole developer of Yandere Simulator. He's a 35-year-old man that has been working on this game for 9 years now. At the height of the hype of Yandere Simulator, this man was making $100,000 a year minimum. That was like on the low end. He was making well more than that. And he set himself up to be one of the kings of indie gaming. Make a game that would mark him down in the history books of gaming.
The most efficient way to transport a corpse off of a rooftop would be to drop the corpse off the roof.
It is a unique idea, I've got to say. And he's a passionate man, and he had a passion for creating indie games, and his just happened to be really bizarre.
The hardware store was inspired by a situation that I frequently encounter in the Hitman games.
Very odd. Oh god, I think I'm allergic to this shit. Yandere Dev had a passion for making indie games, creepy ones, whatever it may be. The dude was passionate. You can't get in the way of a man's passion and his desire to be established in the Hall of Fame. In fact, this man was so into the indie game scene, he had a hero, a developer hero named Mike Z, the creator of Skullgirls. Not exactly a game that I would personally enjoy myself, I'm more of a Halo type of guy. As you can tell, I'm sitting in a $1,500 chair because I
Yeah.
am a man-child. This game,
I was actually
Skullgirls,
thinking of getting that chair. He's got the 117 chair. Fucking
inspired Yandere Dev to make a game called Lunar Scythe. Wow, this game looks terrible. As one might do when they have a hero and they're creating something inspired by that hero. They want to show that work to the hero to see what they would think, right? Well, what did his hero do when he showed him Lunar Scythe? Mike Z, this dick. He cast it aside and said he was unimpressed and gave him tips for improving it. Embarrassing him in front of his friends, crushing his 3 months of hard, weird, freaky work. What did this cause? Well, a very angry man. This is important to note because this is a bit of a taste of things to come for Yandere Dev. This is back in 2014. You can see April 21st, 2014, guys. A Monday on 4chan. Crap. I wondered if I should never have faith in my own talent again. By the way, at this point, he's not freaky. He's just, he bothers me a lot, so this is like a really hard for me to read. I'm very traumatized by Yandere Dev. His hero said this in front of a chat room with all of his friends in it, making him look terrible in front of everyone. It sounds like just some petty developer drama. I lost the respect of my friends, my self-confidence, my career plans, my 3 months of hard work, and my dream of making a fighting game all in one night. It was devastating. I became depressed. Enter Yandere Simulator. Very important to note that this is the inception of this. By the way, I think his hero is probably not that impressed looking back now. Frankie, would you stop eating stuff on the ground? This is the anger and rage and reaction of a man who's going to solo develop a better game than Skullgirls. What? How? Skullgirls is incredible. Shortly after this game went public.
Shit, my whole fucking computer just took like a fucking massive dump. Man. Wow. That was the worst beep beep that I've heard. Like my screen went blank for longer than it normally does, and then it actually went snowy. Like, you know, like back in the day when you're fucking changing channels and the cable goes out and it's like, that's what it looked like for a second. Jesus, man. All right, something's really wrong. Well, whatever. I got my fucking Alienware warranty. So I might have to actually call them in. Might have to call in the pros on this one. That was pretty bad. Looks like I'm still on. Yeah, I guess I'm good to go.
And was available for people to play. It went massively viral. In fact, you've probably seen most of the old school Let's Players play it. Or by old school, I mean 2015, 2017. Jacksepticeye.
Top of the morning to you, ladies. My name is Jacksepticeye, and welcome to Yandere Simulator.
Me. What's going on, everybody? I'm back again playing Yandere Simulator. Here we have in front of us a red-headed senpai. Bijou Mike Razbowski, MBR. I don't know if you ever played it, but he's awesome. This game was so incredibly popular. It was wild. Every one of my friends and all the creators I can think of were playing it during that time, talking about it, making 20-minute Let's Plays on it. Corey Kenshin, by the way, I love Corey Kenshin.
Also, we've got some sound effects for when you kill people, and students will now scream. So let's test this out real quick. Ooh!
And yes, I also did in fact play Yandere Simulator when my channel was first starting out back in 2015, 2016. And you can rest there. How do I drop her? One maybe? There we go. Perfect. That's easy. Glad I level up my physical education. Is that what it is? I know I don't look like a gamer now. I look like some kind of male model sex icon, whatever, you know, with the most beautiful girlfriend in the entire world. But this is what I looked like in 2016, so it makes more sense. I'd rather not commune with it, to be totally honest. But I guess I got to. I look like the type of guy to play Yandere Simulator.
Alienware, no expensive parts, no airflow. Yeah, well, what I have to do is I definitely at least have. I've had this computer for. I've been streaming for 3 years. I've had this. I started in 2022. It's 2025. I've basically been streaming for 3 years. I haven't opened up my case once to even like blow it out and fucking clean it up. So, but I did just buy some fucking some air dusters. So I'm gonna fucking do that tomorrow. I'm doing spring cleaning here at the apartment. I'm gonna be fucking opening up the case. I'm gonna fucking at least blow everything out, take all the cables off, check all the connections, because I don't know what the fuck has been going on. There's been just a weird fucking thing where you just hear boop boop, and all of my screens go blank, and then they all come back, and all of the windows are rearranged all over the place. But yeah, so the thing is that so when I got this computer, it was at the height of the crypto rush and fucking everything. You know, what I wanted to do was build my own computer at the time, but I didn't want to wait, you know, fucking months and months and months and months for each part, you know. So even just to give you some perspective, fucking when I bought my computer, the best video card on the market was a 3090 Ti, and that's what I opted for. So I have a 3090, which is still great. Don't get me wrong. The 3090 is still fucking killer. Fucking, it is awesome. Yo, what's up, Malibu? How you doing? So yeah, I bought this computer 3 years ago. At the best graphics card on the market was the 3090 Ti, and I said, fuck it, just throw that fucking 3090 in there and we'll go. You know, and the computer's been fine, except for the past few months where this just a weird thing happens where it just goes boop boop, and then all my screens go blank, and then they all come back on, and all the windows are rearranged, and it happens like every 45 minutes. No matter what I'm doing, I could be doing absolutely nothing on the computer, and it will do it, and I could have OBS, multiple browsers, a game, all kinds of stuff running, and then it'll do it. So I've searched fucking Reddit, I've searched Google. I don't know. I cannot find an answer to it at all. So I'm going to take everything apart tomorrow, and I'm going to fucking open up the case at least, blow it out, put it all back together, and then replug everything in, and then just like, you know, test run it for like a couple hours and see how many times it does that fucking beep boop shit anymore. And if it does do it, if it does keep doing it, then I at least have like my Alienware fucking, you know, fucking warranty or whatever. But I did Alienware because when I bought this 3 years ago, it was like at the height of the crypto market, and fucking you would have to wait like 3 months to get all of your parts, and I was like, I'm not doing that. Like, actually, way longer than that. You'd have to probably wait like 2 to 3 months for each part to come in, you know. So it would take, I would have to build my computer over the course of 6 to 8 months, and I was like, I'm not doing that. I'm just gonna get an Alienware. It'll be here in a couple months, and I'll be fine. So yeah, but the next computer is going to be, it'll be built, and I'm going to build it. And I don't know. I mean, like I've heard like the 5090 is way overpriced. I've heard that there's great value with the new AMD card that came out recently, but you know, people are skeptical about AMD cards. And then I remember talking to you, Casey, about the fucking i9 with the problems it had with like I think I had the 12/9 series, and you were talking about like the 13 and the 14 series were kind of fucked up, but they had like fucking bad programming for their temperature sensors or whatever the fuck it was. I don't know. I want to make sure I get the right one, but you know, I'll probably go with another kind of like highest NVIDIA kind of concept, but it will be something I build because this thing is still good enough to run a million things. You know, I could still edit video in Premiere. It's a fucking 3090 Ti, and it should hold its own for as long as I need it to. But I just need this fucking beep beep shit to stop. Yeah, mind you, the security clearance of the U.S. military. Exactly. Yeah. My windows move by themselves. Yeah. Well, no, I don't do any of my work. I have my own. I don't know if you can see it, but I have my own laptop here. This is my work laptop. I don't do security clearance level work for the government on my fucking Alienware computer. I'm not even allowed to. I have a work I have my company laptop, and I have my government laptop. So 3090 is still awesome. Yeah, 3090 is going to last for a while. I've heard that 3090 is competitive with the 40 series and even some of the lower 50 series, so I'm not worried about it. Yeah, I'm totally fine with it. What I did was just get the most decked out fucking Alienware you could possibly get in 2022. And, you know, that's only a couple years. It's not like it's not like I'm running a Celeron or something. You know, it's fucking. Yeah, your 12 series chip should be fine. The 1314 were the issue, but you can update the BIOS. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, I imagine they probably solved the 1314 issues by now. So yeah, but I mean, the next one I'm going to build myself. The last time I built a computer was fucking a long time ago. Just to give you some context for how long ago the last time I built my computer was, I used to work at CompUSA. I don't know if anybody remembers what CompUSA was, but it was basically like Best Buy, but just for computer stuff. And when I was in high school in the late 90s, I worked at CompUSA after school, and I would get employee discounts at CompUSA, and I fucking went crazy and fucking built a ridiculous fucking system for the time. And I even customized the case where I took a Dremel and like fucking cut out like some of the inner aluminum and the outer plastic parts and put like fucking giant fans everywhere, intake and outtake. It was insane. It was amazing. So it's been a long time since I built a computer, and I know they're nuts now. So, you know, it'll be fun to at least kind of learn how to redo that kind of stuff. But I'm not getting another Alienware, that's for sure. I might get like an Alienware laptop, but I wouldn't get another Alienware desktop. You know, I think that's done. I don't even need another Alienware desktop because even I have this i9 3090 is going to still last for another few years at least. 3090 has the VRAM for mining and AI stuff. Gamers should sell their 3090s and go buy something else so I can buy another 3090 for cheaper. Yeah, and the other good thing about the 3090 is that you can switch drivers because they have two different sets of drivers. They have drivers for gaming and they have drivers for design, right? If you're doing, video editing or Blender or shit like that, they have a driver specifically for that, and then they have a driver specifically for gaming. So it's annoying if you have to switch between the two. But I don't ever switch between the two. In fact, if I do any video editing, I could just do it on the fucking gaming driver and it still works fine. So, I'm not worried about it. But yeah, the 3090 is great. It's when I originally put in my order for Alienware, I actually put in for like the 3070, I think, and then I had so much regret within the first 20 minutes that I canceled the order and I called fucking Dell and I was like, "Don't fucking make that computer, okay? I want the 3090, whatever I have to do." And somebody from India picked up the phone and said, "Okay, we'll help you out, Mr. Leggett, no problem." And then fucking, yeah. So, but I know this desktop, I would buy another Alienware. I don't have one, but I would buy an Alienware laptop, if I was like gaming on the go, I was at an airport or whatever and I just wanted to play something. I would do that, but I wouldn't buy another Alienware desktop. So yeah, but the 3090's been great. I have no complaints except for whatever the fuck is going on right now. I don't know if it's part of my video card or not, but all streams are shut down. Are you sure you want to exit? No, don't exit. Okay, let's go. All right, let's go through this.
Later. I look like the type of guy to just play it, not even film it, just play it in my own time. I promise I didn't. I spent every waking moment shooting fucking arrows into the woods and hunting animals in my bare feet. Playlists on playlists, episodes upon episodes of this game were just spewed into the YouTube sphere. Check out this footage of me playing it.
Who are you calling Pinhead?
This massive firestorm of interest for Yandere Simulator came very early on in the development of the game. This was 2015, 16, 17. There was a lot of content to record and upload and milk for YouTube, but there was nothing really in the game. The game was not even close to being finished and it was updating extremely slowly.
It is time to commit some acts of murder. Oh shit, someone saw me.
As an example, we fast forward to 2023. The game has been in development for over 9 years, and it's not done. Of course, it's because it's just one guy, but at the same time, it's still being developed incredibly slowly. I can confidently say that this game's development is slow. It's pretty slow. Now, why is that, though? What causes a game to be developed slowly? Is it hard to make a game? Yeah, of course, dude. This guy, it's been 9 years, and the game still sucks.
I just opened up Kick real quick in my browser just to see if Turbo was streaming, and obviously you jump on Kick, it has like recommended. The first person that it's recommending to me, guess who it is? Guess who it is, bro? guess who Kick is recommending to me right now. And it's definitely not, I have this person banned and I unfollowed them, so they would not have any reason to pop up in my following list. Who is that? Oh, wait. No, I'm in their stream. How did that happen? No. Wait, do I have a button that's for fucking... Oh, I still have a button. Oh, I didn't even know that. I didn't even know I still had a fucking button for fucking PPG. I just clicked the first Kick button that I saw when Google popped up, and it was actually PPG's stream. Who? Yeah, Rafa. Yeah. Who changed their name to me? Was that you? Because that wasn't me.
If I had to put my money...
I didn't know. So, like obviously when you go to the Google homepage, that has like there's little buttons under the search bar for your saved kind of like most visited sites, and this sign on for Chrome, I have like all of my streaming stuff on. So it's like I have like Restream, Kick, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, so I can like put my fucking YouTube link out there. And
no, it's potato, dude. It's fucking potato. If I had to pick a Fed.
Side, but you could Ash.
Who's doing that? Is that you? That's definitely not me. Oh no, is this a VOD? Oh, this is actually no, this is a VOD.
Situation.
Oh, it's not a VOD. It's a clip. Oh, it's not even a stream. I thought I jumped into his stream. This is a clip. Oh, wow. Never mind. I'm fucking all kinds of messed up. Why do I have... Okay, so here... actually, I'll play the clip. Here we go. So when I opened up Google just to... I opened up Kick just to see if Turbo was streaming. And I clicked the first Kick button I had, but one of the Kick buttons I have is a quick link to a fucking PPG fucking clip that I made. I assume I made it. I don't know if maybe somebody else made it. Oh, and then I started chatting. Oh, this is from a while ago. 5 months ago. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Let me see. Man, I was like, what the hell just happened here? Yeah, bookmark the Mexican. Yeah. Yeah, I had him bookmark. Because I have like a bunch of buttons there, but there's a few Kick buttons. But I clicked one of them that I just clicked the first one I saw because I thought it was just going to take me to Kick, but it took me to it took me to this clip right here.
Considering the situation, right? I was like, who out of all of us, dude, who would be the Fed? Who would be the Fed, dude? I think if I had to put my money on who is the Fed, dude, it is Potato King. Potato King. It's not Turbo. Turbo's too retarded, dude. Turbo would go to the feds and be like, hey, have a schizo breakdown. Right? It's definitely not Skate, dude. Holy shit. Skate more than likely has feds in his fucking stream, dude. No, it's Potato, dude. It's fucking Potato. If I had to pick a Fed.
Side. But you could
I remember, no, you know what? I remember this clip because he was talking about Potato and I instantly clipped it and I sent a DM to Potato. I was like, bro, he's talking about you.
Clean.
I remember that. That's way back. This is 5 months ago. Look at me. Look at it. See, you see here where I'm popping up in the chat here on the right? I was thinking that I was in a live PPG stream and that one of you changed your name to look like mine and started chatting to him. So I was like, what the fuck is this? What am I looking at? Why do I see something that looks like my name, like chatting to him right now? And I had no clue it was actually just the clip from back in the day. Tastes more commie than all of them put together. Potato King is not a Fed, okay? That's for sure. Potato King is not a Fed. That's definitely for sure. Potato, yeah. I still call him Potato, but you know, fucking. I've been talking to Skade recently too. You know, Skade and I have been doing some DMing back and forth. That's been fun. I actually popped into Skade's stream today. It was pretty fun. Skade is one of those people where it's like, man, when I first met Skade, I did not like Skade at all. I thought he was the worst person I ever met on the internet. And then I actually come to actually enjoy talking to him. So it's one of those weird things where it's like you start out as enemies and then you're like kind of chummy after a while. So Skade's cool. And Potato and I are like leagues apart in terms of politics, but Potato and I have always gotten along. I haven't talked to him in a while, but Potato's always been cool with me and I've been cool with Potato. I argued with Skade yesterday. What were you guys talking about? Him and I, like, we've just been like DMing back and forth about like, you know, Western imperialism and fucking China and stuff like, you know, stuff that he enjoys talking about. You know, he'll send me clips here and there and I'll just, you know, react to him a little bit. But yeah, we've been DMing a little bit. Who was I? I've been talking to Maida a little bit. Talking to Maida, talking to Skade. Yeah, that's pretty much it for like, I don't live on Discord at all anymore. I'm like, you know, my Discord is a fucking ghost town. It's a cemetery with all my channels privated because whoever the fuck came in there, It was either PPG or it was 4chan. I don't know, but fucking somebody came in there and just destroyed every channel with fucking gross images. So I was like, lockdown. we're going on lockdown until I can fucking give a shit. Number one subscribers longevity. Whether social credit exists in China. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. Well, is it his position that it doesn't, or who? Which side were you arguing for?
There's not a finished product even. There's not even a release date. What the fuck? How are you doing that, dude? And it's popular. He had years and years of extreme popularity.
Oh, Mega Minx playing this game, and I'm like, yep, I need to check it out right now. Animu, so Animu.
But it all just comes down to it being one singular man. There's an obvious problem here at all.
Wow, PewDiePie was even playing this fucking game? Holy shit.
All falls on this one guy's head. To be clear, though, hasn't always been like this. The man has called in constant volunteers who are incredibly passionate for the game, called them in to help develop it for free, by the way, in many cases. They pledge their full support to help the man. Voice actors, designers, even a professional programmer, Yandere Dev has had more help on this project than pretty much any other indie game on the market. And, well, it's still no surprise. It's not done yet. Still not. How is that possible? The man had pretty bad ADHD. It's one way to put it. He was shifting.
Which side, no side, but I don't adhere to the bubble that China can do no wrong. Oh, I definitely don't either. Yeah, I find it weird that anybody does even come from that perspective. Obviously, Skate is much more in that camp than anybody I've ever met. Yeah, that's interesting. Although I will say, I mean, you know, so the social credit scores concept to me sounds very dystopian. I only have a very surface level knowledge of it. I wouldn't even call it knowledge. It's just like, you know, a couple of YouTube videos I've seen on it. But I will say it's kind of weird and interesting because I was talking to my stepdad. I want to say this was like 1 or 2 Thanksgivings ago, maybe a little bit more, but it was definitely Thanksgiving because that's usually the time that I'm going to visit them, my mom and my stepdad. And I remember he picked me up from the airport, and we were usually him and I talk politics a lot. My mom is like super nice, and you know we'll talk politics, but it's more like a Fox News kind of politics. It's not like super in depth. But with my stepdad, like we definitely dive a little bit deeper into politics, and especially like right when he picks me up from the airport, we jump right into it. But I do remember him. He's very much like a libertarian guy. Like
is focused so much. To be honest, it's
he's like very like he votes Republican because that makes the most sense for most libertarians in general. But if if somebody asked him what his political leanings were or ideology was, he would definitely describe himself as a libertarian. However, he did. But I remember we were talking about China, and he was like, you know what? I'm actually in favor of the social credit score. And I was like, you're in favor? Like, you would be the last person I ever thought would be in favor of the social credit score. Why are you in favor of it? And he was like, because I would fucking destroy the social credit score. I would have a fucking 800 or whatever the highest number the credit score is or would be. I would have that because I'm a fucking an upstanding citizen. I pay my taxes. I'm always on time. I have a business. I have a family. Like, you know, everything about my life would lend to the credit score. So it would be great. I'd be totally fine with that. And everybody that's not good on the credit score, well, they get punished, as they should. And I was like, wow, man, that does not sound very libertarian, but that does sound like you. So, Kuroneko. Yo, what's up, Kuroneko? How you doing? What's your opinion? What's your opinion of the MIC, the mic? What is that? You have to explain that to me. What is that? It better not be some Israel-Palestine shit, because I'm just going to tell you to fuck off if it is. Okay. I'm new as fuck. Just one quick question. What do you think about the mic? What is that? Oh, military-industrial complex? Not good. It's bad. Yeah, military-industrial complex bad. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's the only answer. I was in.
Finally, Mars has accepted my sacrifices and unleashes me.
Yo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Legion. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's bad. I was in the military. I was active duty Army in the United States here for 4 years. So I have an intimate knowledge as to how the military works. I'm not talking like, I was, working on fucking, nuclear submarines or anything, but, or, had top secret clearances and was fucking working on Osama bin Laden raids. Like, that's not what I did in the Army, but I do have an intimate knowledge of how the military works, how the power structures affect or have an impact on not only the day-to-day lives of soldiers and officers, but also the way that industry is involved with the jobs that that enlisted and commissioned officers have to be a part of. So, and plus my job now, I'm a federal contractor with the government, and I'm involved in projects related to what we're talking about here. So I would definitely say that I don't know how many things I could actually say I'm really informed on, but this would be at least one. Although, I mean, it doesn't bode well to not have known the acronym. But beyond that, I think that's just the normie part of me, the vanilla normie part of me, just not instantly just being like, oh yeah, that makes. Why didn't I fucking think of that? But yeah, it's bad. It's bad. I mean, I'm generally a fan of capitalism, but that's a bad. There's tons of fucking critiques you can have about capitalism. That would definitely be one. Large financial institutions having massive impact / too big to fail effects on fucking national global governments would be another. I don't know. I mean, I you know what? Here's the crazy thing. I think that over the past year, I've become more sympathetic to left-wing economic arguments, but at the same time, I've become more sympathetic to right-wing social and cultural arguments. So I don't even know where I'm at right now politically. I'm still probably just a normal Republican because that's just how I would vote. But over the course of the past year, between the election and the economy and the people that I've met on Twitch and on Discord and in this whole space that we have here, I would definitely say that I have a lot of sympathy for people who are critical of capitalism, because there are many things to be fucking pissed off about that involve Western economic systems. So I mean, like I'm like, in terms of economics, like I'm not a communist and I'm not a socialist, but I can definitely sympathize with people that are pissed off at how the worst parts of capitalism have had such a massive effect on our day-to-day lives and on the state of nations in general. But at the same time, in terms of cultural and social stuff, I've become way more right-wing. Way more right-wing. So I don't even know where I'm at politically right now. I'm kind of like in this nexus of what the fuck is it, I want to watch a 10-minute video. Europe's fallen cities, Bucharest. Maybe. Let's see. I mean, I'm right now. I'm watching Casey's video, and I still got half an hour left on this thing. So we'll see. We'll see, Malibu. Or was that Malibu? Yeah, that was Malibu. Military pays very little to most people. Yeah, so if you're enlisted, it does pay very little. If you're enlisted, right? So you're talking about your privates, your specialists. That if you're lower enlisted, you're not making a lot of money. You're in that fucking mid-$20,000 a year range. If you're a non-commissioned officer, you probably hit that $30,000 mark, and as you progress through the non-commissioned officer ranks, you can still live comfortably, and because your housing is paid for, your food is paid for, you really only have to make your car payment and whatever, stuff that you would normally have to pay for anyway, cell phone, stuff like that. Officers make a good amount of money. So, I mean, if you're an officer, if you're a commissioned officer, that's a different story. You're making $40,000, $50,000 a year. And the further up the chain you go, the more you're making. So, it just depends. Depends on where you're at in the military. Politics in the U.S. Politics in the U.S. is all about the military industrial complex. Everything's U.S. foreign politics starts and ends with. Yeah. Just take that in mind, and you'll understand everything. Would you feed the... What would feed the... Oh, military... Okay, gotcha. Yeah, like a hypothetical. Grand chessboard. Sorry. Just catching up with chat here. I'm a Latino country used in the 80s as a proxy blood sacrifice against communist advances in the American hemisphere. Okay, gotcha. Okay, well, bienvenidos a la stream Leggett Lennius Jr. Compa, hermano, we. I'm not sure which one you identify with, pero tú habla español? ¿Sí o no? ¿Habla español? Oíste. Sorry, I understand. Like you're more about the mouse. Oíste, Kuronenko. ¿Habla español o no? ¿Sí o no? Sí, habla español? Okay. Okay, so... Kuroneko, discúlpame porque yo soy campeón mundial de los gringos. En mi español es muy mal, pero yo practicar la idioma todos los días. Yo vivo en Miami toda mi vida, para 30 años. Y toda la gente, la única razón por que yo tengo un poco de español es porque toda la gente en Miami no habla inglés. No habla inglés, toda la gente, okay? So it was necessary for me to understand a lot of Spanish. You talk like Cuban Spanish. See, I told you, bro. Even look, I tell people all the time, I'm from Miami, bro. I'm from Miami. When I speak Spanish, people think I'm fucking Cuban. And people don't even believe me. But now you even have somebody in the chat right now that's I've never even met this person, bro. I've never even met Kuroneko in my life. And even they think I'm Cuban, bro. No. No soy cubano, soy gringo. Mi familia es italiano y de Irlanda. Pero mira, soy fantasma. Blanco, okay? But yes, my Spanish is really Cuban. It's really Cuban because everybody like the reason I learned Spanish is because I worked in places where no one spoke English. And people lived in Miami for decades and they don't speak any English at all. So you have to learn not only Spanish, but you have to learn their version of Spanish because Mexican Spanish and Ecuador. No me importa que tú eres cubano, boricua, ñaño, mexicano. No me importa. Todas las idiomas es diferentes de países. Yo, what's up, Krill? How you doing? Anyways, that's cool. I'm glad I could talk some Spanish to somebody here. So yeah, but I'm just like I was saying. I was just telling Kunreko like I'm super white. I'm like the whitest person you ever met, and my Spanish is pretty bad. But you know, I like to practice because I know that it's useful. So. Work as an interpreter for all Latino countries. You speak a Cuban accent. Yeah, then you definitely know. Yeah. Oye, dímelo hacer que wala mi bing. Bro, I know. Not bad Spanish. You do it right though. Thank you. I've had a lot of practice. I know that if you dropped me out of a helicopter in any country in Central South America or the Caribbean, I would be absolutely fine. I'd be totally fine. In fact, I would thrive. You know, that everybody would want to come and meet the gringo that fell out of the helicopter that knows Spanish for some reason. I would be totally fine. So, But it's different because I know that. So, for example, if I did that, right, if I went to a country that speaks Spanish, that's their dedicated language. That's the country. That's the native tongue. If I went there, right, and I said, hey, you know what? I'm gonna move here. I'm gonna live here, and you know what? I'm not gonna learn your language at all. In fact, when you speak Spanish to me, I'm gonna roll my eyes at you in your own country. People would look at me like I'm batshit fucking crazy. They would be like, who the fuck is this guy? But meanwhile, they don't understand that that is exactly what it is like to live in Miami. That's exactly what it's like to live in Miami. If you live in Miami and you don't speak Spanish, you're fucked. And you're in the United States. You're fucked, bro. I'm telling you right now, you go to Miami, you go to the first gas station, pick any random gas station in the entire city, walk in and tell them that you want 20 on pump number 6 and a Snickers bar in English, and they will literally roll their fucking eyes at you and look at you like you don't even know what country you're in right now. I'm telling you right now, bro. I lived there for 30 fucking years, bro. Sounds like an American, yeah. Fuck that. Yeah, exactly. They'll be like, here's the Cuban. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Mira, este cubano. Porque, pero no, él no es cubano, él es un gringo. Pero él tiene un lengua de cubano, you know. Es la palabra, sí o no? Lengua, the tongue, right? Lengua is tongue, I think. I'm Latino. I think it's stupid. You're in America. Why the fuck are they doing that? Dude, I'm telling you, Miami's not America. I don't even care. Like, I've been saying that for so long, and some people react weirdly to it because they're like, that sounds racist. I don't know. And I was like, bro, you don't know. You don't understand. I'm from there. I lived there my entire fucking life. Okay? Go there in Miami, and I promise you, you will understand what I'm fucking talking about. If I went to Colombia and told the people around me that I'm going to move here, I'm going to live here, and I don't give a fuck about your language. In fact, when you talk to me, you better talk to me in my language. They would say, this guy's a fucking asshole. Who the fuck is this guy? But if you go to Miami, I promise you, it's the same fucking thing, bro. It's fucking North Cuba. I'm telling you. They will literally look at you like you're an idiot in Miami because you're not speaking Spanish. And then you say, discúlpame, por favor. Dame 20 en número 6 y este chocolate. Chocolate también. Gracias. You know, then you have to fucking, like, you know, break it down for them and be like, okay, I guess I have to fucking be, you know, legate instead of legate, you know. El Salvador is bilingual. You come to El Salvador, speak English, 90% of the people understand you. Well, that's base. That's awesome. That's very cool. But, you know, I wouldn't expect that in the majority of countries in Central South America or the Caribbean. I wouldn't expect that, you know. But El Salvador is base because they got Bukele there. Bukele's been fucking killing it down there. I don't know if you're a Bukele fan, but Bukele's been fucking killing it. Killing it. All right, let's get through this. I don't even know if I'm going to watch this whole thing, but I think I have a better perception now of what, you know, Casey wanted me to have like a primer for this Yandere stuff, so I think I'm like in the right neighborhood so far. I don't know if I'm going to watch this whole thing, but I do want to, you know, watch a few more minutes of it at least.
Unbelievable the game has had any updates at all, and he's stuck with it for more than a year at most. His insanely long lists of things needed to be implemented into the game. There's no organization. It's wild. It's development nightmare. Hell. True hell. He goes from needing to implement key features to actually make the game good, but instead adds a series of Easter eggs to keep the fans of his game entertained and playing it on YouTube. I remember a big thing was Myths and Legends on Yandere Simulator, just to find out if stuff was possible in the game. I even did a Myths and Legends thing on it. How embarrassing is that? That is so fucking embarrassing. Shouldn't you add actual features to the game, not just Easter eggs?
Like
this,
National Socialist,
the guy with the blue eye from Undertale? I've never played Undertale. The guy from the why would you add that? Are you an idiot? Jesus, there's so many ideas here. It's crazy. What's one man supposed to do? Technically, he did add a lot of these things, but it took an incredibly long time to do so. So long that people just got frustrated and left the game's audience. For example, one of the lead rivals in the game took so long to add, he had worked on her since 2016.
My goal for this year has always been to get Osana into the game fully functional before 2017.
And she was finally finished on August 30th, 2020, one day after my birthday. I think it was his present to me, to be honest. That was 4 years to add one character. He was too busy adding Easter eggs and gimmicks to the game, so more people would put it in clickbait and stuff, and Bijou Mike could play it more. I'm not really sure. Does Bijou Mike still play that shit? I haven't checked in a while, but I know he really loved that game. Bijou Mike. Does Bijou Mike even post anymore? He does. Well, there's the last one on his channel from a month ago. Interesting. Well, Yandere Dev himself says he even put off adding her because he didn't feel the game was fun enough, which is interesting.
For a long time, I deliberately put Osana at the bottom of my priority list because I felt it was more important to finish implementing every feeture I thought the game required in order to be fun.
In my opinion, it just seems like an excuse to keep people interested to fund the Patreon, which for a time was giving him...
Compaville? What's Compaville? What is that? Uzumaki music. This is Casey gave me this video, so I don't even know what I'm watching right now. But all I know is that it involves Yandere, which is like something that him and I are going to talk about in a little bit, or I don't know about it, not today, but like tomorrow or like sometime this weekend maybe.
$5,000 a month, which is a solid amount. And to add insult to injury, he even had a game developer from a studio called Tiny Build offer to help him. This was the professional game dev that I mentioned earlier.
So in summer,
yeah, I didn't know who this was. This was just a video that Casey gave me. Casey's gonna do like the new Casey hit piece, I think. The new Casey hit piece is gonna be on this Yandere stuff. So this is kind of like giving me a rundown of what Yandere is about.
Summary. A game company called Tiny Build is going to be helping me out in numerous ways.
And what did this man do? He fired him. It said that he was messing up the game, aka he was fixing incredibly shittily written code and making it easier to read and edit and add to and improve. Do not mess up my game. I put a lot of time and effort into this game and these panty shots. I love this game. It's a recipe for disaster when you make a game that you can jack off to. Hey, yo, what the fuck? And then again, it's a schoolgirl game, so I don't even know why I keep saying that. We'll get into it, guys. We'll get into it. It's weird. Now, Alex said that this all ended on good terms, but leaked emails showed that Alex owed over $30,000 to the developer for wasting their time. But
I feel like I never start sentences like that, but I'm going to start a sentence like that. I feel like if you took away all of the character that is Dr. Disrespect, if you took all of that off, the glasses, the hair, all that stuff, if you took all of that off, you would get this person. You know, whoever Dr. Disrespect is as a normal person, that's this guy. You know, minus the allegations, obviously, but
he didn't have to pay any of it.
You never had a Yandere girl in your life? You've been missing out? No, I have not had a Yandere. I don't know. I've only heard about Yandere like yesterday, I think. Whenever Casey told me about it like a day or two ago. I've had no clue what Yandere was until now, and I still don't even think I know. I know Yandere is like a game and a person. It's both. It's like Batman. It's like you have the man and the myth, the man and the idea kind of thing.
Because he threatened to shit on them with his socials, which were over 2.5 million at the time, subscribers on YouTube. So he didn't have to pay the $30,000, it was just dropped. They moved on. Wait till you hear this. In short, I am currently not under any sort of a non-disparagement or identification clause. Theoretically, if I wanted to, I could upload a 20-minute video explaining to my audience of 2.4 million subscribers that Tiny Build has massively screwed me over and that no developer should ever work with him. I've had 15 months to do so, and I haven't done it because I hate drama. You're welcome. So this incredibly bizarre and insecure man wanted to be known as a competent game designer.
I want to build a name for myself as a competent game designer who knows how to create a game that requires skill and intelligence to beat.
This whole thing was spawned out of just being shat on by Mike Z, but he didn't even learn like coding from a traditional space. Not exactly that you have to, but you'd think that you would try to improve your skills using more verifiable methods. For example, with the guitar. I learned how to play guitar by ear. I learned how to play guitar by watching Marty Short.
I mean, is there a specific reason why this person picked like the Sailor Moon aesthetic for the mantra of the game? Is that like the big controversy? Is that like, because, you know, violence in video games is pretty common, but, you know, I guess the theme of like high school girls killing each other and throwing them off ledges is fucking pretty, you know, fucked up. You know, is that like the big controversy here? Is that this person picked like this like Japanese schoolgirl kind of ethos to inspire the gameplay?
and buying random books. Now, after 11 years, I have a guitar teacher. And guess what? I've improved more in the last 3 months than I did in 10 years. It's almost like I was an idiot for thinking I could do it myself. Experts and mentors exist for a reason. Check out these tweets. Yandere Dev, I have a question. How did you learn codings? Was it from working in a company? Tutorials? Scoop? I'm Frendo. I learned the basic by messing around in free program like Game Maker. I turned it into a skill while working at the company. Look at that little guy. This man is kind of notorious for being a really shitty programmer to the point where people have even reacted to the code that he's written and laughed about it, saying that it's the most ineffective way to code a game pretty much in history, which is this true? I don't know. Are people just shitting on him? Probably, maybe, but it is funny to watch, though, to be honest. The man in some people's
could be. Yeah, I mean, if you have like, I guess, you know, like, so, I mean, Casey could probably speak to this more than I can, but I can see just from here, you know, depending on how many female uniforms you have, this might be an inefficient way to, you know, perform validations. You know, I like I said, Casey can definitely speak to this more, but I mean, like, just from my basic programming background, you know, there's probably a more efficient way to do these validations than else if. I mean, what if there's like fucking 50 uniforms? You're going to do else ifs for all of them? There's probably a more efficient way to do that.
Point where people have even reacted to the code that he's written and laughed about it, saying that it's the most ineffective way to code a game pretty much in history, which is this true? I don't know. Are people just shitting on him? Probably, maybe, but it is funny to watch, though, to be honest. The man, in some people's opinion, is not qualified to be seen as a competent game developer and probably will never be known as one. His track record, pretty bad, but what he is known for, guys, is being a bad person. Let's get into that. I just said Yandere Dev is a bad person, aka Alex. Is he really? I don't know. Let's get into it. It might seem unbelievable that I would make such a claim, given the fact that this grown man who spent nearly a decade of his life developing a game in which you sexually harass...
Oh, wait, Miter, are you still there? Hold on, I want to play the fucking clip that I fucking accidentally played earlier. So, I was fucking... Where is it? Yeah, here it is. So, fucking... Wait, hold on. Miter, are you still there? Let me know if you're still there. I wanted to show you something. You would like this. You would enjoy this. All right. Well, actually, you know what? Yeah. Okay. So check this out. So about like 20 minutes ago, maybe like 30 minutes, whatever, like half an hour ago, fucking, I opened up my Chrome browser to check Kick because I wanted to see if Turbo was on. And I was like, okay, if Turbo's on, maybe like I'll jump in a Discord and have like a conversation with him and just hang out for a little bit. And so I was going to see if he was streaming. And when I did, when I opened up Chrome, it has all those little quick access buttons on the bottom, right? For like, you know, links that you go to commonly. But the thing is that there was like 3 or 4 different Kick buttons. And I just clicked the first one that I saw. And it was actually a saved clip that I had from PPG from 5 months ago. And when I played it, I thought that I was actually on the Kick webpage and that Kick was recommending that I watch Political Understander. But it wasn't that. It was a fucking clip that I had saved from fucking 5 or 6 months ago. And this is the clip. You'll love this. This is great. This is like a classic fucking... I mean, he's not like pissing on the floor or anything, but this was the... This was the clip that came up when I clicked the button. This is what came up, and I thought I was in his stream, but this is actually from 5 months ago. And this is great. You'll love this. I mean, it's not like, you know, intense or controversial, but it's just classic. It's a classic moment here.
Considering the situation, right? I was like, who out of all of us, dude, who would be the Fed? Who would be the Fed, dude? I think if I had to put my money on who is the Fed, dude, it is Potato King. Potato King. It's not Turbo. Turbo's too retarded, dude. Turbo would go to the feds and be like, hey, have a schizo breakdown. Right? It's definitely not Skay, dude. Holy shit. Skay more than likely has feds in his fucking stream, dude. No, it's Potato, dude. It's fucking potato. If I had to pick a Fed.
Side. But you
I figured you would enjoy that. That was a classic PPG moment. Skate is an asshole. Like I was saying earlier, I thought the same thing. You know, when I first met Skade, I did not like Skade at all. I thought that Skade was the worst person I ever met on the internet. And I would say over the course of time, I got to understand Skade's worldview a little bit better. I'm not saying he's correct. I'm just saying I didn't have as much context about who Skade is or how he views politics and humanity and you know just you know his worldview in general until a conversation that we had probably sometime in the last 6 months. He thinks in I mean, look, I know Maida's going to be critical here, so that's fine because I know Maida and Skade have a very special relationship. But Skade has his worldview involves a timeline that doesn't exist amongst terrestrial humans. His timeline is he's thinking like centuries into the future in terms of what is going to be effective now for the humans that are going to be around in the next few hundred years. And I had in the course of some conversations I had with him, I was like, okay, I mean, I still don't agree with you on everything, but I was wrong about what I thought you were. I thought you were just talking bullshit politics, you know, in a very present time frame. But he's talking about like some of the conversations we had. He was talking about like, you know, being an interplanetary species, you know, and what does that mean? What you become that? Because you know, resources are going to be, you know, completely unsure. So you can't have things like fucking, you know, you can't have decadence or excess, right? You can't have like sports or fucking religion or all kinds of stuff. There's going to be like, once you become interplanetary, then you have to think on a much more conservative scale in terms of how you utilize resources. So, and he kind of consolidates that all into a worldview that people aren't seeing when they talk to him directly. Now I know Maida's gonna be like, yeah, whatever, fuck that, and that's totally fine. I get that, but I will say that at the very least, over the course of the past, I don't know, I think I met Skade in the past year, and I would say like over the course of the past 6 months, you know, I enjoy talking to Skade. You know, like him and I like, you know, do a little bit of DMing back and forth, nothing crazy, but I think that's one of the reasons why I like even being like, that's one of the reasons why I like even doing this, you know, is just meeting different people from different perspectives, regardless of how much we disagree. You know, like I love talking to Turbo. We definitely disagree on a bunch. Turbo and I like agree on 50% of things, then we disagree on 50% of things. PPG, fucking, I probably agreed with like 10% of things that PPG would say, and then I disagree with 90% of things that PPG would say, and I would disagree in 100% in the way that PPG would describe the things that his worldview involves. The way that he talks, the way that he deals with people and women and streaming and politics and all that. I don't like the way he actually deals with it, but in terms of the content and the context, you know, I probably agree with PPG on 10 to 15% of things, and then the rest of it's all just like, okay, we won't see eye on this. You know, Anok is somebody who, you know, I love talking to, and we have massive disagreements on a lot of things. I talked to Anok about authoritarianism, and he's like, who the fuck talks about authoritarianism in this way? And I'm like, well, I don't see it as authoritarianism. I see it as, well, people view authoritarianism as the bad guy, and people view liberty and libertarianism as the good guy. And I don't think I think it is that simple, and it is not that simple. I think that there are good things there can be good things attributed to authoritarianism. We just would never consider it because all the worst things in history have been attributed to authoritarianism. So whatever. I mean, like, I've had these conversations with a bunch of people who've disagreed on a million things and blah, blah, blah. And yo, what's up, Wampa? How you doing? Welcome in. Getting a refill? Gotcha. I might have to do that myself. Skade even accused Ukraine of invading Russian territory before Russia invaded them. Oh, that sounds like a Skade point. Yeah, that sounds like a Skade point for sure. That does sound like a Skade point. I mean, he was talking about Ukraine today. He was talking about I don't know. I mean, I've been kind of flexible on the Ukraine Russia thing. I don't have a I'm not incredibly versed in what's going on right now in terms of how much has been gained and lost from both sides, and I also don't know, the past 10 years in terms of Crimea and everything forward from that will kind of impact a lot of the geopolitical landscape has had for both sides. So I mean, don't come to me for a fucking informed take on it. But I will say that at the very least, recently, I've just been thinking like, okay, well, good guy, bad guy. Good guy, bad guy, right? That's people. Nobody wants the bad guy to win. Who's the bad guy? Putin, right? Russia. They're the bad guy. So we must defend Ukraine at all costs because they're the good guy. Because we just don't want to see. We don't want to live in a world where it's possible where the bad guy can win. But I just don't see a path to victory for Ukraine right now. I mean, the other day, you had fucking Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer the other day was talking about putting boots on the ground over there. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. You can't even fucking put boots. You can't even put fucking young British men in boots in your own country to sign up for the military, let alone send them to go fight in a war that has nothing to do with them. Bro. I had a debate with Don Fon about this a month ago. Yeah. Starmer's a fucking idiot. Yeah. I agree. I 100% agree. I'm not a Starmer fan. It's probably better than fucking Jeremy Corbyn. probably better than Jeremy Corbyn, but either way, I'm not a Starmer fan. But he was talking the other day about putting British boots on the ground in Ukraine. That's ridiculous, bro. I would rather just say, dude, you know what? Sometimes the good guy doesn't win, okay? America has lost wars before, and we've always been the, quote, good guy, right? Hey, look, if Russia advanced 20% into the totality of the national landscape of Ukraine, right? If Russia moved further and further west and gained 20% of what Ukraine is in that territory, what do? Do we just fucking keep funneling billions of dollars into a war to a country that can't win it? Does other countries in NATO start suggesting whether or not they put boots on the ground to fight Putin? We're getting into ridiculous fucking things right now. And I'm just at a point where I'm like, I don't care how bad Putin is. It's like Kanye. Where it's just like, I don't fucking care. I will always fucking bang Kanye albums. Kanye albums are fucking awesome. We just did a whole hour of fucking Kanye. Fucking, So in my mind, I'm just thinking, all right, well, look, we don't want to do it, but where's the exit strategy here? Where's the roadmap to victory? You don't have it, Ukraine, without the rest of us. And frankly, I'm pretty sure 97% of Americans are fucking done with it too. Even if they support Ukraine, they're probably fucking done supporting this financially. And even if they're not, it's still fucking ridiculous that other NATO allies would even consider possibly putting boots on the ground in Ukraine to fight Putin. That's ridiculous. So we're at a point now where we're basically just fucking tempting World War III, and that means that Trump was fucking right. That means Trump was right.
The Ukrainian president.
Putin.
How was the latest call?
Really?
So,
And don't feel now.
This
a lot
entire
of
meeting?
time.
Maybe
less. In 2 weeks, of course he has.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this.
Again,
I tell you.
just
say thank you.
I said a lot of times
that there,
thank you
except
to
that,
American people.
Except that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I understand, sir.
I think it's very
I understand.
important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards.
Thankful.
You're buried there. Your people are dying.
tell you
You're
again,
running low
I know.
on soldiers.
Don't-
Listen,
don't please
you're running
be
low
surprised.
on soldiers. It would be a damn good thing.
Mr.
And then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go and I wanted this. Look, if you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're
I
saying
said-
you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
with guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't
it doesn't
with
matter
me.
for you what
That
what
wasn't
this
with me.
means. It
That was
wasn't
with
you.
a guy named Biden who was not a smart person.
This
That
is
was
your-
that
this
was
is
with
your
Obama.
president. It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry.
It's going to be a tough deal to make,
Um,
because the attitudes have to change.
what if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do you do then? I understand that it's a
I mean, even Zelensky looks fucking freaked out right now in this moment. You know, obviously it looks like he's just absorbing whatever this reporter is trying to fucking throw at them, but he looks fucking freaked out, dude.
heated conversation right
What are
now.
you saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
Well, what if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now?
But they have
Okay?
broken
What if they
ceasefire.
broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia. The 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam. And he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe the world. I'm aligned with the world, and I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred, and I understand that, but I can tell you the other side isn't exactly in love with, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe. I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way. So that's the way it goes. All right, one more.
Just let's start from the beginning. Sure. First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now. But you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
You don't
God
know
bless.
that.
You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that.
That's exactly what you're doing.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
You will feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not
Mr.
in a good
Brown,
position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having
not
cards.
playing cards.
Right now, you don't.
I'm very
You're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're gambling
I'm the
with the
president
lives
in
of
war.
millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. That's back.
That's the part I was looking for. I was looking for the gambling with World War III part. Yo, what's up, Kamir? How you doing? You don't have the cards. You don't have the cards. What's up? How you doing? That's the part I was looking for. Like, fucking, you know, I am not informed as many of you are actually on not only where we're at with this situation, but also the history of it. But at the same time, I'm pretty realistic about what I think Ukraine's chances are of even possibly winning, quote, winning this war. And I don't think they don't have the cards. He said it. They don't have the cards. And you're gambling with World War III. Now, this was before Starmer put out that fucking, we're going to put boots on the ground in Ukraine fucking statement, right? Now, Starmer putting boots on the ground in Ukraine, that's fucking World War III kind of shit, dude. So, I don't know about you guys, but I don't want World War III. I don't think anybody else wants World War III. Boots on the ground in Ukraine, bad idea. Bad idea. You know, we just wrapped up Afghanistan. We're still all over the world in places we don't need to be. And we don't need to be going into a new fucking conflict. Period. The end. You know, and sometimes the good guy doesn't win. Right? Everybody's like, oh well, Ukraine, they got invaded. Yeah, they did. And it sucks. And it'd be great if they could fucking shove it up Putin's ass, right? That'd be fucking awesome. But they can't do it. They can't do it without us. They can't do it without NATO. If NATO withdrew, they'd be fucked. And we would just all watch them lose the war anyway. Sometimes fucking shit happens and just like the good guy doesn't win. It's all my debate on phone. I'm gonna check that out. Is that he has a VOD for that? I'm gonna have to check that out. Not tonight, no, because it's already like I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. So it's fucking 6:30 in the morning here. But I will watch that for sure. If there's a VOD, there's got to be a VOD for it, I imagine. So yeah. You blokes were all head over heels. I never was. I never like I treated Ukraine fucking Russia like I treat Israel Palestine. Just fucking no. I'm not touching it. I'm not informed enough to have an opinion on it. But if I had to give a surface level fucking, lukewarm take about what I think about this conflict, I would just think that Ukraine does not have a path to victory. I don't even think they have a path to victory with us. I think Russia will figure out a way to make this last as long as he needs to. If he needs to pool more resources from North Korea or China, he will do it and he will be successful. And it's just like, okay, well, how much more fucking blood on the Ukrainian part and treasure on the Western part are we going to pour into this? This is, we lose. We lose. You lose, Zelensky. NATO loses. Trump, or Putin gets fucking a chunk of Ukraine. But, we get a ceasefire and we can just fucking avoid this World War III shit. That seems like the best option right now. The ultimate option would be the good guy wins. The good guy wins. Yay. The people that didn't invade the other country, they win. They get to be the hero. But sometimes that just doesn't fucking happen, Anyways, how the fuck did we get on this? We were watching fucking Yonder or whatever. We were watching this shit before. Oh, I was talking about Skade. Yeah. So anyways, whatever. Yeah, whatever. So long story short, fucking when I first met Skade, I fucking could not stand him, and I'm actually, I enjoy that he's around and we have conversations once in a while. And I definitely enjoy that there's a lot of people that I respect and talk to that have difficult relationships with him, because it makes things interesting. You know, I'm hoping for those days where we all randomly end up in fucking Discord and it's like, oh shit, because it's been a while. I don't know. It's been a while, at least for me. I haven't been on Discord in a minute, but last year I was in Discord all the time talking fucking politics, and ever since I graduated school, I'm like, fuck Discord, fuck streaming, fuck all of this shit. So, tell the leftists to stop running from me, and I'll be around more. Yeah. Well, you know what we need to bring back? Here's what we need to bring back. We need to bring back the boss. We need to bring back the boss, and he needs to set up all the good debates. Me and Casey can have a rematch, right? We can get Maida and Skate in around. You know, we can get a classic Turbo versus PPG round going. We bring back the boss, dude. DB can get fucked. I don't even know what's going on with him. I mean, he's been. I want to send him a DM, but I figured like he has to have dropped off the face of the planet. I closed his Discord last night. No way, really? No way. Let me check. Is that a real thing? No, I see his Discord. Yeah. Oh, wait, you closed it like, oh, he got drafted? No way. What do you mean you closed it? I still see it here. Can I not post in it if I wanted to? Looks like it's still open. Streamers. Yeah, it looks like it's still open. Try to access any of the channels. I closed them all. Oh, okay. No, I can access them. Yeah, I'm looking at them. I don't know if I can post in them, but I can definitely at least look at them. There's one. There's one at the bottom. The streamers one, it looks like I can still post in it. So maybe you just missed that one, but the other ones maybe I can't. I think the other ones I can't. I think you just missed one. So the one that says streamers at the bottom of announcements, it looks like I could still post in there. I left it open there. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Did he really get drafted? Is that what happened? No fucking way he actually got drafted. Don't tell me that the boss is fucking fighting for Vladimir Putin right now. Are you fucking kidding me? That's crazy. Holy shit. Basically got unofficial confirmation of it. Okay, gotcha. Wow, that's crazy. See, this is even more of a reason to fucking end this shit, okay? Even more of a reason to end this. I don't want to make light of somebody's fucking, horrible situation. We're talking about a Cypriot, right? He's from Cyprus. He should not be fucking fighting fucking Russian wars. Couldn't grow hair, for fuck's sake. Yeah. Well, I mean, I have that problem too. I do have hair still, but it's like just only on the sides. You can see, like on the top, I don't grow anything. On the sides, I have to shave it like every day or two. Although this portion, I have no problem growing hair on. He was like, Kairos, fucking wannabe. I have a great clip of Kairos from the other day. I think I think the only person that's seen it is Maida. Where is it? I have a great clip from Kairos from the other day. Kairos was going off on Asmongold. It was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. I'll show it to you now. Oh, Kairos. Speaking of which, Kairos is on right now. Where was it? Where? Okay. Boom, boom. Mm, mm, mm. Yep. Oh no, that's the skate clip. That's the skate clip. Where's the Mida clip? There it is. Or the Kairos clip. Failed to determine content classification. Does that not work now? What? Maybe it'll work here.
So present in the.
Yeah, it'll work here. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. So Kairos was going off on Asmongold. This was great. This was great.
So present in the political science curriculum, but it's not. I didn't take like an actual official political science.
I heard that it got blocked. And there should be? Yeah, they should be. And I support this completely.
Yeah, because you're anti-Western. Because you're anti-Western. Because when you say Western, you don't say the legal artifacts created in the West or respected in the West. You're not talking about the values in terms of like democratic, cultural, philosophical values. You're talking about being a fucking cracker. That's what being a Western is to you. Being a cracker, eating pork chop, eating fucking.
Being a cracker, eating pork chop. That's great. This is like an all-time fucking. I mean, I will say I want to go over this VOD. I asked him if I could. I was like, hey, do you mind if I fucking go over this VOD? You know, just because I want to get this Asmongold stuff is fucking, content gold, and he was cool with it. But I just made this clip. And it's just fucking great. Like, you're talking about being a cracker, eating pork chop, eating Doritos, eating French fries, being a Westerner. You know.
I didn't take like an actual official political science.
I heard that it got blocked. And there should be? Yeah, they should be. And I support this completely.
Yeah, because you're anti-Western. Because you're anti-Western. Because when you say Western, you don't say the legal artifacts created in the West or respected in the West. You're not talking about the values in terms of like democratic, cultural, philosophical values. You're talking about being a fucking cracker. That's what being a Western is to you. Being a cracker, eating pork chop, eating fucking pledging allegiance to the flag, speaking English, not being Jewish, being a Christian. That's what being a Westerner is to you. Wait, my dog's.
And then his dog started tearing up his apartment. It was great. It was amazing. I know. Salty loves Kairos. Salty and Kairos are like best buds. Real wise of Twitch. I support making the whole world use English instead of making each other learn neighbor's language or majority language where we live. There you go. There you go. I called Kairos out on his criticisms of anti-freedom of speech, saying it's kind of ironic that he calls out people for doing it when he's openly against freedom of speech. Yeah, I mean, Skate has some similar things to say about Kairos too. I don't know. Kairos is like, you know, I've had several conversations with Kairos, many of which are infamous for the whole "would you rather live in North Korea or America?" And you know, you can imagine where that answer went from his perspective. So, but Skate disagrees with Kairos because Skate's a lot like PPG, just like a red fascist. I'll trust your judgment on that. I called Kairos on his inability to get a single point across. His response was to try to belittle me to chat. Girly Bear gifted me a sub immediately, and he went batshit crazy. Amazing. Amazing. Yeah, he probably felt like he was being, you know, set up, you know. If that's the case, if that scenario is playing out the way I'm imagining it played out, he probably felt like he was being kind of set up there a little bit. Language charges are a big part of Ukraine issue. We should not impose language uses on others, more restrict minority using the language, but instead bring a third language in our communication. Okay. Hey. You do you, boo. You do you. I cannot speak to the language constraints of Ukraine, so. 4 people. Girly Bear was his mod. Oh, really? Really? Oh. Oh, wait, Girly Bear. Who am I thinking of? Who was the other chick? There was another chick. Who was the other chick? That's Girly Bear. There's Ophelia. Who was like the leftist? I think she's a lesbian. Who's the leftist lesbian streamer? I want to say she was like a mod too. Kairos is Ancom. He's lower left, and while people like PPG and Skate are upper. Yeah. They're definitely Yeah, I think that's probably pretty accurate, Mida. Girly Bear is like Grumple mod in every chat for some reason. Yeah, but who was the other one? There was look, I know Girly Bear and I know Tiger Girl. Or was Girly Bear who I'm thinking? There was like a streamer who was like a British leftist lesbian that I think lesbian hot sauce. Yeah, there it was. Yeah. It's probably That's exactly what I was thinking of. Okay. Yeah, LHS. Yeah. Is she still around? Is she still knocking about, or? Yeah, what's up, Panda? How you doing? Yeah, lesbian hot sauce. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, that's who I was thinking of. I didn't know Girly Bear modded for Kairos though. Chilling. Just enjoying the company. I got a good group. I got a good group in chat right now, so we're just kind of we're taking trips down memory lane right now. Talking about some old school fucking debate drama in the lower orbit of Twitch poll. Got through storms last night? Okay. Storms. Where were you? I knew there was I think there was storms in the southeast. Are you in the southeast? I remember seeing like a weather report where like there was some storms moving through Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and into Florida. Midwest? Oh, okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, well, I think this Yondir thing, I think I got, maybe not the full scope, but I think in terms of, Casey wanted me to have a primer for the Yondir conversation. I think I have that. I think I have that. Oh, I forgot I have my cam off. There we go. Let's see, was there anything else here? Anything else here? What do we got? What do we got? Do a little bit more. I probably gotta sign off at some point here, but I figured we'd throw some more content your way, some more rage bait. Where's the rage bait at? Where's the rage bait at? Wait.
Britain restoring underlying values. And I want to bring back the British.
Oh, he started okay, so this Bruv UK. So Andrew Tate started a political party called Bruv. Britain Restoring Underlying Values, I think is the acronym.
Value of, there are so many patriotic British values to bring back, but I'm half American, half English. And I left America when I was 10 and I moved to the UK and I spent my teenage years in England. And I remember one of the first things I heard inside of a British school was, come on then. I remember thinking, what does that mean? What do you mean, come on then? But there was the British attitude of, come on, you want to try that with me? Come on. We've lost it. I don't know where it's gone. The only thing that seems to rally up the British patriots are football games, and they'll fight each other over a silly game. Where's our respect for our nation? Where's our respect for our homeland and our towns and our cities? Where's our respect for our culture and our language and all of our fantastic achievements? All of it's just gone down the drain somewhere. I don't know where it's gone, and it's truly saddening. Britain had a very diverse history. I'm not saying everything they've ever done has been perfect. I'm not saying they're saints. I'm saying that you could say the same thing about every single country on the planet. History is littered with good and bad deeds. This is how it goes. But you need to have something to latch onto. And if you were to go around the UK in nearly any town and try and find even 10 people who respect the flag, you'd fail. Britain restoring underlying values. And I
think the interesting thing about this video is that the person he's talking to, I think, is George Galloway, which I did not think would be like I don't know much about George Galloway, but I didn't think it seems like they would be like unlikely allies. I don't know why they would fucking figure that they would have anything in common to sit down and have a conversation about, but I don't know, maybe George Galloway is on his fucking Gavin Newsom arc or whatever. He's a fraud for not calling the Republic from his position. Are you talking about Andrew Tate, Malibu, or who are you talking about there? Oh, here's rage bait right here. Here's some rage bait right here. Everybody's favorite streamer, the king, the originator of Twitch poll. We wouldn't even have this kind of discourse if it wasn't for this man right here. This upstanding internet citizen.
There's probably like 4 or 5 things that the president's done so far that are like impeachment worthy. The tariff thing is absolutely impeachment worthy if we had a functioning government. Excuse me, you're trying to rewrite U.S. economic trade policy with
it's Salty's favorite guy right here.
The rest of the world on the back of a fake national emergency? No, you're out of here, dude. You gotta be, you're gonzo. That's it. That's insane. Why would you? No, we're not doing this. This is bullshit. If we're being like invaded by like actual MS-13 gangs, like the president has to have the ability to go down to the border and be like, hey, these guys, they're not allowed in while we figure out what the fuck is going on. Okay. But it shouldn't be like, we're going to ban all Muslims from coming in.
Yeah, he is. What is it? Wahido? What's the slur that they use for him? What, I think it was like Hassan used to say it. Is it Wahito? I forget what it was called. I forget what it was started with a G. I forget what it was though.
In this country while we figure out what the heck is going on. Well, excuse me, hold on. You're not supposed to be doing immigration policy, President. You're just supposed to be using like temporary national emergency powers as like the commander in chief, basically. And then same thing with tariffs as well. The president has the ability, if he declares a national emergency.
Gusano, that's what it was. Yeah.
To say, hey, there's an emergency here.
Yeah.
I'm also going to tariff these things for a temporary time because I'm trying to protect our country and keep us safe. Right. That's why he has to have the fentanyl problem in the north, because that gives him legal authority extended to him via the NEA, the National Emergencies Act, to enact those tariffs. But obviously,
just to be clear, Destiny's Start is a bit weak. There's actually 2 executive orders that Trump has passed that are impeachable, and they're actually being held as cases in the Supreme Court. There's got to be a million cases out there. I was just reading about one before the stream started where. I don't think it was impeachable, but it was at least like it was one of the executive orders that involved DEI that a Baltimore lower level district judge or something like that had implemented a block on that. I think 3 other higher level district judges lifted the block on. And that's just DEI. That's just DEI, let alone. How many fucking executive orders does he have in right now? I don't even know how many fucking executive actions or executive orders and legal actions are in the pipeline right now. I have no clue. But I know at least one of the DEIs actually survived the district courts and will be implemented because it was just lifted, or the block was lifted from I think the lower level district. This is not one of them? Yeah.
It's clear as day. We can all see he's not actually doing national emergency tariffing. He's doing economic policy by abusing powers from the National Emergency Act, right? There's probably like 4 or 5 things that the president has done so far that are like impeachment worthy. The tariff thing.
I just wanted to play that for Salty because I know that's like one of Salty's favorite guys on the planet. If he has 6,000 EOs, there needs to be more. Yeah, there we go. I sent you an image on Discord that explains why I don't get along. Let me see. What is that? Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. I wonder if Kairos is actually further north on the political compass, though. I mean, we're talking about. So I understand why you put Kairos so low, like lib left, but he also simps for North Korea. I'm wondering if he's actually a little bit higher up on the scale there. I can see Skade and PPG being up there. I think that's pretty accurate where you place them. But I think Kairos is actually a little bit higher because I just can't imagine somebody that simps for North Korea the way that Kairos has being that lib left. He's anti-West and not pro. Okay, yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Well, either way, I mean, it's very accurate. I'm definitely more on the auth right for sure. But I'm not like deep into the auth right. I'm probably actually. I'm somewhere in between authoritarianism, conservatism, and progressivism. I'm somewhere in that vector. Create a triangle between authoritarianism, conservatism, and progressivism, and I'm somewhere in there. Probably closer to authoritarianism and conservatism, but I'm somewhere in there. But yeah, I could see. Yeah, Skate and PPG. Yeah, that's right. That's definitely right for sure. What else we got here? What else we got? Oh, Canada. Is fucking Wampa still out there? You out there, Wampa? You're wrong, Legate? Why? Why am I wrong? Come here. What am I wrong about? I don't even know. First of all, what am I wrong about? And secondly, why am I wrong about it? Actually, let me see. I'll pull up the image. Let me see if I can pull up the image real quick. Canada join the EU. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull this image up. Okay. All right, so here we are. Okay. This is where we're at. I am let me see. Okay. Oh wait, why did that do that? I shouldn't have done that. There we go. Wait a minute. Okay, well, I was trying to capture my cursor. You can kind of see it on the top, but you can't see it. Like, whatever. So, right here between authoritarianism, conservatism, and progressivism, I'm somewhere in there. So, I'm probably anywhere between the peach and the pink. I think that's where I'm at, between the peach and the pink. But then you have Skate and PPG, right? And they're very off left towards National Socialism. Amazing. They're right there. Fuck USA, but Canada doesn't have to have that fighting mentality. Like, come here. I know how you feel about the USA. All right. Actually, you know what? In honor of how I know Khmer feels about the USA, I just want to play something real quick for him. Where is it? Yeah. This is Khmer. Listen, this is for you, Khmer. All right.
Drink till your fucking liver, check engine liver lights on, and show your titties. Fuck Carol Baskin!
Every butthole is worth getting inside.
Hide your wife, hide your kids. They showing them all. They showing all the titties.
The bad thing is we like to group people together. We group races, we group religions, we group nationalities, everything together. And the issue with that is, like we said, judge somebody for their character.
No, this is Missouri, Malibu. This is not Florida. This is Missouri.
See these titties? They're bigger than your mom's.
We're here live now at the Missouri Mud Fest in Poplar Bluff, Missouri, figuring out what the mud is going on.
Drink to.
All right, this is America. Come here. All right. So redneck again, exactly. Yeah. But just getting back to this, so you have Skate and PPG at National Socialism. You have yourself anywhere between left lib and liberalism, which is incredibly accurate. I think, yeah, that's for sure. I don't know if I'd put Skate near National Socialism, but I definitely would put PPG near National Socialism. I would put Skate somewhere. I think I put Skate a little lower. I don't know. I think PPG is probably more authoritarian than Skade. I mean, here's Kairos down here. You can see like way down, way down into anarcho-collectivist realm, the Ancom and Cole realm. You know, there's Kairos down there. I'm definitely between the peach and the pink. I'm definitely between authoritarianism and conservatism somewhere. That's definitely me. Skate is Maoist. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's Maoist. I mean, that's pretty off. That's pretty off. Put Conrad on the chart. Where's Conrad? I put Conrad probably a little bit higher up than me in the pink. He's probably somewhere between nationalism and traditionalism and conservatism is what I would say. I would say Conrad is like between nationalism, traditionalism, and conservatism. Probably. I think. I would definitely, yeah, I think that's where Conrad is. And also Shang. I think Shang's probably in that same realm too. Shang and Conrad are probably hanging out somewhere in the peach and pink vector, but way higher up than I am. I'm definitely between authoritarianism and conservatism, and you know, with a slight lean towards the progressive blue, slight lean. But Kairos being all the way down here. Kairos is all the way down here. Kairos is there. There's Maida. I think Casey... Where's Casey at? I think Casey's probably near Maida. Casey's probably in this Maida neighborhood somewhere. Kairos is a fake anarchist, is the new lib. I mean, there's Kairos right there. He's way down. Kairos is down here by ANCOM and anarcho-collectivists and anarcho-socialism. He's down there. He's way down there. Here's the question. Here's a question for everybody. All right, where would you put? Hold on, let me zoom out a little bit. Okay, where would you put the boss? Where would you put the boss here? The boss. You don't know who the boss is, Panda? TV's politically effectively identical to me. Okay. Yeah, probably. It's probably in that beige liberalism kind of, you know, sector. Pedophilism? No. Well, Chimera, I don't know. Maybe you have a special relationship with Boss, but, you know, I think we all know who we're talking about when we're talking about Boss. TB's about where Maida is. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. We did it live? Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Maybe TV's 9 values, text are almost identical. Okay. Yeah, you know what? I remember watching you and him have conversations, and you guys were like, I remember Boss being very like, yeah, you know, Maida is good. I like Maida. Maida he understands things. Yeah. We agree. Whereas I think like when Boss and I would have conversations, we would agree on certain things, but then I'd tell him I'm voting for Trump, and he'd be like, what the fuck? How the fuck is it that we agree on like these like 65 to 70% of things, and you're still telling me you're gonna vote for Trump? You know, what the fuck is that, dude? Does he still exist? Yeah, he's out there. Not in a internet streaming YouTube sense, but I was more left than TB. And he freaked out? No way. How the hell did you end up more left than TB? That's crazy. That's actually crazy. I love this though. Chimera's hating on Kairos. Kairos is a fake anarchist. It's the new lib. National communism. Interesting. That's more likely to me. Okay, Khmer's national communism. Where is national communism? Do I see that? Oh wait. National. Oh wow. Khmer, you're like super off left. Okay. You're telling me. So Khmer, you're telling me you're higher up than Skate and PPG? Boss is like a monarchist, but monarchy is the oligarchy. Okay. I was thinking about anarcho-monarchism today, actually. Or I guess like another way to phrase it would be like royalism. But obviously, like anarcho-monarchism is like a oxymoron, I guess would be one way to put it, but also like a meme. But apparently, J.R.R. Tolkien espouses anarcho-monarchism unironically, or espoused anarcho-monarchism unironically. So I'm wondering how to feel about that, because I think one of the things that people said about anarcho-monarchism was that every man a king is the saying in anarcho-monarchism. Every man a king. And there, I guess, like the rule about why it is anarchy or anarchist is that the only way to ensure that there is no state is that there is one king per province, or I guess whatever. I mean, it depends on how you structure it, but the king, having a king is the only way to ensure that there isn't a state, right? Meaning like the state would be multiple entities, multiple bureaucracies, a combination of all this bullshit stirred up in a pot and fucking forced onto the public. Whereas if you had one king, then you know exactly where to point to when all the problems need to be addressed, So I don't know. I mean, there's this mix of it being oxymoronic and a meme, but there's also like this, would that actually work? That kind of thing. Casey once said Skade was way more left than PPG. Maybe. But by left, you mean like libertarian, right? If we're looking at the scale here. I don't know. You know what? Maybe. I think Skade's a lot more accepting than... Well, actually, no, sorry. No, I think it's probably the other way around. I think PPG is probably more left. Because I've even called PPG out on that. Like when I asked PPG to describe his worldview in terms of like, not economics, but more sociocultural or political. When he would tell me his worldview, the first thing I thought of was, man, that sounds really fucking authoritarian. Like really authoritarian. and I thought, but in my mind, I had like this very basic understanding of left versus right dynamics, and I thought that anything involved on a left basis was very open and welcoming. But PPG, when he described his worldview, it was not open and welcoming at all, dude. PPG is very authoritarian. I know, that's what I'm saying. Like when he told me about like, what he thinks about, beyond economics, right? Remove economics from it and just and talk about anything that's sociocultural, political, anything beyond economics, right? You put that somewhere and just observe that. It was very authoritarian. Very. He wants to fucking up the age of consent to 25. which not even the women that were in that conversation agreed with him on. I think it was like Tiger Girl and Ophelia were like the two girls in there that were like, dude, you're fucking nuts, man. Because PPG, despite claiming he's not off left, is by definition off left. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. PPG is feminist and blue-haired radlib. Yeah. Only a national communist would say that. Only a national communist would say that. Oh, man. Who else? Who else? Who else can we try to put on the map here? Where would you put NOK? Where would you put NOK at? Give credit where credit's due. Whenever people asked about LGBT and issues in PPG and Skade, Space Salty was the only one to say they should ask me directly rather than implying or inferring info. Okay. Age of consent would change depending on the topic, right? I guess. But we were talking about like partnership and dating and intimacy and that kind of thing. So that's the context of how 25 years old the age of consent being came up was in that dating relationship context. So, but yeah, I mean, technically, I guess you're right, Panda. 17-year-old slips into the stream, and 3 weeks later, I thought she was 25. What are the good ideas PPG's has? He is pro-union and better working conditions. That is typical leftist or progressive take. He likes 20. Yeah, he does. He has a weird fascination with Gorp, I will say that. But even our current laws, underage can still. I mean, look, I didn't want to get hung up on this age of consent thing. I just mentioned it because it lended to the argument that PPG advocating for 25 being the age of consent would make him more authoritarian, but you know, whatever. I mean, you guys read into it what you want. NOK left libertarianism sounds right. Not sure exactly what it means though. Yeah. Okay, so you think that NOK is actually a little bit further southwest of Maida. Okay. Probably, I guess. I think maybe Maida's a little bit more favorable to capitalism than NOK would be. So maybe that makes sense, yeah. He was hitting on a chick who was 19 in a stream when shitting on me for my boyfriend at the time being 22. Yeah, exactly. He was shitting on me for fucking... I'll never forget this. We were talking about fucking dating, and I was like, look, I'm fucking in my early 40s. I have manageable debt. I have great income. I have a great job. I have no alimony, no child support, no previous marriage, no kids. I'm living the good life. And I just don't even think that I could find a chick in my age range that doesn't have fucking crazy drama or crazy ex-boyfriends or kids or debt or all kinds of crazy shit that I would have to onboard into my life. And I don't want to do that. So I'm thinking that the sweet spot for me is somewhere in the mid-20s. That to me seems like what I'm gonna pursue. Well, at the time I wasn't done with school, and I was like, now I'm done with school, so I can pursue dating and relationships. But at the time I was like, once I'm done with school, that would be where I would be in terms of dating. And yeah, he was like, no way. I mean, like we're just reaching the age of consent in my worldview at that point. And I'm like, okay. Just to be clear, I was 27 at the time. Yeah, no, I know you're good. Maida. But I think Casey's probably right in terms of NOK. He's definitely probably a little more southwest to Maida. Less favorable to capitalism. What about non-fawn? Where's non-fawn at? Where would you put non-fawn? More centrist? Okay. Yeah. He's non-fawn has his own chart. Yeah. Okay. I like it. Oh, what about Gorp? Gorp is probably in that light blue section there, libertarianism. Actually, he's somewhere between activism and libertarianism because he's been on a fucking major Palestine kick for the past fucking 2 years now, basically. So he's probably somewhere in that activism, libertarianism sector. He's a 14-year-old boy, yeah. Gorb is fake gay, fake black. There you go. Kamara's coming in with the correct takes, right? Gorb is definitely not black, that's for sure. Maybe he's black in spirit. Maybe he identifies as black. I actually had a post earlier today in a group that I'm in, and it's basically like a left versus right kind of social media group, and this is what I wrote in there. Where is it? Let me see. Yeah, okay. So this is what I wrote in the group. This is a very heated left versus right kind of group, right? And I wrote, a leftist is anyone who identifies as a leftist. I identify as a leftist. I am now a leftist. Welcome me to the cause with open arms, or else you have internalized left phobia, which according to me means you would be a bigot. If you are a bigot, that means I am oppressed. No, this is not some sort of feedback loop. This is my lived experience. My feelings are valid, and society should hold space for me. So, what does identifying as a leftist even mean? Well, that was the point. I don't even know what it would mean, but there's this whole concept of a blank is anyone who identifies as a blank, right? So I think like the most common interpretation of that is a woman is anyone who identifies as a woman, right? This circular definition kind of thing. Like shitposting on random discourse. Yeah, exactly. That's basically it. It to me, like honestly, it definitely sounds very shitposty. But all I really wanted was for somebody to explain to me why using circular definitions or circular logic is effective or acceptable. That's it. I didn't want to inspire a fucking firestorm in the comments of people just going, oh, fucking straw man, bad faith, fuck you, blah. I didn't care about that. I would just want somebody to explain to me why it's okay to use that kind of approach to understanding each other, or putting out into the world something about identifying as or identity in general. And doing a sip but with a question. What is that? That sounds salty. That sounds Australian. I don't even know how to interpret that. What is doing a sip? What is that? Leftist, a NASCAR driver. Yeah, there you go. What's up, Bong? How you doing? A to B, therefore B to A. Yeah, I mean, my point was like, what I wanted somebody to actually, this did come up in the comments, because when somebody replied to me, they said I wasn't allowed to do that because that's not how political identity works. And then I said, okay, that's fine. But are you saying to me that you can do that with gender, but you can't do that with politics? And they said, yes. Actually, what did they say? They said, what did they say? What did they say? Is that it? No, I don't think so. Is that it? Okay, yeah. Okay, so I'll just read it again real quick, because I'm gonna read this response that somebody gave me. So the original post was, a leftist is anyone who identifies as a leftist. I identify as a leftist. I am now a leftist. Welcome me to the cause with open arms, or else you have internalized leftphobia, which, according to me, means you would be a bigot. If you are a bigot, that means I am oppressed. No, this is not some sort of feedback loop. This is my lived experience. My feelings are valid, and society should hold space for me. And somebody wrote back, that's not how political identity works. Why are right-wingers always so dumb and not funny? And then I said, so it doesn't work for politics, but it does work for gender. And they said, correct. It's like you're kind of an idiot. But that's what I'd expect from a dumbass with a fake profile picture. Which I mean, my profile picture is not my face, but my profile is real. Did they say anything substantive after that? No, they didn't. But yeah, that was my point. My point was to try to inspire somebody to explain to me why you can do that with gender, but you can't do that with anything else. I didn't even like want to target. I wasn't meant to target gender. The point was you can put blanks between the identities and just say I identify as blank, or anything that identifies as anyone who identifies as blank is a blank, because whatever, whatever the fucking whatever the pattern is there. But to be frank, I woke up with a fit of Vosh rage and dropped a rant on their Reddit. There you go. What's the context of that? A to B, therefore, yeah. So Bong's actually kind of hitting on it there. I mean, that's I was doing that, but I wasn't doing that to like fucking yeah. I wasn't trying to poke the bear. I just wanted somebody to tell me why I can do that with some things, but I can't do that with other things. Like, so for example, if I just did something as stupid and simple as a black person is anyone who identifies as black, right? So there's that. Most people would be like, okay, well, if I just say that I identify as black, then that means I'm black. Most people would be like, no, that's wrong. People that have a grasp of what common sense is would say that's wrong. Leftists who are fucking really engaged in these kinds of fucking conversations would say, no, that's wrong because of whatever differences. I just want to know, what's the threshold? What can I identify as that would make me that thing? And what can I not identify as because it wouldn't make me that thing? What's the threshold? We do this for gender. Can we do this for race? A lot of people would say no. Most people would say no. Some weirdos would say yes. What about fucking, otherkin, right? If a wolf is anyone who identifies as a wolf, right? Well, I don't think that's accurate, but I think most people would not think that's accurate. There's some people that would. Sounds retarded. I identify as this, therefore I'm this. Well, I mean, you say that sounds retarded, but that is literally what people say the definition of a woman is. So, I mean, tell me what you think about that. Casey did the right thing. Criticizing Vosh is like criticizing Mida, TP, and Destiny. No, that's fucking bad, Khmer. You can't fucking lump Mida into all that. That's crazy. That's fucking nuts, dude. You'd be surprised how much the modern left is accepting of transracialism. I would, because I didn't know that was a thing. I would be surprised. Are they really accepting of transracialism? Are you talking about like Rachel Dolezal kind of stuff? Kind of concerning. I mean, look, the point of it is I just wanted to test what the limits are on that kind of thing. I don't want to piss anybody off. I eventually ended up pissing some people off. Some people got mad. It was not my intention. But I can't help how people feel about, something I say. Obviously, it was meant to be fucking tongue-in-cheek and really fucking stupid. But there are people out there that will literally define, something like woman as anyone who identifies as a woman. And even if I accepted that definition, even if I say, okay, that definition is totally fine, I don't think it's like completely unreasonable to say, okay, but do we do that with anything else? Or are there any other examples where that kind of identity assignment aligns with, something that doesn't involve gender? I think that's completely reasonable. That's not fucking unreasonable. Talk about white people identifying as black people and getting melanin injections, and most common one is called melanotin. Yeah. I don't know about that specifically, but I do know there was like this Swedish lady that had like one of those fucking kind of things. What was it? I think she was Swedish. I think she was Swedish. Yeah, this lady.
My next step is going to pump up my lips also. My eye color has changed, my eyebrow color has changed, and I can feel in myself that I'm changing to a black woman. I like the curves of black women, and I want to get them step by step.
Well, Martina is here now alongside her new husband, Michael. And good morning to both of you. Thank you for joining us here today. So, I mean, you look at the difference there. I mean, we have been following your story, and you were never comfortable with your natural appearance, the one you were born with.
I liked my natural blonde beauty, but also it's like tuning if boys get a new car, they start tuning, and then they say, oh, it's a nice result, let's find a matching piece, and then it's going to be more and more. And if you see the car they got and they have now,
so it's a work in progress.
Yeah.
But what was it that made you realize that you wanted to change?
At first, I only want to have Samaten, and this new medicine, they told us it is will protect the skin against the sun and will make more tan. But at this point, they didn't know that it will work really extreme. For me, it works really, really good.
So this is the melatonin injections, and this was your surgeon. They cost £170 ago. You've had 3, is that right, or more?
2 years ago, three. Michael and I had the same injections, the same amount at the same. Also 2 years ago, and a little bit other things, but also only 3 injections, and it working. The body is working itself.
This is it is no classical tanning.
All right, so I mean, we don't have to watch this whole thing, but long story short, this used to be a fucking blonde white Swedish lady that fucking got the injections and did some stuff with her hair, and now she's not a blonde white Swedish lady. She's still Swedish, I guess. She's still Swedish, at least on her passport or whatever. But this one's not fun. I think she is actually mentally ill. Oh, she definitely is. Yeah. Though apparently rich. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, she's. But here's the thing, Okay, so I'll agree with you. I'll agree with you on that. Now, where do we carry that concept into anything else? Right. Like if she said she was black, no one would think she's black. If she says I identify as black, well then, does that change things? That was the point of the post. The point of my post was the differentiation between being something and identifying as something. I wasn't even talking about, identifying as a leftist. I just used that as a vehicle to talk about identity, French fries aren't French. That's true. That's true, Bong. People do weird shit to make themselves look like lizards and stuff. Yeah, I've seen that. But the point is, are we at a point now where if you say I identify as something, does that mean you are that thing? You know, that was the point of my post. That's the point of what we're talking about right now. Even in terms of this lady or, you know, whatever, you know, my point is, if you identify as something, are you that thing? If we do that for certain things and we're okay with that, like we socially accept that, then if that's the case, then how far do we carry that concept into other neighborhoods and into other ideas about what it means to be whatever kind of thing that a human being can be? You know, that's all I'm saying. You know, I'm not trying to fucking, you know, fucking shit stir and provoke the bear. I am just genuinely intellectually curious about what people think about saying something like I identify as, therefore I am. How far are we going to carry that? Or how far does anybody carry that? You know, if I say I identify as, oh, actually, well, there's a good there's well, I don't know if it's good, but birthing. Yeah, this is it.
Michael, do you?
All right, so all right, brace yourselves. All right, this is Michael Knowles. Okay.
Michael, do you know what the leading cause of death for pregnant people is?
Pregnant people?
Mm-hmm.
Mothers? Women?
If you'd like to call them mothers, not all of them are mothers, but if you'd like to call them that,
What are they if they're not mothers?
they're pregnant people.
What people other than mothers are pregnant?
Does it bother you to use inclusive language?
Well,
It's just interesting
I
because-
prefer to use precise language.
It's interesting because you come into this conversation, you know, trying to hold this moral superiority, but then when I
try to
use-
be moral when I can, but I...
Right, but when I use inclusive language, which it only takes a couple extra syllables to use inclusive language,
To include
and
who?
it seems to include people who don't, identify as women but can become pregnant.
So, like a person who's born a woman and then identifies as a man
Mhm.
and is pregnant.
Yeah.
So you're telling me that in order to be a moral person, I need to accept the idea that a man, someone who is born a man and looks like a man, can really become a woman. That's a prerequisite of my being a moral person.
I mean, yes. To me, it is, because if you are trying to deny someone of their identity and deny what their life experience is, then that doesn't seem like a moral stance to me. I want to be accepting and I want to respect people's life experiences and respect the way that they want to identify and respect the way that they want to present themselves to the world.
Bronte, I would
Yes.
like to identify, I do identify actually,
Mhm.
as the correct person on this issue of abortion. I identify as being correct and more correct than you on this issue. And I would just ask that you accept and affirm my identity. Do you?
Well, you are not a medical professional, and abortion and pregnancy
No, I'm
is
just
a
talking about
medical
my identity.
concern. That's not your identity.
That is my, I promise you, that's my identity.
Do you remember when self-righteousness and judgmentalism?
All right, so it's probably getting into some fucking Christian shit here, but that was my point. You know, like my point was just to fucking provoke some dialogue about identity. Discord for 5 minutes. Yeah, sure. Yeah. What, yours? Yeah, well, I mean, it has to be yours. It's not mine. Mine's on lockdown. So, oh, yeah, I'll jump on yours. Let me see. Where you at? 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 Yeah, okay. I'm in there. Hold on 1 second. Looks like I'm not detecting any input from your mic. Hold on. Hold on, bud. Where's the audio? I haven't been on a Discord call in a minute. Nope, that's not the mic. There it is. Yo, can you hear me? Hold on. You probably can hear me, but I can't hear you.
Oh.
There you are. There you are. What's up, bud?
Oh, you must have like at least 15-second delay on that strip. It's like you were like you saw my message and reading it. It was like, oh, and it's like yours or mine. And I look down, you're already in my Discord. You're already in the main channel here. So I'm like, oh shoot, I'm behind.
Maybe. I think I have like low latency settings on my stream, so I don't know.
You know what? Now that I mention it, it might actually be me. I don't want to explain it, but yeah, it doesn't matter.
I'll just blame it on AI Satan.
Okay, so if the boss identifies as a Westerner, is he a Westerner?
I think so, but the thing is, like, you're asking me, right? We're not asking, we're not asking like what the textbook answer to that is. So you're asking me if boss identifies as a Westerner, does that make him a Westerner?
You are asking people about their thoughts on the thing, the logical. I'm just we're fleshing out your. So you think that sometimes that's true, or not? What's the fact of the matter?
No, that's no. I wouldn't state it the way that you stated it, because I can't relate to what it's like to identify as something. I don't go around. I don't say to myself that I identify as anything, nor do I tell anyone else that I identify as anything. So it's hard for me to grasp it because it's just something I never do.
But you do identify as things. I mean, you probably just like you see yourself in a certain way, and I mean, you probably identify yourself. I don't know, as masculine. I don't know. I'm just throwing.
Well,
let's
do something simpler.
I mean,
let's just go white. Let's go white. Right. I think that we can work around that a little bit easier. Now, if you asked me, are you white? I would say yes. If you asked me, do I identify as white? I wouldn't even know how to answer that, because it's just not, it's not built into the firmware. The way the Legate operating system implements its operations doesn't even incorporate or include anything about identity.
Well, we all have these attributes that we assign. We have that we think of ourselves in a certain way. So I just, even though you would never like state it as such, I mean, you.
Well,
does that make sense?
I mean,
like,
yeah, but I guess it does. I mean, all right, it doesn't not make sense, but I don't know how to vocalize that, or I don't know how to present that as an idea that's understandable to anyone else, but also to especially myself. I like, you're saying, yeah, you never say that, but you do have an identity. And the only answer that I can come up with is, I guess I do, because identity is a thing. But if I've never told myself this or told anyone else this, that I don't have the words to describe it,
Yeah. But okay, yeah, but just on some level, just like some attribute that maybe you think a lot about it, and I guess I do. I really identify, myself as I don't know, whatever that would be, an intellectual or whatever. I think the less I think that sort of like you are what you like identify as or something, like it's never really true. and it's more or less true the more physical like the statement is or whatever, like actual like tangible like physical or like is that obviously if the boss identifies as a black person, does that make him a black person?
I mean, if somebody were to ask me that, I would just say no outright. I mean, and the
Yeah.
only reason I would say that is because this is actually I have to attribute this to conversations I've had with Conrad, because we talked about national identity, and in the sense that we picked a couple scenarios and explored what they essentially mean to both of us. So one of the examples was, if I am an American service member in the U.S. military and I am stationed in Japan, and I marry a Japanese woman and I have children with her in Japan, are my kids Japanese? Now, my mind would be like, yes, they're born in Japan, they're raised in Japan, and they have Japanese lineage. So everything there makes sense in terms of like, are they Japanese? But if I was already married when I was in the military and I brought my wife, my American, Anglo wife, to Japan with me and was stationed there and had white babies with her or whatever, and raised them in Japan, would they be Japanese? They definitely wouldn't be Japanese, or at least that was Conrad's answer. I had to think about it for a minute, and then I eventually agreed with Conrad. Now, in terms of how they identify, that's a completely other thing. But I know that at the very least, like if I had kids with a Japanese woman in Japan, and somebody asked me if my kids were Japanese, my technical answer would be, half. It would be half. But if somebody said, "Are your kids Japanese?" I'd be like, "Yeah, they're Japanese. They were raised, they come from Japanese lineage. They were born in Japan. They were raised in Japan."
And it would be the same if the white kids like that were just raised there and like only
No.
speak Japanese,
No.
and are Japanese citizens.
No, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be the
Still
same.
not.
It would be different. It would be if I brought my American wife to Japan because I was already married and I'm stationed in Japan, and her and I had kids and they were born in Japan and they went to Japanese schools and they had Japanese friends. Would they be Japanese? My answer to that would be no, they're not Japanese, they're American. And I think Conrad's answer would also be that they are not Japanese. So I mean, obviously, we're exploring this little territory here, but how it relates to a question like, if the boss identified as black, does that make him black? Well, I just draw inspiration from that conversation I had with Conrad, and I would be like, no, I would just be like, look, if your identity is important to you, then I can respect that, but I'm just gonna stay quiet about whether or not you're actually black or not. I guess that's where I would land on that.
I liked how you landed there, because that was the real point of like coming in here, because I don't agree with that assertion of the woman, or you say you're a woman but you dress like, for example, you dress as a guy, you talk like a guy, you have a guy name, but you're a woman. That doesn't, I don't understand. But
wait, hold on. Before we move on from that, I just want to I want to focus on one thing. I understand what you're talking about when you say that, but that's not what's important to me. What's important to me is that's not how language typically works. This whole a thing is anything or anyone who identifies as that thing or that one, right? I'm more concerned about the way we use language. And if we do that with other things, then that's fine. If you can show me how we do that with language, if an orangutan is any mammal that identifies as an orangutan, great. If you can explain to me why that makes sense, then I can apply that to other things. But if we only use it for that one thing and we don't use it for anything else, then I need to understand why we only use it for that thing. Why is it important that that thing stays the way it is, and we don't use it for anything else.
Oh, hold on. I think you might have misunderstood me. I'm saying that if you told me tomorrow that you identify as a woman, I believe you still wouldn't be a woman. To be clear, that I don't buy the logic. Same.
Wait, say
You
that
pick
again.
that up?
No, say it again.
Yeah, if you said you identify as a woman tomorrow, I don't believe that would make you a woman.
Right.
Right. Right. That's correct. Okay. But I also don't care that much, and it's like that's where the really thing. I don't. Yeah, the part where like, okay, the boss he identifies as black. Well, okay, well, well, I think it works better with the woman thing. Yeah, like I'll you want her or she, like that's fine or whatever. I don't care. Like if we want to be technical, and I don't want to get too into the definition of a woman, but someone just simply stating it or thinking it, like that doesn't quite reach it for me or whatever. But at the same time, does it matter that much? Because
Well, yeah,
I'm
but
not
I
gonna be
mean,
rude
yeah,
to
but the
you.
thing is that you did this earlier when I asked you, if you hate furries, are you a bigot? You did the same thing where it's like, well, I mean, how many furries do you run into on a daily basis? I mean, like, just because you don't think about this kind of thing, that it doesn't mean like because the percentages are so low that this would ever affect your life. Then why should we even think about this?
That wasn't my
And
furry argument, though. Oh, well, I said that we're stretching the word bigot is all I said there.
Right.
The answer
You're
is
right.
no.
You're right. You're right.
And the answer is no for me because you're at least you're not liking them because of like I don't know some sort of life decision or something. I don't know. That wouldn't make you a bigot or whatever. But and also this bigot, I can see why someone might not like furries, but but that's not the same as someone like not liking black people or whatever. But for me, these are two way different things. Like. Yeah,
Right.
One is obviously more of a choice than the other one. So,
okay.
so I didn't do that earlier. But what was your problem with my assertion?
Well, I mean,
yeah,
but that was the bigot furry thing. I mean, like I would want to reserve that for another conversation because I don't think it doesn't directly tie to what we're talking about right now. It was just like a tangential example of something that might be somewhat related, but
it's like the people that are like that concerned about what someone like is or why are we that concerned about whether someone is or isn't or woman just like generally like if we're talking about specifics like that's where I'm a little bit more interested in the conversation or whatever, but it's just like okay, well you swim in the women's sports and like no you can't or whatever like or participate but but I'm so much. But what we're talking about is like I think the people that are just like generally focused on this idea, like it doesn't bother me that much. Like that, it's not that I disagree with the logic of that left or whatever of the left in when they say that when some of them say that. But I'm also like I don't. It doesn't keep me up at night. I don't think about it. That I don't. It actually matters to me like zero. Like it's actually zero.
It keeps me up at night.
And
also zero. Also zero.
But you were thinking about it. Yeah, you were thinking.
No, I mean I don't lose sleep over this, but I am curious as to how much this might bleed into anything else. Right, like so. For example, let me hopefully try to, put it to where the rubber meets the road. So recently there was an executive order where, well, there was a lot of executive orders, obviously, but one of them was like DEI stuff, right? The government's getting rid of DEI. One of the executive orders that also went through that was related to DEI is that contractors have to adhere to the same federal principles regarding DEI. Now, I am a federal contractor, so that means, as long as this executive order doesn't get blocked by any district judges and can move through the system in a way where nothing is impeding it, then identity creeps into the process at my job. Right now, Now, I will say it does in a good way for me because I'm just a cis hetero white male, right? So I don't have much to worry about if my company's getting rid of DEI stuff because of government policies. But what about all the other people that had jobs or had status or had positions of employment that were based on identity because of DEI initiatives that my company was involved in? Do they do they deserve any protections because of how they identify based on principles and policies that were in place before executive orders were in action?
Did you watch the Sam Cedar debate recently, where they talked about DEI sort of over and over again when he was like debating like
You talking
20
about
conservatives, whatever?
was it the Jubilee one?
Yeah.
I didn't watch it, but I saw a little couple clips of it.
He went over and all over and over that DEIA, like on the federal level, like there's no quotas to be had or anything like that. It's more about you need to diversify your, like, who knows about a job, where do you send the notices of a job, who's applying for, like you need to diversify the ensure the diversification of applications, as well as paying interns, so it's not just like, you know, rich kids go intern at blah 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 Washington blah 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 or whatever. So like there's no actually quotas. If we're talking about DEIA, you know, the federal thing, it's not like it's not the, what's the thing with the college that got thrown out a couple years ago, with the college quotas with race and sex.
Oh, that was like. Well, I mean, you're talking about like just general affirmative action.
Affirmative action, yeah. It's not affirmative action. There's no quotas. There's no percentages. There's no have to like on the hiring side. So I just wanted to correct that there's a lot of like little stuff in the DEIA laws or whatever, but there's nothing like that you need to hire. You need to hire 2 black people or anything like that. So.
Well, whether there was or there wasn't, let's just even go with let's just even go with it wasn't. Companies still make decisions based on DEI stuff, even if we're not talking about the government.
Yeah, that's probably more true. Yeah.
Right? Yeah. I know it's true because my company is fucking the most fucking woke company that ever was. Believe me. And I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just like, you know, we have to do a lot of like fucking diversity training and all kinds of stuff and whatever. I'm used to it because we had to do it in the Army as well. So, but my point is, regardless of what you think about diversity, equity, or inclusion, there is still the matter of somebody identifying as something that might qualify as being diverse or equitable or inclusive. Right. So so for example, I know Maida has some Native American heritage, right? And, you know, and I know Maida I think Maida told me like he had to go through a lot of rigmarole to prove essentially that he had this kind of like Native American background in order to.
We got a little Pocahontas situation going on.
kind of a little bit. He had to Elizabeth Warren his way into some things that he needed to take care of. Now, I don't know how Maida accomplished that, but regardless of how he did, if you identify as something and that makes you that thing, do you qualify for the things that identity typically qualifies for?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't think.
Yeah, look, even Maida said the only way I was able to get acknowledgement by my tribe is because I had to send in my blood.
Rip. Yeah, obviously, I don't agree with this idea of I don't
I mean,
know, certain
I
identity
think
getting
what I
hired
was
and
I
the
think
person not.
I think what I was trying to delineate there is that, you know, it's one thing if somebody identifies one way, and it all that really is involved is whether or not you and I accept what that thing is. It's a completely other thing if it involves you know, benefits or systems or anything where someone would have to essentially put in the time and the work to essentially prove that they are that thing, to qualify for whatever it is that identity would normally get if they didn't have to prove it, right? So if it was, you know, if you know, like, so for example, I don't have to prove that I'm a veteran other than giving you my DD 214. My DD 214 is Department of Defense Form 214, which is my official acknowledgement that the, you know, the military has said you're a civilian now. That's that's the get out of military slavery jail free card. Basically, it's a piece of paper that is magical to anybody that's ever been in the military. Once you actually hold it in your hands, you feel like you are finally free. And so I don't have to prove that. If I told you I'm a veteran, what would you say?
I'd say cool.
Okay. What if I told you I identify as a veteran?
I'd pause for a second, and then I would say cool.
Okay. And what if I said you should pay higher taxes because I think that my disability payments should be higher because I'm a veteran? What would you say?
If you're talking to rich people, I think I agree with you.
I'm talking to you.
I'm
talking to you.
No, I'm saying that. Wait, you want me to pay higher taxes?
If I told you that I think that you should pay more taxes because I deserve higher disability payments because I'm a veteran, what would you say? Let's just say you would say maybe. Let's say fucking let's just say that, like, that kind of makes sense to you. Now let me say that you should pay higher taxes because I identify as a veteran who is disabled. What would you say?
I think that we have.
Would you think that is
No.
the exact same thing as me telling you I think you should pay higher taxes because I'm a disabled veteran? Would you think those are both the same thing, or would you be like,
different.
yeah, it's different, right? So
we pay disability to those who we sort of communally agree are disabled as a society. Like, we have thresholds.
Right.
Sorry, a lot of people think they're disabled and get denied. So.
Right.
Most,
Okay. Yeah. Throw out all the veteran stuff, and let's just say, if I told you I'm disabled, what would you say?
Are we assuming you're not disabled, or what's happening? Or you're just throwing that out there?
You and I just, we have mutual friends, and we both got to a party, and your friend introduced you to me, and because they're mutual friends, we should meet, right? So your friend and my friend introduced us to each other, and you said, hey, I'm Casey, I'm a developer and a streamer, and I'm just generally enjoy life. And I said, okay, hey, I'm Legate, and I also stream. I'm not a developer, but I'm interested in development, and I'm disabled. What would you say? I mean, you already know where I'm going with this, so.
No, I don't. I don't know you. I don't know. I have no idea where you're going with this.
All right, where I was going with this was, all right, well, imagine a completely different scenario where everything's the same, except I end the greeting with, and I identify as disabled. Yeah, you would have a short pause, which you wouldn't have had if I just told you I'm disabled.
So it's a strange thing to say.
It's a strange thing to say, right? So my point is, so if that's the case, do we do that, even if it's like, oh, well, it doesn't affect me, my day-to-day life, I don't lose any sleep over it, so why should I fucking even think about it, blah blah blah. Well, no, now I'm disabled. And then you talk to me and you're like, "Oh, I'm a veteran. Also, I'm a disabled veteran. So now I want you to pay higher taxes." Well, that affects you, right? You have to pay higher taxes.
Well, I'm playing the same logic though. I said earlier, yeah, I don't care you identify as disabled, but until you apply for disability or try to, when you apply to something that is for disabled people, we'll evaluate whether you are or not. You want to play on the women's team? Well, as a society, we've sort of saying, but right now it's like, nah, you sort of more closer to that other. You're sort of having the physiology closer to the other side or whatever. Maybe you should play with it.
Okay, well let's do this then. And I look, I'm not trying to bust your balls about this. This is just experiment. We're just kind of exploring this space real quick. If I said to you I'm disabled, you'd probably just kind of like say okay and accept that and just move on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What if I told you I was a cat?
Meow. I mean, that's. I would say.
Would you just accept it and move on?
We don't. Your cat. I would accept that you identify as a cat and move on.
I didn't say I identify as a cat. I said I am a cat.
Oh, you did. Yeah, but I interpret that as you identifying as a cat.
See, this is why I think that this is even if I'm wrong about all this, I still think this is at least worth talking about because we just discovered something there. I just told you I am a cat, and you just assumed that I'm identifying as a cat, and I'm saying no, I am a cat, right? And regardless of how stupid that fucking example is, it still relates back to the original point of do we do this with anything else? Do we do this with anything else where it's like, well, I identify as this, so that means that I am that. I have no problem with trans people. I wouldn't go around saying I'm an ally or anything, but like the real crux of this is like, or what I would call like maybe like a patient zero or ground zero of this is, the common trope is, a woman is someone who identifies as a woman. That's where this whole conversation starts, and then it just mutates from there. And all I'm doing is mutating it to see what happens. Like we're just in a lab and we're kind of like just putting things in a petri dish and watching the germs kind of like extend their arms out and see, whether or not we're going to create some kind of Frankenstein monster, or if nothing happens and we never had to worry to begin with. Right. Now, I'm not saying we're going to arrive at a concrete answer also, but I do think it's at least interesting to explore whether or not we would do this with anything else. Like, so for example, if I grew up Christian and I told you that I'm a Muslim, would you just think that I identify as a Muslim, or would you think I'm just lying to you?
You grew up Christian and you identify as a Muslim?
Yeah, if I told you that I went to Catholic school my entire life, but I'm a Muslim,
I think it's actually possible to have done that. I don't know.
Oh, so that's
okay.
So you would think that is possible?
Yes.
Okay. Why? Why would you think that's possible?
You can convert to Islam.
Oh, okay, right. So there's an avenue, there's a path to that lifestyle. There's a potential or possible path to that lifestyle.
Yeah, to rewind on a disability. So someone says they're disabled or they identify as disabled. It's like I don't think many people are going to try to go out of the way and like make it. Think it's important that this person that we all understand that person over there is not disabled, or even if they went and tried to get and got evaluated and like they didn't meet the criteria or whatever, and it's like that when the rubber hit the road, it's like no, you didn't meet our criteria. But at the same time, I think that no one would be going after that person, like, for identifying as such or whatever.
You know what? I'll just grant you that. I'll just grant you that. Are you saying that you hold certain criteria for certain categories of people? There's kind of like some check boxes that exist in Casey's world, where it's like when Casey meets somebody and they start talking about themselves, as of course, obviously in the course of over the course of an organic conversation, no one would just say like, I identify as fucking Z-Zero, or fucking I identify as a fucking a beaver, or like no one does that, right? But in the course of organic conversation, we all typically have like a bunch of subconscious check boxes that we would just observe and say, okay, check. Okay, I can kind of put this person together. Right, so you have that, basically. I would say that I do. I would definitely say that I do. I think anybody.
If I understand what you're saying, then it's yeah.
Right. So if somebody came up to you and presented as someone who didn't check any of those boxes, but everything that they were telling you should check off those boxes, how do you handle that?
Like they are, like they're trying. Like, give me an example.
Yeah. Let's say I am not Legate. Let's say I am Lisa, and I walk up to you and I say, "Hi, my name's Lisa, and I'm 22, and I grew up in Saudi Arabia, and I'm really passionate about progressive politics." Now, you're looking at me, and you're looking at a early 40s, male-presenting, beard-having, non-Saudi Arabian originating person.
Yeah, I'd say it's some interesting life you've lived there, Lisa.
That's what you would say.
I mean, that's probably exactly what I would say. But I mean, there are things that are like more white and black than other things.
I mean, look. I mean, the point of me even giving that example is to just forget the identity stuff. If someone was bold-faced lying to you, like just fucking outright lying to you, forget identity. Let's just say they're a fucking, a fucking con man, and they're just fucking lying to you. Would you call them out on it, or would you be like, well, you sound like you've lived an interesting life, What would you do?
I would call them out on it if they're things that are obviously
okay
false. And
so why would you make that determination? Why, like, would you call them out on it because you think they're a liar, or because you think they're wrong about their identity?
Because they're a liar. They're not. If they, I would say that they're being bad. They're being bad faith, or they're being they're saying things that even they know isn't true.
How do you know that they don't know that it's true? How do you know that?
Well,
I mean, you're assuming.
This is what I'm thinking. In this
you're making
situation.
You're making an incredibly educated guess, and you would be right. But it would be risky to approach that course of conversation in the context of this person's a liar and I'm just going to call them out on it.
You threw out the idea that they were a con man of some sort, so.
Right. Yeah.
I would.
Right. Well, yeah, but I'm telling you that they're a con man, but I'm not saying that they're a con man. I'm saying that Legate walked up to you and said, they're a 22-year-old woman from Saudi Arabia who loves progressive values, right? which is the complete fucking opposite of who I am. And I'm, in the context of this example, I'm telling you they're a con man, but I'm also telling you that you don't know that they're a con man. You just know that you're talking to someone who looks like someone in their 40s with a beard and is white and is probably not progressive.
But there's so much there's so much baked into your analogy or whatever.
Yeah, that's the
that,
point. I'm baking.
The idea that can someone that is born a male become a woman?
I mean, if I was friends with Buck Angel, and both Buck Angel and I approached you at a party and introduced ourselves to you, you wouldn't look at Buck Angel and say that's definitely a female. You would look at both of us and be like, that's two bald dudes with beards that look old. That's what you would say. Or you would think that.
Yes.
Right. I don't know. I was hoping that analogy would answer your question.
Well, I didn't quite, because, you were giving examples of, you were saying things that, and you would say that, like, these are things that are obviously, that I'm looking at it and it's like, this isn't true or whatever. This is obvious. That can't be true, or that's not true.
All right. Well,
like things that I would very strongly think that's not true. So then I asked you, like, is it? I just asked, like, if it's possible for someone who's born so because you're sort of inferring that someone who is like trans or something, like the idea of them being a woman or whatever, like it is on the same level as the boss being black, or like do you see these? Do you see those two things as an equal, as in like true, like as being able to say?
I understand why you think that I'm inferring that. The direct analogy between like me coming up to you and presenting as a 22-year-old female progressive from Saudi Arabia, and then also saying like, well, then there's also this guy over here who's the boss and he's black, right? I understand the dynamic that you can draw there and understand why those would be different. What I guess, like, let me zoom out. Let me fucking like zoom out to like Earth's orbit, and we're not in the nuance. We're not fucking busting out the telescope. We're chilling on the satellite, looking at the entire picture. Do you think that it's better to just acknowledge somebody's identity because it's easier?
Yes.
Okay. It's easier for who? For you or for them?
For both. But we're assuming we're not in a situation where, they're obviously have male physiology trying to swim with the women or something, and then I would say no. But
okay,
given no other pressure or no other consequence, then of course
even if I acknowledged that in that case it would be easier, or in general it would be easier, is there any situations where it would still be easy, but you would encounter some kind of internal friction about observing that identity? Meaning you can go about your day, right? You're not going to lose any sleep over this. You met somebody, they said they were who they were, or they said they identify as this, and it would be just easier to just be like, okay, cool, because they get some peace of mind that their identity is affirmed, and also you don't have to deal with the complexities of fucking questioning everything about them, even if that was the case. And honestly, I'm not even saying you're wrong about that, because I mean, there's probably some situations where I would do that too. I'm not trying to be a perfect person here. Okay, I'm probably in the same neighborhood as you with some of this stuff. But what I'm saying is there any situations where you would wrestle with it more for whatever reason, where you would be like, wait a minute, okay, no, fuck that, that's bullshit. You know, you just told me you were something or you identify something, and I'm just gonna be like, no, fuck that. Like normally I would just be like, okay, cool, and we would just go about our day. But with this, I'm just like, no, I'm not doing this. Is there any situation where that might come up?
Well, there's two parts of this because it's like again, like someone who's like just out or like you saying that you identify as a woman or something like yeah, internally I'm thinking like, all right, bro.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing.
But that's
You're
not,
no. Here's the thing. You're asking me to explore the situation for you. I'm asking you to explore the situation for yourself. Is there any if I agreed with you that would be a better approach to dealing with some people that might have an identity quality about them where, you know, let's just agree. Let's agree to agree about whatever it is that we're talking about now, about this person's identity, and we'll just be friendly and then you know, no one loses sleep over this. Right? And so there's that situation, which I do agree with you on. But then there's something where it's like, if somebody just comes up to you and says either I am this, or even if they say I identify as this, and you're just like, no, no. You know, I'm not saying you're going to sit there and argue with them, but you're not just going to sit there and be like, okay, well, yeah, to make things easier, I'm just going to say, yes, you are that thing, or your identity is valid. Is there any situation that you would imagine for yourself that you would be like, no, fuck you. No, fuck that. Let me try to make it relatable. Let me try to make it relatable. Let's say you're at a party and Ben Shapiro walks up to you, and Ben Shapiro says, "Hey Casey, what's up? My name's Ben, and I'm incredible. I identify as, you know, incredibly sympathetic to the Palestinian plight."
Ben Shapiro?
Yes.
Well, I would have some questions for him.
Oh, so now you would have some questions, right? You're not gonna just fucking say, okay, well, I guess let's just make this easier for both of us, and I'll just move on with my day. You're not gonna do that. There would be. I mean, obviously, I'm taking this to an incredible extreme to force this out of you, but I'm just using it as an example that if I can find one case, then you know there might be some other cases that exist out there, right? Possibly.
So in that situation, that's a subject I feel very strongly about, and he is someone who has advocated for one side, and all of a sudden he says he's not on that, he's on the other side than that, and
right.
Then,
I mean,
yeah, I'm
was
interested in that. I have a personal interest in that. That affects me. I don't want him to like gain anything from lying here about this. Like he might be hurting. He might be getting out of some situation or whatever. But again, or whatever it is, or some. It doesn't matter. That's like.
Well, look, you're obviously wrestling this a lot more than if somebody said I'm a woman and they don't look like a woman, because you would just probably just say okay and move on. But this is something you wrestle with, and I'm not using this as like I gotcha. You're pinned down and you're put in a fucking corner, and I'm fucking hoping the ref just says you're fucking knocked out and I win the argument. I'm not using it as that. What I'm saying, I'm trying to use that to lead into something else, which is if Ben Shapiro came up to you and said, hey, my name's Ben and I'm very sympathetic to the plight of Palestinians, would you consider that his identity, or would you consider him a liar?
I know that he's lying.
Okay. Because you have some kind of forward knowledge about his inclinations.
However, I have to press you on this because it matters as far as like definitionally, because
yes.
if Ben can be if I believe Ben can become a pro-Palestine advocate, or that I know that is an actually literally impossible thing, to ever happen. Do you think that someone born a male can be quote unquote a woman?
No. No, but that doesn't.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean. But that doesn't mean that I wouldn't use, things like she/her pronouns or something like that. It would just depend. Like I've used this example. I've talked with NOK about this a lot. Where, wait, hold on a second. Conrad just came in. Conrad just did a sound alert. I can't even hear you. Yo, what's up? What's up, Conrad? How you doing? No, I wouldn't think they're a woman. But that doesn't mean I wouldn't use she/her pronouns for them. I would.
Okay, but that's a big thing because in my the way I define woman is different from female. These are for me. I define them as two different things.
Well, I mean, you cannot tease us all here with, well, that's not how I identify a woman, without telling us how you identify a woman.
Okay.
Or define, whatever.
Yes. I define a woman as nearly the way that nearly everyone else actually does, in that you know it when you see it. It's the hair, it's the makeup, it's the dress, it's
using the Supreme Court porn example.
Exactly. It's our high heels. It's we could boil it down to what we refer to as like feminine things, or things that it could be a per culture thing. Maybe women in a certain culture do a thing, or it's just like, you just see a person on the street and you think, oh, that's a woman or that's a man or whatever. And my question for like mostly conservatives about their definition of a woman, and have this folder full of women. Some are trans or some are not. And I asked them, is this a woman, or is this a woman, or is this woman? And like, if your definition, you can't look at a picture and tell if someone's a woman, like, and not even on the margins, but if you can just look at a picture and tell me if someone's a man or a woman, like, something's wrong with your definition. If no one you've ever met, if you haven't seen their genitals, then you don't know if they're a man or a woman. I would say that's a bad definition.
Do you think that trans women or trans allies would agree with you on your definition of a woman?
They don't.
Oh, okay.
They refer to me. Yeah, they don't. They would say I'm a trans medicalist.
Right. I was gonna say, yeah, that sounds very medically.
Yeah, where I think, the Gorp is a man, or a boy actually. But even though he was born a female, and again, that's and also my definition is also more like prescriptive. Like, there is no truth to the matter actually with the term, if we accept that woman is somewhat socially derived, and this is mostly a prescriptive argument. I'm mostly saying, like, well, it'd be better if this is how we define these things or whatever. Yeah, it's probably true. It's definitely true that traditionally in English, like,
that
words meant the same thing.
I mean, I will say that does change a lot. Like that puts me in a different ballpark in terms of understanding, where you're at. I mean, it's not that I don't understand. It's just it clarifies things. So like, for example, if Chris Chan walked up to you and said, "I'm a woman," even if you didn't say anything to Chris Chan about whether or not they're a woman, what would you at least think about whether or not Chris Chan is a woman?
I mean, I think Chris Chan could pass.
Chris Chan?
I don't know. Is an ugly woman?
I don't know, man. Have you seen Chris Chan lately?
No.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm leaning towards no. I'm leaning towards the not pass. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200 kind of thing. I mean, nothing against. Well, I mean, there's plenty to be against Chris Chan about, but nothing, in terms of gender identity, nothing against Chris Chan, but not passing.
But yeah, my definition, it's like, basically, if you're trying hard, then I say you made it.
And
if you're trying,
I'm in the same neighborhood. Like,
against you.
I had this came up, like, in real life. Like, so for example, I was at a party in Austin. Well, it's actually like several parties. I've actually met Blair White a few times at some parties in Austin with some friends of mine, and in the course of meeting Blair White, I did not refer to Blair White as Bill or he, or whatever, like that never even came up. Blair White is so passing that it even just makes sense to refer to her as she, her. Just it's like, wow, that's great job. Kudos, congratulations, because a lot of trans people wish, politics aside, a lot of trans people would wish they would be as passing as someone like Blair White. Same thing with like Buck Angel. That's like an accomplishment almost, or maybe even entirely. But if Chris Chan walked up to me and said I'm a woman, I'd just be like, I would be more like you. I'd just be like, okay, cool, yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay. So then
I would, and then I would just ask about Sonichu, and I just tell me about Sonichu. I would just I would distract from the gender conversation and just go right into something I'm more interested in. But, yeah, but I would at no point think that Chris Chan is a woman, And take it even further. I used to work on South Beach, and when I worked on South Beach, there was plenty of times where either a transgender woman or a drag queen. The drag queens were a little bit more easier to, clock because they're so. Yeah, I'm generalizing here, but they're so. They exaggerate womanhood so much that it's like, okay, not even biological females present as fucking extravagant as you are. It's like you're just coming in with fucking, the most ridiculous makeup and hair and shit like that, where it's like, I've never even seen that on someone that I know has a vagina, So the drag queens are a little bit easier to like clock, but I mean, in terms of transgender women, they would come into the bar and, as a bartender, you just treat everybody as a customer because you're there to make money. But there would be times where like a trans woman would come in and it's like, fuck. Okay, well, regardless of whether or not I might be struggling in terms of interpreting your gender, I'm still just going to call you she because that's what you're presenting as, and I'm not going to fucking break the social contract here because I need to pay my rent and I need to extract as much money from you as I possibly can.
And by the way, even if I was like feeling the transiest of all trans people, I would be so worried about being an ugly girl. Like I would be like, nah, I don't want to risk it. I don't, I'm sticking. But like more importantly, like again, I just find I find like you were inferring earlier that like there might be someone who's getting some advantage, just like quote unquote identifying as this or something like that. Right. I mean, I would consider that like we're maybe like a rubber hitting the road thing or whatever. We could certainly talk about that, but mine is something specific like that, and also I think probably I don't think that's and I don't think trans people are I don't think trans people are widely advantaged in society to my knowledge at all.
Yeah, but what does that mean though? Does that mean they get like social credit score points because, or some brownie points because they're marginalized, or?
I'm saying that the situation where someone is trans and is getting a bunch of like stuff or something, I don't know that to be a problem so existent to give it thought.
Okay.
So widespread or.
Okay, well, let me spin it a little bit. Let me spin it a little bit just to see how you react to it. If somebody walked up to you and said they are a dolphin, would you think that they're fucking with you, or would you think that they're mentally ill?
I know they're not the dolphin, so
Right.
there must be something.
Well, it's one of the two, right? They're either fucking with you or they're. I can't imagine a third scenario.
Right. I don't. This is quite not analogous for me because is because again, I think they were born a male, they could be a woman or whatever, or just trans woman. But,
I'm not even. I'm not
um,
even talking about human gender. I'm talking about if somebody
Okay.
walked up to you and said they were a dolphin, would you think they're lying to you, or would you think they're mentally ill? I mean, I think the real answer is, well, I would have to probably ask them a few more questions just to kind of gauge where they're at in terms of their actual
Sure.
their actual mental presence, But
But
then,
this is an analogy,
but then they said to you, I'm also an accountant. I live downtown, and I drive an Audi. And then you say to yourself, okay, well, you're dressed nice, and you're at this party, so you know some people, you've networked. So those things probably are at least minimally more true than you being a dolphin. So if you have enough sense to at least tell me the truth about what you do as an occupation and where you live and what kind of car you drive, then you're lying to me about the dolphin thing. You have to be lying to me about the dolphin thing, because those other things make sense. The way you're dressed, the people the people at this party. I can put some things together and say, okay, well, those things are true. But for some reason, you just told me you're a fucking dolphin. So you're just lying to me, which means you're fucking with me. But you wouldn't think that they're mentally ill because you put those other pieces of the puzzle together.
Okay. But this is an analogy, so I'm trying to connect it back.
Right. So connecting it back, that person walked up to you and said to you they were a dolphin and an accountant, and they live downtown and they drive an Audi, right? But what if somebody walked up to you and said, I identify as a dolphin and I'm an accountant and I live downtown and I drive an Audi? Would you think they're mentally ill? Would you think they're lying to you? Or would you, or do you see any difference between someone telling you that they are something or they identify as something?
Yeah, these are different things, but also.
Well, actually, you know what? Hold on, wait, hold on. Let's go to first principles here. First principles. We're gonna pull the Elon Musk card out here. We're going first principles. Has anyone ever actually in real life that you've met told you that they identify as whatever? It could be trans. It could be polyamorous. It could be fucking otherkin. Has anyone ever actually told you, hi, my name is, Luna, and I identify as blank? Or
I mean, I've been told that they're polyamorous, but they wouldn't use not by the
okay, then bad example. Has anybody ever told you, has said the words to you, I identify as, and then inserted an identity?
I don't think so.
Me either. No one's ever done that. Now, we both know that some people do say that. I mean, or at least online they say that. I don't know about in real life, but at least online they say that.
Yes.
Okay. So we can both probably agree that if we know that people would at least do it online, then there's probably there's a probability that there are people out there that would do that in person, in real life. They would say, I identify as.
Yeah, I'm sure that some people use that word in real life. Is that phrase?
How would you react to that if somebody said, I identify as? In a real life organic conversation, they said, I identify as a Capricorn, or I identify as a, whatever.
Brutal. That would be brutal. But
actually, hold on. Just marinate on that for a second. Engage the chat or whatever. I got to take a piss real quick, so I'll be right back. But give me 2 minutes.
Yeah, go.
All right. I'll be right back, guys.
Chat, I'm not going to engage you.
Okay. All right, I'm back. All right. Well,
Did you watch Chud Logic yesterday?
I well, normally when I'm normally when I'm watching Chud, I'm not actually watching Chud. I'm actually just listening to it while I'm working. So it depends on the time, because I have meetings throughout the day, and sometimes I have to, get out of the stream and just go into a meeting real quick. So it depends. But what was there may have been some content that I caught.
He was on one. He was raging on Mudahar. I don't know why.
Oh,
he
yeah.
Mudahar, but god damn, does he hate Mudahar? Man, does he? I don't know why. He's not even. Mudahar is like totally fucking bland. He's just I don't. And he's bland and safe. I don't know. I'm interested in. I got someone might have said something in chat like maybe they had some interactions or knew each other.
No, they did. They did recently. I don't know. There was like a video. Excuse me, like a video or 2 or 3 in the past that Mudahar. Maybe it was like an apology video that Mudahar eventually took down, or something. I don't know. The thing about the thing is, I enjoy being part of the Chud community, but when I'm in the streams, I'm kind of like just absorbing the drama in the moment, and then I just immediately brain dump it like right, as soon as the stream's over, I'm just like I completely forget about it. So if you asked me about like Mama Max or Bo Blacks or fucking all these other people that fucking have had drama over the course of the past year or two, I couldn't tell you the first thing about what their actual drama was. But I know that Chud had a conversation with Mudahar not that long ago, and if I remember correctly, it didn't go too well. But not in Mudahar's favor, and I just don't remember what it was about. It might have been about like I think he came out with like a Keffels video, I think, not too long ago. There's a few videos that he came out, and one of them was like this egregious kind of,
The Keffels one I remember because Buddha got accused of like the transphobia because of the thumbnail, and I don't think that, and I think that Chud should have likely would have agreed with Muda on
yeah.
Keffels. So, but
Chud doesn't give a fuck about a transphobic thumbnail. It's not him. No. He's not making the thumbnails. His editor DK is making all the thumbnails, and DK does what DK needs to do because he knows the algo and he knows YouTube. And
it was Muda's thumb. Muda was criticized for that.
Right, but I'm saying if there's anybody on the planet that's not going to criticize Muda for something like that, it's going to be Chud. So I think it was more of like the content of the video. I think that he had a problem with, but I don't remember. I saw a Muda video today. Actually, who was going over a Muda video? Who was going over it? Somebody was going over. Oh, it was Rezi. I was watching Rezi, I think, and Rezi was going over a Mudahar video from whatever it was today. But that's how I treat drama. I treat drama like if I'm watching somebody stream and it's about drama, I'm having fun in the moment, laughing at it and absorbing it. But once the stream's over, I brain dump it because it's just not worth taking up any kind of intellectual real estate. So I mean, there's a million dramas over the course of years between Chud and all the other streamers that are out there that I've definitely been in a stream and been like, yeah, that this is fun, this is funny, this is interesting, and I'm enjoying this, and then I just brain dump it the moment I'm done with the stream.
Yeah, it's just I think
except things like Mr. Girl. Like there's some dramas that stick around because they're just so they have so much gravity. Like the Mr. Girl drama was like ridiculous because Mr. Girl's just a very for all of his faults, he's definitely somebody that is hard to forget because he's fucking Mr. Girl. But but other bullshit dramas, I'm just like whatever.
Yeah, it was just like one of the most unfair I think I've ever seen Chud. He can be fair sometimes, a lot of times actually, but man, like, yeah, I feel like there must have been something personal there or something. Like,
Yeah. They had a pretty contentious conversation not too long ago. I want to say it's like in the past 6 months. I want to say. I just don't remember what it was about. But yeah, they definitely, because there's been times where he's gone over Mutahar videos, and I remember him saying like, he'll harken back to what that conversation was like, and it was not a pretty description. So they had that, but also it wasn't a falling out because they never were, they didn't even know each other until like Mutahar knows who Chud is because Chud covers drama, and it's like, okay, well, if you need to get a message out there, Chud would be a reliable person to just send a DM to and have a conversation with. But they didn't have a relationship. They didn't, they weren't like, they weren't panel buddies. They weren't, going around talking about fucking leftist politics, 2 years ago on a fucking, Prime Kais or whatever. They just, Mutahar's a fucking YouTuber and Chud's a streamer. So they just kind of cross paths, I guess, somehow, some way. But I don't know. I'm not sure. But I probably caught it. I just, like I said, I brain dump a lot of this shit. I had like fucking 4, 5, 6 meetings yesterday, so I don't even remember, which streams I did catch. Although I will say there's a great streamer out right now. Her name's The Mary Chu, like The Mary Chu, CHU, all one word. And she is like a British androgynous trans kind of non-political streamer. Like the only thing I've ever seen her touch is basically like trans discourse or non-binary discourse or anything involving LGBTQ kind of discourse. And she's like the only person that is streaming on a consistent basis right now that is making sense on a lot of topics involving that kind of subject. So I don't know if you caught her at all, but I would definitely put that in your. I would put that in your queue to check out at some point. Not that you would agree with her on anything, but it's definitely interesting to hear some kind of pushback and some contrast and some dissent from somebody that is within the community about. A lot of the topics that get discussed in any amount of trans or non-binary discourse that might be out there.
Well, I added her. Sounds like you're throwing me a pick me here, but that's fine. I watch a lot of people I don't like anyway. So
yeah. I don't even think you won't like her. She's totally chill. She's probably like a 68 viewer Andy. Streaming up between Twitch and YouTube. It's somewhere in that 50 to 70 neighborhood. And I've just been enjoying her streams because there hasn't been many people that have had the kind of takes that she has, or they. I'm not even sure. She's definitely in the she they neighborhood. I'm not sure exactly what her official pronouns are, but I'm just gonna go with she. She's got the takes that I've not heard these kind of takes. I'm so used to hearing fucking Demon Mama and fucking President Sunday and fucking like all these other people that have very they have takes that are very in line with the discourse, or at least the generally accepted discourse. And Mary Chu doesn't give a fuck about any of that, and it's very clear. You trust me, once you watch a couple streams, you'll be like, okay, I think I see what Legate was talking about there. So it's interesting. I'm not saying she says anything like negative or hateful, but what's interesting about it is that she can speak from an informed perspective, from somebody who is within the community, and still say, look, here's a bunch of things that make sense and I agree with them on, but the rest of this is just bullshit. And for the most part, the only other person I've ever heard do that, which I hate to admit, is fucking Destiny. I hate to admit it, but the only person I've ever fucking hear someone push back, for better or worse, in terms of anything gay, bi, lesbian, trans, androgynous, discourse related, is Destiny, and I think it's probably been for the worse for Destiny because I don't know how many allies he has left, especially after all the fucking bullshit he's put himself through.
The left has it's been a long time since the left considered Destiny left, but it's certainly like, especially like there's just a group of like the larger like trans community streamers or whatever. Like, yeah, they could use some new fucking voices in that shit. Like it's all the same narratives. They all go rip off each other. There's not a lot of pushback. You know, it's the the Anna Kasparian drama. Like she doesn't want to be called a birthing person, and it's like, and there's just like a group it's the group. It's Vosh. It's Keffels. It's forget her.
Yeah, what's up, Nader? How you doing,
points,
bud?
I think got it. Whatever. It deserves whatever. Not all of them are trans, and not many of them actually.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's that group that it's just like, it's like, oh no, this is the narrative. Like you're not supposed to push back or whatever.
Right.
Oh, you're right wing now, Anna. Sorry. Rip.
Yeah, and I think that Mary Chu is inevitably going to be in that same neighborhood. I think Mary Chu is probably going to be like some people have even I think actually called her like a Blair White type figure, where it's like, oh, so you're on our side, but you're not on our side. Okay, so you're one of us. You're one of us, but you talk
Blair
shit about
White
us all day.
I mean, Blair White's a classic pick me or whatever. Yeah. She'll yeah. Also, I don't buy id poll arguments or something. It's like, oh, I'm a trans person, so I'm more informed than you, or well, I know this, right? No, I don't give a shit. Whatever about your whatever. It's like black people. I don't need you to tell me whether or not to fucking advocate for you. I don't give a shit about anything. I'm just gonna advocate for what I want to advocate for, and the way I'm gonna advocate it.
Yeah.
Whatever. You can tell me you're fucking
So
whatever. I'm gonna accept or not.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So that's interesting because I think that directly relates to what we were talking about before my bathroom break there.
Oh, what's that?
Well, you said you were just saying like, I don't care about your id poll arguments.
Yes.
Not talking about me. You're talking about like in general. Like, if somebody comes up to you and says, "Well, I know more about this because I'm, deeply involved in this community, or I am one of these people." I mean, I think even though id poll kind of like it doesn't have the same pop as identity. The moment if I say identity, that's a very clear thing, but id poll kind of just gets lumped into the okay, gotcha. What's the next word? What's the next word you're gonna say? What's the next word? Okay, but the moment you say identity, then it's like, okay, wait, but id poll is inherently tied to identity. So there'd be cases where somebody who identifies one way, if they're speaking on a subject involving their identity, you would not care about their identity in the context of talking about something that relates to their identity.
I'm willing to listen to what they have to say, but I'm not going to accept their argument over
you're not going to let them use their identity as a token of authority to speak on the topic.
Well, they can speak on it. I'm not going to.
Oh no! Sorry. No. Hold on. That was bad. That was. Sorry. You're not going to let them use their identity as a token of authority to be assumed as correct on whatever it is.
Okay. Yeah. I'll accept that. Right.
Yeah. I knew I fucked up there a little bit, but okay. Okay. Well, I mean, like, I think we kind of like bashed the fucking identity conversation over the head to death, but I also think that it's worth picking up again at some point. I want to think about it more. Like I said, this maybe some of this came from the whole is if you hate furries, are you a bigot kind of thing. I have like there's other things in my notepad where I'm like, I thought about like, so for example, let me bring up one more. Actually, my phone's charging, but I do remember one of them. One of them I thought of involved essentially what we consider to be something that we would respect or consider noble, right? So, for example, if I said to you, being a doctor is a noble profession, what would you say?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. What if I said to you, being a politician is a noble profession?
Not in this society. It'd be nice if it was sort of sacrifice came with being a politician, so I could say that was true. Or, but certainly, with the doctor, I assume, I mean, you're actually like helping people all the time, even if you're getting paid for it, whatever.
Okay.
You're making people better, or whatever.
Okay.
I think most politicians are.
Well, I mean, some
making
politicians
better.
can be helping people, right? So I guess you would just say it would depend, right? Maybe it's a maybe.
It's flat no in this society.
Okay, yeah, but
Flat no.
in Casey Stan, the politicians are perfect and they help people.
Yeah, in Casey Stan, yeah, you have to give away half your wealth to be a politician, and you can't own any business, and you have to give your all of that stuff. Like you want to serve, no, you're not gonna be rich and powerful and all. No. You want to serve us. You can serve us, and that'll be noble.
Okay.
Yeah.
What if I said a nursing home assistant is a noble profession?
For sure. I could already see somewhat where this is going. Some point, are we gonna get the garbage man at some point?
No.
I mean,
I would
oh,
no.
I mean,
I do have
so-
a specific endpoint, but it's not garbage man.
Actually, so the nursing home person, like much more than the doctor or whatever, because there's at least assumed that.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you want to put some weight to their nobility, that's fine. But I'm just trying to establish a baseline. Doctor, surgeon, yes. Nursing home assistant, yes. Politician, no. No. Okay. What about an accountant is a noble profession?
No.
No. They're not helping people?
I'd say they're doing a service that they're giving a service. Yeah, when I say, I mean, yeah, the difference between healing someone's like physical ailments. I just
Well, I mean, a surgeon can save somebody's life, right?
Yeah.
So they can go back into the real world and continue on with what they were doing and live their life with their friends and family. An accountant could save somebody from bankruptcy and figure out some effective ways to ensure that somebody's taxes and finances are in a place where that person can go back into the world and spend time with their friends and family and live their life. But you wouldn't consider an accounting a noble profession, is what you're saying.
Normally, yeah. Well, noble. I would say my base definition is that you're helping the sick or needy or old or poor, and you're not actually getting maybe as much as you deserve in return for doing that work. And yeah, and doctor really only barely qualifies. I mean, I almost say just sort of de facto because they're healing. But I would say like the doctor is really on the fence already. For as far as noble, like probably some of them aren't noble.
Well, I think it would be fine to say that, I think that in terms of scaling nobility, I would place a doctor higher than an accountant, even though I'm not saying the accountant isn't doing anything important. I don't want to say that about the accountant because they're just doing their job, and they could be doing something that is important for somebody, but that compared to open heart surgery is night and day. And I think that, if I had to just rank them, the doctor would, if I had to say one is noble and one is not, the doctor would be the noble one and the accountant wouldn't be, because I was forced to make a decision, right? Like that would be a reasonable approach to it.
If an accountant, but then you said that if it's not relative, and just your answer for the accountant was yes. But
I haven't given any answers.
Okay.
It's not. It's that.
Can't be, okay.
It's not about the answers. It's about thresholds. It's about in the same way that I was all of these like things that I put in my notepad involve basically thresholds, because I think that even though we like to think that we understand things in a very concrete way, there will come a point where that something will happen that will test how concrete those things that we hold dear are actually concrete or not. Like, so for example, let me just go down the rabbit hole a couple more, and let me just hear what you think those answers would be. I'm going to remix it. I'm going to remix this one a little bit. So just go with me on it. I'm not talking about a profession, because I think I'm about to say a specific word, and I know that you're going to tell me it's not a profession, or you might say, I mean, it's kind of a profession, but it's more of this. So I'm just going to call what I think this is. This is going to be a little bit of a remix here. So, a priest is a noble calling.
Yes.
Really?
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, wow. I'm surprised.
Whoa.
I'm surprised. I did not think you were going to be that instantaneous with a positive affirmation on that one. I thought you were going to go. I thought you were going to go the ask Satan AI, I'm critical of Christianity route, which would have been fine, but that's what I was anticipating. Okay, well, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I was trying to trap you with that one, because I was going to follow up with what I anticipated you were going to say was possibly no, or maybe, but definitely not yes. And then but in my mind I was thinking you were going to say no, because you're generally critical of Christianity, and I am too. I'm critical of all religions, but I mean, I can understand being critical of Christianity. But I was going to trap you next with saying being an imam is a noble calling, and then I wanted to see how you bounced that one off of priesthood. But it's not going to work, because I assume you're going to answer the same thing for priesthood that you would for imam.
You assume I know what an imam is, and you'd be wrong. But given context, something similar.
Right. Yeah. No, that's the only thing I can come up with that's remotely similar, because Islam does not have the same kind of visible hierarchical structure that Christianity has. Christianity, can basically looks like an army, whereas Islam does not have that kind of. I mean, you do have local leadership, but you don't have like figureheads like you do in Christianity.
Yeah, the priest.
Christianity has a massive infrastructure. Even if we're talking about Roman Catholics, and even Roman Catholics have the most infrastructure of Christians, but I'm sure even Lutherans have a fucking network of deacons that they make decisions for people about whatever the fuck deacons and Lutherans make decisions about. But Islam just doesn't have that kind of network. I mean, there are pastoral leadership type positions, but there's no Pope of Islam. There is none of that. Like there's at least at minimum, there's no like Roman Catholic structure to Islam the way that Roman Catholics have.
I think there's something similar in that, because that's like the Sunni Shiite divide.
Yeah, that's true. That's true,
one of
actually.
them does sort of some sort of structure of hierarchy. I don't know that much about it, but
Okay. Well, let me.
Yeah. It's not the fucking Catholic Church. Certain the reach of the Catholic Church.
Okay. All right. Well, let me. Okay, let's do this then. All right. So like I said, only a few more examples, right? So, now we're going to go back to professions. I just wanted to explore that niche territory real quick, and then come back to professions. Being an NBA player is a noble profession.
Nope.
No?
How could it conceivably be a noble profession?
I mean, you don't have to tell me. Again, I'm not answering any of my own questions. I just want to know what your answers are. But you don't have to answer even why it would be. But you definitely said it's not. So, like, why is it not a noble profession?
On one side, it's not a hard or difficult job at all. In fact, it's a fun job. You're playing a game. And on the other side of the equation, I said earlier, your compensation for it is insanely crazy and wildly disproportionate to any sort of hard difficulty of the job. That whole difficulty is in like suffering through it or whatever. Though, yeah, obviously that it's a job that it does. I mean, it definitely selects for hard work, but also God-given ability, mostly, somewhat at least. I can't think of a single noble thing about it. So, per my definition earlier.
Well, I mean, NBA players serve to inspire future generations. NBA players give massive amounts of financial generosity to organizations from time to time. They volunteer. They serve. They serve to uplift and motivate their local districts in terms of morale. I mean, I could conceive of a bunch of very positive things that they do. I just wonder if any of those things that I just mentioned and anything else that I missed that would also be in the same kind of neighborhood would qualify as noble. Or would you say that they're doing that, like LeBron James, when he volunteers at a soup kitchen or donates $1 million to a local school, he's doing that as LeBron James, the person, and not LeBron James, the basketball player?
I mean, yes, I would say yes. Yes, that's true. That has nothing to do with basketball player, the job of basketball player. And I would even extend.
But you wouldn't even like grant that being a basketball player is part of his identity. Like he wouldn't even be able to do those things without having played basketball.
Noble is like you knew all. I mean, you can make that argument for anything that you make money in. Like every billionaire is noble for just for giving some of their.
Yo, what's up, Uncle Vet? How you doing? Welcome in.
For tax breaks, tax brackets. But no. I mean, you were asking about the profession and not individuals, whatever. So
right, but LeBron James wouldn't be able to do any of those things without his profession.
Okay.
So I'm wondering if it's tied to the good qualities and generosity, and the nobility that results from that good quality and generosity. I mean, look, whatever. I mean, if you don't think so, that's fine. You know.
In that case, I would say that that he's being noble despite being a basketball player.
Okay.
But just to complete this, like even if in like NBA, like part of being the basketball player, in the NBA bylaws, it's you must dedicate 80 or 40 hours of your time every year, and you must give away this much money, or even if it was baked in to being a basketball player, like actually like that's part of it.
Right.
No one who went to go be a basketball player is like, oh, I'm gonna go be a basketball player so I could give that money away, or so I could do that work, or like it's all about like your intentions. It's entirely about your intentions.
Well, yeah, but you're also saying that every basketball player, their goal when they start playing basketball is to be the best basketball player ever, and not because basketball is going to provide them with more opportunities than they've ever dreamed of.
I mean, it could be either of those, but neither of those.
It could be. I know it. I know it could be, but it sounds like you're saying that when people start playing basketball, it's because they want to be the best basketball player ever, and not because they want to help anybody.
Well, yeah, it's definitely not because they want to help anyone.
It's definitely not. Wait, hold on. I want to get this correct. Yeah. It's definitely not because they want to help anybody. That's the official Casey's.
No one becomes a basketball player because it's like, man, I really want to play basketball. I want to. My really important goal is I could be a basketball player so I can help people. No.
Nobody does that, right?
No one thinks that. All of the other reasons to be a basketball player.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? I don't disagree with you, but I think what's important to observe is that it's okay to make assumptions about people sometimes.
Okay to make assumptions.
You are assuming a lot. You are assuming.
No. Oh yeah, of course it's okay to make assumptions.
Okay.
But
yeah. All right. Well, let me get to the fucking the $10 million question. Is sex work a noble profession?
Let me think about that. My definition. I would say the compensation is in fact not what they should be getting. So we're halfway there. Help people. Help people. Ooh, and it's like not the fun thing to do. Ooh, we're checking a lot of boxes here. Shit.
I told you I was going somewhere specific. This is where I was. It wasn't whatever you thought it was going to be. What did you think it was going to be originally? You thought I was. You were like I think I know where you're going. I think you know.
I thought we were. I mean, I was that far off. Well, I was, but Garbage Man. I thought we were just working our way down to like
Garbage Man. No.
Jobs.
No. Although I don't know. I mean, that I would still be curious about whether or not you thought Garbage Man was a noble profession, but I'm ultimately more curious about whether or not you think sex work is a noble profession.
I have to go yes. I mean, I gave.
You'd have to go yes.
And I'm evaluating it by the definition.
Yeah.
I'll say yes.
I gotta know why. I mean, or at least just lay out the check boxes for me.
Yeah, that's so one. I don't think that they are compensated equally or as much as they should be getting when it pertains to how unpleasant the job can be. Like unpleasant the job can be versus your compensation. I think that sex workers are not compensated for enough for their discomfort. And I think that what they do there matters a lot to a lot of people. Matters a whole lot to a lot of people. Um, hmm, hmm.
Well, let's
Yeah, a
let's
lot
let's
of
start with one
enjoyment.
thing. Let's start with one thing, right? So you said
Uh-huh.
if because they're doing something that's unpleasant,
Yes.
that means that lends to a possibility of nobility, right?
It's in the equation, yeah.
Right, it's in the equation, right? So working backwards, if we go back to the surgeon, are they doing something that's unpleasant? Because that was
No, not
definitely
really.
noble.
If anything, it's like the studying to get there. But man, am I close to saying no on doctor? It's especially with the perception of how much you get paid as a doctor, even if the reality isn't quite there. The doctor one is probably actually the toughest one.
Well, it wasn't tough until I brought up sex work, and now it's tough.
No. Oh, it was
like
tough.
you were instantly
it
like
was
yes,
tough.
It wasn't
No,
tough.
it was-
You were like yes, it is a noble profession.
Okay, yeah,
you
you're
didn't
right.
you didn't wrestle with it at all. You were just like yeah, it is.
That's true, but actually, yeah. But it was a little. It wasn't that long after. Like, it was like whatever the third one was. And then I was really started thinking about.
Well, the second one was accountant, and then I switched from accountant to priest and imam, and then I went to NBA player, and then I went to sex worker.
And I think there's a caretaker as well.
Oh no, yeah. There was like a nursing home assistant. You're right.
Yeah, I think on that one, like I really.
That one is
weighed
unpleasant.
out.
That would be unpleasant. Yeah.
Right. That's what made me think that like that's an important part of the equation. So, I think I answered a little bit too quickly on the doctor one. So.
Well, yeah, but are you telling me that being a doctor or a surgeon is not noble now? Because of that one checkbox changes the whole doctor dynamic?
Well,
it's fine if it does. I just want to know why it does.
What checkbox?
The unpleasant checkbox.
I think that's half the equation. I think it's an expected return versus unpleasantness of the work, with squared by how much you're helping people. I don't know.
Okay.
Those are the three. I guess those are the three.
Okay. All right. Well, then let me throw a monkey wrench into this. I want to come back to the sex work thing, but I'm going to throw a quick monkey wrench into this. Is being a military service member a noble profession?
Yes.
Okay. And like, that would, I mean, so you're saying that minimally the military service member checks the unpleasant checkbox?
Well, not it's in the work definition that's like, hey, you could have bullets. You could be, we might be heading to a place where there's fucking bullets flying around. Yeah, that's in the definition of the job. Yeah, so someone who would sign up for that, would at least be signing up with the possibility of the most unpleasant of scenarios.
Well, I mean, what if the person liked going to places where bullets were flying at them?
That's interesting. There, yeah.
That's why I called it a monkey wrench, because I knew that was going to be like something that caused a little bit of friction. But I mean, but either way, I mean, like I just wanted to test the unpleasantness theory there a little bit. So, but going back to the sex work thing, the first checkbox that we're going to check here is how unpleasant sex work is, the inherent nature of it. I mean, you're basically saying that most people that are doing sex work don't want to be doing it because they wouldn't choose to do something that's unpleasant. Nobody would.
Ooh. A little bit there. I would say that I'm judging unpleasantness based off of like the average person, not necessarily the average sex worker.
Okay, so we would view
in that equation, So sort of a byproduct of that equation would be like probably like not a lot of people want to do the thing because generally speaking, people find it unpleasant, even though those of you might find doing it actually are the opposite. But Yeah, I can
Yo,
only,
what's up, Shang? How you doing, bud?
but it's maybe or maybe not. Like I have to assume. I could only assume. I assume that they're the people that. Yeah, I'm taking society as a whole.
Okay, well let's just go with you. Let's go with the unpleasant theory for a little bit. I'm willing to go on this journey with you. Is there any other check boxes that sex work checks to hit that nobility threshold?
Yeah, I'm getting compensation. And by the way, and the military, the compensation versus the military, fucking people
Right.
be in the military for 10 years or something. They're getting paid $35,000 a year in the U.S.
Yeah.
It's actually fucking insane. And we spend more than the next 8 countries combined on our military, but we fucking give. But 20,000 servicemen are
Yeah,
on
I mean,
food stamps.
look,
Right
you're
now,
not
it's actually
you're not going to get any pushback from me
Yeah.
in terms of compensations versus what what you're actually providing to, in terms of the military. Believe me.
Imagine
so,
the guys in the Iraq War. I have to assume there's fucking combat bonuses. They better be fucking huge.
Yeah.
Those motherfuckers are
No,
dying
they-
out in these
they-
streets, fucking pay $20,000 a year. What the
Yeah, no, they have something. So when you're deployed, you get a certain compensation called COLA, I believe, which is like combat. It's like a combat related line item that gets added to your paycheck, basically. So if you're deployed for 9 months, you're gonna get an extra, $600 or $700 a month, or whatever the COLA payment is. I think it's called COLA, but actually Nader's in the chat, so Nader can probably help me out with that. But I'm pretty sure when you're deployed, you get something called COLA, and it's basically like you're in a war zone, so you're getting more money. So that is in place for sure. I don't know if it's what it should be, but it's something.
and on the enjoying the thing argument, I think you could almost say that about anything. The person working at the elderly home or whatever. You know what? They really enjoy doing it. I know that they really enjoy doing that. So somehow it's nice.
Right.
I don't think. I think that's too. I think we. Although you certainly could find people that's true for, but I think you can't be making that assumption or whatever.
Mm-hmm. All right, but either way, I'm just more infinitely curious about these sex worker check boxes. Right? We have unpleasant, we have compensation, which I think is kind of, arbitrary and vague. But even if I were to grant you that I agree with you on the compensation part, because I mean, there's fucking, if you go to fucking, Main Street and Elm Avenue, and there's, a lady there that's making, $300 a john versus an escort in Vegas that's making $5,000. The escort in Vegas is at least, checking that compensation box, probably, because that's a lot of money, versus, Jane on the corner is only making, a couple $100 an hour, and that's not the same as, Jane in Vegas, who's making, thousands of dollars an hour. So there's a difference there. I mean, escorts and street prostitutes are both sex workers. So there's a differentiation there. There's some kind of delineation between how much they're making and how society would even view their profession. I mean, but I think generally society would view both of them as, not something they would want their daughters to do, but they would at least want their daughters to be street hookers less than they would want their daughters to be Vegas escorts.
Yeah, it's certainly less noble getting $10,000 a night to go out to dinner with some douche that you may or may not decide to sleep with or whatever. Up to you, sort of. If you want to tip, I don't know. Yeah, that's.
Would you consider an escort who goes out? I mean, this is, I want to get back to the check boxes, but I just want to ask you, since you and I have talked about this to no end, so I figured it'd be worthy of just at least asking if you thought that an escort in Vegas who gets propositioned $10,000 for the night to go to dinner, go to a club, go to an after-hours spot, but doesn't have sex with the guy a sex worker?
Nope.
Okay. But if she does have sex with the next guy, then she becomes a sex worker.
Yes.
Okay.
Did you watch the Boogie documentary by any chance?
Bogey.
You know Boogie? Boogie is a huge fat guy. Lied about having cancer.
Oh
There's a big drama.
yeah. No, I remember Chud covering that. I remember everybody was covering that. I remember even Destiny had like some fucking pretty substantial conversations about the whole Bogey shit. So yeah, I mean I wasn't aware of who Bogey was while it was happening, meaning like when people were talking about it, but I do remember vaguely about it. Yeah, like a fake cancer kind of situation.
Yeah, exactly. That's weird. But in this like there's this weird documentary or the guy follows him around or whatever. Like he talks about like Boogie talks about like how much money he spent on sex work and like seeing his huge fat body is like and he's into that. It's just like, oh man, that's a fucking tough job. Fuck that. He even says in the thing sometime that in the documentary he said something like, one woman actually she messaged me at some point and said I actually thank you because I've decided to not do sex work anymore. Or so, I swear to God, right?
Because of that?
Because of Bookie.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, so, but long story short, you would consider sex work to be a noble profession.
Yes.
Okay.
And yeah, the last one, like something of a multiplier. Yeah, like you helping people. It's a low number for the sex workers compared to like the the caretaker, but yeah, I'm willing to give it some value and there's some value there.
Let me ask you this then: how many other people other than sex workers would agree with you on this?
Oh, 20%. I don't know, people.
20%, really? I think that's a generous number, man.
I don't...
20. Oh, you're going up. I thought you were gonna go down. You're going up. 25. Okay. I don't know. Well, let me. I've never done this before, but I have at least 14 people in my chat, so I'm just gonna try this out. But let me get a 1 in the chat if you think that sex work is a noble profession. Let me get a 2 in the chat if you don't think that sex work is a noble profession. Now, I don't know how much engagement I'm going to get on this, but I figured I'd try it since I have like, I'm just used to being a 5U Randy, but apparently people want to fucking hear us talk about this shit. So there's people in here. Okay, I got a no. Salty's giving me a 0, so I'm assuming that's 0 wasn't an option, but either way, Malibu's going noble. All right, Casey, you're not allowed to vote. Bong is going not noble. T-Bird's going 3. It's only noble if done for the Lebensborn program. All right, well, that's probably some kind of fucking Zionist conspiracy or something, or what is that? I don't even know what that is. Okay. Well, I got 2 2s, and I got 1 1 because your 1 doesn't count. Malibu, why? So you agree with Casey Malibu? It was a joke. Okay. I'm like look, you're talking to a total normie right now, so I'm not going to get all of the fucking conspiracy program related humor. I mean, maybe I will after a brief explanation, but right now I don't know what it is.
I think that if there's a minority report, if there's a problem with my equation, it's the fact that like the sex workers I mean, it's something that I don't know. Some of them did choose it. I think a lot of them don't actually choose it. Sort of get into it. No one's out there in these high school like thinking about man. I wanna be a sex worker.
I think that's hard to gauge, and I wouldn't if it was me, I'd probably try to find a different checkbox that I could rely on more than something like that. Like, so for example, like I thought recently, why do people get into sex work? And, and I guess there's like two ways to answer it. One is by one word answers that you can explain, or just saying a fucking paragraph at somebody and hope that they absorb the whole thing. And I would much rather just say one word answers and then explain what those one words are afterwards. Those one words would be 3 specific words. They're the only 3 that I could come up with that made sense, having, been in these kinds of environments for long periods of time. I couldn't come up with any more, but I'm open to hearing other reasons why somebody might get into sex work, especially if it could be condensed into one word. But I definitely would say number 1 is coercion. Hands down. I mean, human trafficking and sex work just go hand in hand, and I mean, not all the time, but a lot of the time. So I would say, a lot of the time when people get into sex work, it might be not even at their own choice. It'll be because, somebody stole their passport and threatened to never give it back to them, or said they're going to kill their family if they don't fucking go do this thing for them or whatever. So there's an element of coercion there. If there wasn't coercion, I mean, also there could be combinations of these things, but I'm just going to treat them separately for the sake of, keeping things simple. Coercion would be one. Desperation would be the other one.
Mm-hmm.
And laziness would be the third one.
Ooh.
Now, there could be, like I said, there could be combinations of all 3, but I think that at least those 3 are minimally ways that could describe why people would get into sex work. Now, I think that you agree with me on coercion. You might agree with me on desperation, but I think that you might take issue with laziness.
I can see where you're coming from. I think probably partially right. I don't think it's. I think you already have to be probably not in the right mindset, but I think but sure, the driver being it'd be nice. I mean, it's like the desperation thing, except it's not desperate at all. You just like, mate, I like money. This is an easy way of getting it, at least for now.
Well, I would. You know what? I mean, okay, all right. Call it 3.5. All right, the half would be what I think you're describing as ambition. Although I would still say that could, the reason why I'm calling it a half is because I think that there could be some element of laziness attributed to that. Like, so for example, a beautiful woman could, be incredibly aware of how in demand her body is and her services are. But she could also be incredibly smart and know that she has a college degree, or she was just raised to be intellectually proactive and could do a million other things, but is choosing to do sex work because it's going to get her from A to B a lot quicker. Which, some people might say, well, that's working smarter, not harder. But I would still attribute that to laziness, because I think by default, for the most part, anybody that would even consider sex work as an option still wouldn't even want to do it, because most people don't want to do it. I think that there's like this incredibly rare 1% of sex workers that are like, were born to do it or built for it or like it's in their DNA or something like that. That whole like, you know, like fucking really famous porn stars that own what they do and have been in the business and understand how things work. You know, that is incredibly rare because most people that get into pornography don't last that long. You know, they're like fly by night. You know, production studios use them as a means to fucking put a quick video out there, and then they just and then the actress typically doesn't know what she's actually getting into and regrets it. And I would say that makes up the bulk of pornographic actresses. But then you have like your fucking Lisa Ann's and your fucking Jenna Jamesons and your fucking your stars that are just like, you know, born for it, I guess. I don't know how else to describe it. But.
Finally,
Yo.
Mars has accepted my sacrifices and unleashes me.
Yo, Uncle Vet, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome to Legion. So but just going back, I guess, real quick, so you don't take any issue with like laziness? You know, I'm at least putting 3 out there. I would grant 3.5 if you want to incorporate ambition into it.
I'm fine. Yeah, I'm on a laziness. It's probably.
The reason why I say laziness is, well, for one, I've seen it like firsthand, but also there's this great fucking meme video of this guy that, you know, pulls up to a corner in his truck, and he stops at the corner, and there is a prostitute on the street, and he signals her over to the truck, and he rolls down his passenger window, and she comes from across the street, and she leans in to talk to him, and she's like, "What's up? What's going on?" And he's like, "Hey, yeah, you working?" And she's like, "Yeah, I'm working." And now, granted, this could be fake, but I actually don't even think this was fake. For some reason, I've seen enough sex work in my life, like right in front of me, to discern the most fake of fucking, you know, moments like this, and the ones that are just like, no, this actually could probably actually have been the case. But she walks up to the truck, and the guy's like, "Are you working?" And she's like, Yeah, I'm working." And then he's like, "Okay, cool. Well, you know, how much are you charging?" And she's like, "It just depends on what you want." And he's like, "Okay, well, what I want is for you to wash my truck." And she's like, "What? Like, what do you mean wash your truck?" And he's like, "Yeah, I want you to like actually wash my truck." And she's like, "No, I'm not doing that." And he's like, "What? I mean, I'll pay you $100, $150, $200. I just want you to wash my truck." And she's like, No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that." And I'm like, and then she just literally just turns around and walks back to the corner to go continue prostituting. And I'm like, okay, this could be a fake video. It could be a fake video, but it also couldn't be a fake video. It could be real. There are fucking sex workers that are that not giving a fuck about you know, about the money, as opposed to how much effort is involved. You know, like if I had to at least, you know, just put out there that this was a real moment, which I still could totally see being a real moment, it speaks volumes to the laziness argument, where it's like, you could just, you know, if the, what was the checkbox you were talking about? The first checkbox. What was the first checkbox you were talking about?
Unpleasantness.
The unpleasantness. Right. Yeah, the unpleasantness. Right. So, what would be more unpleasant? Fucking a stranger that just pulled up to the corner, or just washing his truck real quick for $150? I would hope that somebody would assess that fucking a stranger would be more unpleasant. But this woman particularly thought that she would have rather fucked him than washed his truck. You know,
or assuming that a real video,
right.
One is sort
actually, wait.
weird.
Let me see if I can find it, and I'm gonna fucking send it to you so you can see if you watch it.
And 2, I'd say I'd put it mostly with a lot of these women aren't very smart. That's one of probably reasons why they're there. Plus her being confused about what's happening, and this is a very weird thing for someone to come up and say, and it's just like I think the default thing is like, what are you talking about? Like I'm confused. I don't know. Go away or something. You know, like the idea is that like, or that he's just fucking with her. Like I don't think that she considered like what would I rather do, wash a car or you know, suck some random John or whatever. I don't. There's basically I think that's a very low probability that this was the ever evaluated.
Well,
At all.
I'll tell you what. I put it in the side chat. So you tell me. I'm gonna mute you. I'm
Okay.
gonna deafen you, and then I'm gonna fucking play it for the chat so they can see it. But it's in the chat, so you watch it. And you tell me.
Okay.
How do I do this? Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, I'm gonna play this for you guys. All right, here we go. You tell me. You tell me what you think.
And how much for your time?
Okay.
And how much for your time? 120. What do you do anything?
Blowing sex.
Nah, but I need somebody to wash my truck. You think you can do it for 120?
Wash your truck?
Yeah, in and out.
I'm not washing nothing.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh man. And how much for your time? 120. What do you do anything?
Blowing sex.
Nah, but I need somebody to wash my truck. You think you can do it for 120?
Wash your truck?
Yeah, in and out.
I'm not washing nothing.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Bro, if that's not laziness, I don't know what is, bro. If that's not laziness, I don't know what is, man. Get the fuck out of here with that shit, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Did you watch it?
Yeah, I am more willing to consider the idea. I also think there's a little bit of like, well, she somehow sees it as like, like somehow doing a sex thing is like, or washing a car is like less dignity or something like, or something versus the sex thing, but. Okay,
Wait.
I'm more willing to accept the premise
Hold
that,
on. I have to digest what you just said. You're saying that there's a possibility that her considering washing the truck is beneath her compared to having sex with a stranger for money on the street in the middle of the day.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. That's a take. That's definitely a take.
It could be the laziness. It could be it could be. I'd like to ask her.
I'd like to ask her. I would too. I mean, but you know, but again, like I think that. I mean, you know, to be fair too, I haven't answered any of these questions, so I mean, I might as well like, you know, just weigh in. You know, I think that considering whether or not a doctor or a surgeon is a noble profession can be, or anything, I guess, really can be kind of like that whole you know it when you see it kind of thing. I think that even though doctors are handsomely compensated for their services and surgeons especially, the outcomes that they provide you know, are hard to put a value on, especially when people can either continue living or family members can gain closure on, you know, unfortunate outcomes, you know, based on how much effort and resources are poured into, you know, saving a family member. And you know, they can't do that themselves, so they need to rely on a professional. And if they can put their hopes and prayers into anybody and pour that into somebody that could possibly help them with that. I think that all of those things, if you put them in a pot and stir it up, lend to I think that anybody that would tell me that being a doctor is not a noble profession would have a major mountain to climb to explain to me why it's not. I think it's just one of those things where it's like doctors, yeah, I mean, they're kind of important. They're kind of fucking necessary. And so for, for doctor, I'm just defaulting to, yeah, it's noble. Assisted living nurses, yeah, I would definitely consider that noble. And in particular, I mean, I have my grandfather, my dad takes care of my grandfather, and I know the kind of stuff that he does, and that it's, everybody, I could confidently say anybody and everybody would not want to do the kind of things that I know my dad has to do to take care of my grandfather. So, I would definitely consider assisted living nurses and support staff a noble profession. Would I consider a priest a noble calling? I would. I mean, I'm not religious, but and obviously there's some bad priests out there, so you have to kind of, just take the good with the bad. But I think for the most part, it is the good. The majority is the good in terms of priests. It would be the same thing with imams probably. So, some kind of religious calling I would consider a noble calling. NBA player, I would not consider that a noble calling. I would consider that, or a noble profession. I would consider that a fortunate profession. I think that you could do things. I think you could do noble things as an individual who plays professional sports. We singled out the NBA, but it could be NFL or whatever, PGA. It doesn't matter. But I don't know. I think there's like, I think that there's a balance between, and I can, put weighing in on the balance between the privilege that professional athletes have and, understanding what you were talking about in terms of, unpleasantness, right? I think there's a dynamic there. I don't know what kind of unpleasantness that any, professional athlete might go through outside of the training. But even then, athletes find ways to make training fun. We even in the military, we found ways to make training fun. So there's always that option. So I wouldn't consider being a professional athlete a noble profession, but I would hope that professional athletes do noble things with the resources that they garner from being so privileged and fortunate. For what was the next one? Was the next one sex work?
Military.
Oh, military. Yes. Yeah, totally noble. 100%. Now, I will say that there are a fuck ton of people in the military that are not noble. Just because you are in the military doesn't make you noble. You are granted nobility just having joined, but you have to keep that status of nobility by your service. So, for example, there are plenty of people who join and they go through basic training and they go through AIT, their job training, right? And they go to their unit, but then they get to their unit and they commit sexual assault against, a service member of the opposite sex or of the same sex, whatever. They commit some kind of sexual assault. They can't go around saying, well, because I was in the military, because I even joined the military, because I even made that conscious, proactive decision to defend the nation, that means I'm noble. No, you are granted some nobility because you joined, because you served, but you have to maintain that throughout your terms of service. And once somebody hands you that magical piece of paper that says you're a civilian now, then you can take that nobility with you. So I think that's definitely where I landed in terms of military service. So it's not automatic, but it is automatic, but it needs to be maintained. And then for sex workers, no, absolutely not. There's no nobility. There's no nobility in sex work. Absolutely zero. Absolutely zero. Now, that's not saying that I don't feel any kind of empathy or compassion for people who are in unfortunate situations and don't have the resources, time, availability, or skills to manifest a way out of their problems. I'm always sympathetic to that, and if there's a way for either friends, family, or government or public interest to help them do that, get out of that situation, then I would definitely support that. But no, fuck no. There's no fucking nobility. There's zero nobility in sex work. There's no nobility in being a porn star. If you're a porn star, you're a sex worker. There's no nobility in being a porn star. There's no nobility in that.
Yeah. Oh, I'm looking. But I'm looking at the worst, the most unpleasant or whatever. Like, just broadly speaking. But what part of my equation or thing would you say I'm overvaluing the unpleasantness factor, or I'm
well, no. I mean, maybe
factor,
maybe it's a little bit of you and maybe it's a little bit of me. Like, so for example, maybe it would have been more fair to say, or to ask if there was any nobility in being a porn star, or if there was any nobility in being a prostitute, or if there was any nobility in being a stripper, or if there was any nobility in being an escort. Like, I could have differentiated it, obviously, but I kept it vague because I know you and I know you support sex work, so I wouldn't think that you would automatically differentiate between all of these categories. I think that you would be like, well, one version of sex work is just as important as another version of sex work. If you're somebody who generally supports it, then I imagine you would kind of come from that perspective.
Yeah, there's different. All of these sort of jobs are a little bit have different people doing different things, and which certainly all of them change the equation. Like a plastic surgeon, who only does a plastic surgeon in Malibu.
Wait. Are you saying because a plastic surgeon is technically a doctor, then they qualify for that nobility inherently, or they could based on the way I asked you the question?
Yeah, I'm saying when I answered, are the doctors noble? I didn't think. Well, can I think of a certain type of doctor that isn't noble? But I thought, the average-ish doctor person.
Right. It's like a general practitioner, right?
Yeah. So, I think porn star would be an outlier. Certainly. Yeah, it would be.
Wait, no. I'm not going to let you get away with that. I'm not going to let you get away with that. All right. All right. Let's put it this way. I'm happy to differentiate. Do any porn stars does any amount of work that porn stars contribute to their profession qualify as noble?
If they're getting paid too much, then they break the equation. So it's a compensation relative to unpleasantness.
So you're saying there are some porn stars out there that are noble, that the work they're doing is noble.
When we say porn star, I assume we're talking about someone who's getting paid pretty well, right?
It could be. I mean, it could be like like $500 a session. It could be $5,000.
It's important.
I don't know. I mean, it depends. I mean, like there are some girls that you could say, "Hey, are you?" I saw a video. I mean, are you a porn star or something? And they could say, "Yeah, I am." And they did like 2 videos for like $1,500 or something like that.
I don't think they would say. I don't think they would say that.
They could, dude. Fucking female sex workers do have an intense amount of delusion sometimes. I mean, I'm sure there are some out there that made a couple $1,000s making 3 or 4 videos and would consider themselves porn stars. I'm sure there are some of them out there, but I'm not asking you to answer the question based on that. I'm just saying, even if I had to lump all porn stars into one basket, whether they made 5,000, 10,000, 500, are you saying that there is a threshold in porn where it could be noble because you're not making as much as the other or whatever, but there's something in porn that could be noble, is what you're saying? And keep in mind too, I mean, we could be talking about male, sex workers, sex workers
I think,
too. So
yeah, the porn, it's the weakest.
it's definitely the
part
weakest.
of
It's
this,
definitely the weakest.
Asking specifically porn star.
I mean, personally, I just can't imagine any scenario where I would consider what a porn star does, regardless of what they make, to be fucking noble.
Yeah,
especially after all those other examples, all those other examples of actual noble work,
Yeah. I'll say no on the porn star. I'll say that's not noble.
Okay.
Especially because we got grand designs where we're thinking big. Like even if they don't make it big, or it's just, I don't know. There's just a little bit more, and a lot of them get paid actually pretty okay-ish. Anyway. Yeah. That.
Okay. So what about like a prostitute?
Yeah. Then I would say yes.
You would say yes to the prostitute.
I feel like we used to use this word, or like an old timey, or like someone who did something that was like really tough and wasn't. They don't get paid very much for it. It's not like they chose to do it. Or like some like bricklayers, like they're for fucking 50 years they fucking laid brick, built houses, fucking 50 years. I feel like we used to maybe use this term noble, like, oh, that's noble, or it's like you're really you're doing, you're contributing to society, and you got shit for it, man. You got shit for it, but fuck you did good stuff for people, and we might use that term noble.
Yeah, but I know that you're not telling me right now that noble is an irrelevant term in 2025. I know you're not saying
that. I'm saying that I've heard the term used like this sort of way before on such a person. So.
Oh, okay. And
I don't think
you're talking about specifically with prostitutes then, or sex work.
Right. Yeah. Well, on the prostitute, all of the same things that I said about.
Oh no, I know. You're no. I know what you're thinking of. Like it's the world's oldest profession kind of thing.
What? No. Forget about the old timey thing. Just like. Let's say that because I'm just sort of expanding it to like what other people generally say is like noble profession or something. I feel like this has been applied to something like a bricklayer or something, that sort of job that you don't get paid very much. It's a tough job, but you're doing something good generally, society or something. You do it for a long time, and it's just like, but I feel like people generally, like, we've used this word generally to say that type of person is noble. Like that's a noble professional or whatever. Like respect that. So.
I would want to do some research on that one. I don't know. I mean, I'm happy to meet you halfway. I just don't think that prostitute or porn star is going to do it. What about escort? I mean, I guess the first thing is like, is an escort a prostitute? Vice versa. Maybe it's more helpful to answer that.
No, we're getting compensated too much. And the people that you're fucking going out with are fucking, they got money anyway. Like these motherfuckers. I say no. Go.
Okay, so all right. Well, that's more solid than I think we've landed on anything. Is that escorts are definitely not escorting is not noble. Porn, prostitute, what, stripper? I mean, I think we both agreed, like during the debate, that stripping was sex work, right?
I don't remember. I think we sort of. I think we agreed beforehand to include it, but
yeah. Or even if,
But,
even if we didn't, I mean, you know,
Yeah,
if you consider it sex work, would you consider it noble? You know. You don't have to consider it sex
I'm
work. I
going
mean,
with,
there's
I'm going
there's
with
a lot
no.
of strippers out there
I'm
that
going
just
with no.
there's a
Yeah,
lot
yeah.
of strippers out there that just get on the pole and they fucking, you know, they don't.
Yeah, I
They
think
don't-
it's not as unpleasant as the more hardcore variety, and I don't think they get the unpleasant points. Certainly not as much. Barely any, maybe. Some of them like being out there, but honestly, not just some of them. There's sort of a pathology about it. Anyway, definitely no. Definitely no. Stripper, no.
Stripper, no. Okay. Um. Okay. that was well. I mean, I think that reaches the end of that experiment. That was interesting. That means so that's what I was. You know, I come up with these like either it comes up either in my engagements with other people on social media or something I'll see whatever, and it just it you know when I feel like I'm being thrown a monkey wrench, I want to take note of it because I want to bounce it off other people, and this was definitely an area that I wanted to go at least minimally with you. I was thinking that hopefully I can get like NOK and Maida, like, or anybody else that we generally enjoy talking to, involved in these kind of conversations. But,
Yo, and don't forget that fucking one stripper who stole my ones that one time, stole my fucking wad that one time. But these are not noble. These are not noble people.
all right, well, I will consider your answer still unbiased. You know, there's no history involved in why you assess whether or not stripping is or is not.
Well, I'm saying I know because I got a history with these people.
I mean, look, I don't blame you. I mean,
No, I'm joking. I'm joking. This is a joke.
Well, either way, even if you weren't joking, I could totally see it. I've fucking seen it. I've seen there's been girls that I've seen rip off customers actively. There was times where girls would try to rip me off actively, and it wasn't like, and I'm not even talking about as a customer. I'm talking like for the 6 months that I was running girls in a club, there was time, like my job was to make sure that any money that they owed the club, they would pay the club. And I had like a fucking whole system, you know, clipboard, and like I had to know where they were, what they were doing. I had, you know, every girl, fucking lap dances, champagne rooms, what time they're going on stage, what time they're getting off stage, coordinating with the DJ. And believe me, there was a whole majesty of ripping off people that they are very good at. So even if that, you know, where'd my 20 stack of dollar bills went was a real story, I would have been like, well, you should have been fucking looking at it. You should have been paying attention.
Oh, that was a real story. That was a real.
Was it real? Is it actually real?
I thought I told you that story. Yeah. Because I think you told me that I feel like, no, sorry, or maybe I just mentioned that. Actually, I think I just mentioned. Yeah, that's real stuff. She fucking came up. She's like, "Oh, lap dance." I'm like, "Nah," but she fucking ripped it off right off the table.
Finally,
she's like,
Mars
"Oh, okay, no
has
lap dance."
accepted my sacrifices and unleashes me.
Just walked away. I was like, "What?
Yo,
what do?"
Jorge, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the
think,
Legion.
I swear I mentioned it to you because
You might have. I just might not be remembering.
Because we had a conversation about it, and then later I mentioned it, and then you said you countered the idea that that the strip club would not have taken a laissez-faire approach on it, but would have, but because the customers are, especially the ones who come back a lot, are highly valued, that they would have been proactive in alleviating the situation.
Oh, yeah, that does sound like something I would have said. Yeah.
And yeah.
No, because if the thing is, it's like, I mean, you know, if this was like the 1970s, you would have had no case because there wouldn't have been cameras. There, you know, it would have just been like, whatever, fuck this. I mean, you know, customers are a dime a dozen. But nowadays, it's completely different. I mean, strip clubs are seen. I mean, I think they should be seen, which, you know, kind of, you know, goes counter to my like typically anti-sex work arguments, but you know, they should be seen as hospitality environments. They should be seen as bars. You know, I think like one of the biggest fucking mistakes that that men make when they go into a fucking strip club is that they treat it like a strip club instead of a bar. It's just a fucking bar.
Can't drink. No, not in Washington State or I don't think Oregon either. Can't drink at strip clubs. It's a law. Not a bar.
Oh no.
It can't be a bar.
Okay,
but
yeah.
That's why where I live, there's a very popular and bestest strip club around. It's called State Line. Because it's literally at the state line of Idaho and Washington.
Yeah.
God, it's State Line.
Oh, it's an Idaho.
You could drink. Yeah, because you could drink in there. So.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like fucking Oregon or some shit like that. I know. I went to a strip club in Oregon. We were at Camp Rylea, just like maybe like an hour or two outside of Portland, and we had an off day from training. So me and a couple of friends went to dinner, and then they were like, "Let's go to a strip club," and I'm like, "All right, whatever, fuck it." I mean, I know what I'm doing when I go into a strip club, and at the very least, I can make sure that everybody else I'm with is not fucking doing things they're not supposed to be doing and fucking completely ruining our privileges of being able to go out and stuff like that. Because I know that if I wasn't there, they would fucking make really bad decisions. But when we were in Oregon, I'm pretty sure it was just like, I think it was like wine and beer only. I don't know what I don't know. It was.
That sounds right. Yeah. Now that I think about it, I sort of forgot that I've been to strip clubs in Portland, or I think I did. I said Washington because I live in Washington for sure, 100%. Can't drink it.
Yeah.
So. But now that I think about Portland, definitely you can drink.
Yeah.
So there's some beverages in there, sir.
Well,
and there are a lot of them actually.
Yeah, in Portland.
They're pretty good.
In Portland, it might have been like, full liquor, full nudity, because Portland's a big city, and a lot of big cities usually make their own laws about this kind of thing. But when you get to like the smaller towns, they can do whatever they want, and it's more like topless only, beer and wine only, that kind of thing. So, no, I mean, like I have an entire philosophy about like having a stack of ones the moment that you walk into a strip club and tipping girls as they come by. I think that's the best way. Like if it was me, like if you and I went to a strip club, the first thing I would do the moment we walk through the door is we're going to pay a cover. So I'll pay the cover, and then I will give the door girl $120, and I'll tell her, give me $100 in ones and keep the 20 for yourself. I would tip her, and that would just lend to developing a relationship. Right. The next time I walk through the door, beyond her just remembering I'm the guy with the fucking giant beard, would be, oh, that's that guy that tips really well. Okay, cool. And then maybe if she can do something later on, she'll be like, oh yeah, you and your friend, you can come in. Don't worry about it. I like to like build into that kind of system because I'm just very hospitality minded. But either way, I would get the 100 stack of the ones, and then I would sit at the bar and I would put that 100 stack right on the bar, and I would sit there and just let it be, because it's like kind of like bait. Girls are going to come by. I'm not going to spend all of it. But when girls come by, it'll be like, oh, sometimes it'll be like, I didn't see you dance, but I want to tip you anyway because you're beautiful. So here's $2 or $3, and I'll just grab like her bikini strap and I'll put it like right there on the top near her collarbone or something, or she'll just like pull out her, the fucking, the lower bikini strap and like say, put it on her hip or whatever, and then say, oh, thank you. Okay, cool. And that's it. And just kind of build that rapport. And she'll be like, oh yeah, those guys are nice over there. They're really cool. And then at the very least, when you do that kind of thing, especially with fucking strippers, man, because a lot of people think like, oh, strippers are sex workers and sex workers are women, and we should just fucking respect all sex workers because they're always just fucking good and benevolent or whatever. No, there are fucking some sex workers out there that are cutthroat and ruthless and will try to fucking rob you for everything you have and rip you off. They're criminals, okay? They're not fucking sex workers. Some of them are fucking potential and actual criminals, right? So they will fucking try to rip you off. So at the very least, if you develop a reputation in that moment of being like, oh yeah, those guys are just chill and cool, whatever, then that like lessens the chances of you guys getting like ripped off, or myself or anybody getting ripped off. It's like, hey, if you go over there, it's free money. It's like $1 or $2, but at least you're not getting ripped off for like, 200 or 300 or 2,000 or 3,000. So you have the ones in the bar the bartenders respect you because it looks like you know what you're doing. Fucking the managers will walk by and be like, okay, this guy clearly knows what he's doing. Let's buy these guys some shots because we want them to stay and spend some money. So now you get some free shots. So just even having a stack on the bar creates like this kind of a momentum for the moment. And as long as you know what you're doing, then you don't even have to spend the whole stack, and you can benefit from it by having pretty girls come by and fucking getting some free drinks and fucking hanging out. So it just depends on how you work it. But I mean, I've done it so many times that I just know how to do it like the fucking back of my hand. It's like second nature. So that's so you know, if I ever come over to the P&W and we hang out, you know, that's what we're gonna do. Just so you know, we're gonna go to the club.
Idaho Club. The ones here suck, man. Do they suck?
All right, we'll go to Idaho. We'll go to the good ones. What? All right, so I mean, this might be asking a lot, but I'll ask you. Can you come up with like a fucking, you know, hardcore question or series of questions that lead into something that puts me into a fucking difficult spot where I'm just like, oh, I don't know how to answer that kind of thing?
Yeah.
You don't have to, but I'm curious if you got something off the top of your head where you're like, okay, I think I can put Legge into a fucking intellectual chokehold. Because I know I was definitely at least doing that when I was not asking. I wasn't differentiating between what kind of doctors there might be out there, or what kind of sex workers there might be out there. Or I can like pick from my list. I think I have a few more. Ask if he likes Project 2025. Yeah, what's up, Burnslots? How you doing? Ask if Casey likes Project 2025. I doubt Casey likes Project 2025.
Now I'm fine with 24 and 26 is okay, but not 25.
Well, I mean, what's your feeling about the way things are unfolding since the election?
Not feeling too good about it.
Not feeling too good about it?
No, not anything to really feel good about. Bad about, actually, quite bad about.
What about a ceasefire with Russia, Ukraine, a potential, or an end to the conflict, whether it's a ceasefire or an agreement, you know.
I don't mind Trump's sort of heavy hand with Zelensky. I don't mind that much. And the Democrats, I feel, were not at all like they were the opposite. They were, you know, I think they were pushing the opposite. Like, keep going, Ukraine, you got this.
Yeah.
I don't mind that much. It's sort of a heavy-handed sort of get them to the table, whatever.
What if I phrased it like this? I'd be curious to get your immediate reaction if I said something like, regardless of how much support Ukraine gets, they still don't have a path to winning the war.
Yeah, I mean,
would you agree with that?
Winning the war is taking back the land that they've already lost. Yeah, I agree with that.
No. I would consider winning the war getting back the land they lost, and you know, things basically kind of, it's a wash and it goes back to zero basically. Yeah, that would be winning the war, you know. But my, you know, my general sentiment about that conflict is that there's nothing that Ukraine can do to get back what they've lost, and they need to at least conserve what remains and rebuild. And there's no way they're going to be able to start doing that unless they are proactive about being realistic. Which sounds very pro-Putin, but at the same time, I'm not afraid to consider the idea that it sucks that Putin is getting his way or Russia is getting their way, but that's the nature of war and geopolitics sometimes, is that, the less ideal outcome is the reality.
Yeah, of course, and yeah, I don't know if there's no path to winning the war, but only that a very something magical will have to happen to turn the war around.
Right.
Yeah. So
well, do you
yeah,
see
I think,
any way that they could get eastern Ukraine back?
well, like I mean, on the battlefield, I'm not a battlefield bro. I just whether or not I could think of
it could be
conceivable
battlefield.
outcome.
It could be diplomacy. I mean, I don't care what.
There won't
I'm
be
just saying, like,
diplomacy.
do you think that there's any way that Ukraine can get back what they've lost already?
Oh, I don't like answering the question, but anyway, I could think I could make up some like nearly impossible scenario or something. Right? Putin dies tomorrow. Chaos in Russia. The Russian line breaks down. I don't know. It doesn't matter because these are low percent possibility scenarios, whatever. And the like overwhelming by an overwhelming percentage, the most likely list of outcomes has been for a year and a half to 2 years now, or to 2 years now, nearly that these two sides at some point just agreed to stop shooting, and wherever the fucking battle lines are, those are the new fucking borders. Like this has been like the vast like 95%, like this is how this shit's gonna end. So yeah, and so let's do it now and not later when there will be 40,000 more dead people, mostly bros or whatever.
Do you get any pushback from that take? Do you think?
Oh, I got huge. I think you might have heard that one. It was Red Radius gave me a lot of pushback because he brought up like Palestine, and he questioned me like, will that be okay with Palestine if Israel said, okay, well, you have to give us half of how you have to give us half, but we'll end.
I don't blame him for bringing that up, because that's it's a good point, but I know that these are different conflicts, so.
No, if Israel said that today, hey, we're gonna take half your guys' land, and we already took a bunch of it, whatever. But you guys are a state now, and you have citizenship to a fucking state. And, take it. Take that, because where we're going now is it's been fucking 50 years of fucking slowly ethnic cleansing in the West Bank. It's just slow and just steady, but there's only one way it's been going. And just as
okay,
the West Bank is just
did you tell him that?
Fucking Gaza sort of
did
stuff.
you tell Red Radius
yeah,
that?
yeah.
What did he say?
It was that, and I'm trying not to talk shit or whatever, but
you don't.
He didn't like the idea of the good guys not winning, basically.
Yeah, I know, man. That's such a fucking overplayed fucking dynamic. I hate it, man. I fucking hate this good guy, bad guy shit, dude. I mean, I
agree with him in that
understand.
dynamic. I do agree with him. The good guy is there. There's no W for the good guy. I mean, I agree with his assessment of good and bad in this case, but.
Well, yeah, but your interpretation of who the good guy is and who the bad guy is, and as it relates to who Red Radius considers the good guy and bad guy, are completely. Obviously, you guys are on different sides of the coin there.
Where on Palestine?
On both. Yeah, it sounds like you're realistic about Russia Ukraine, and that's when he brought up the Israel Palestine example. He was
I'm
like, you would be okay
Russia,
with
Ukraine, but we both agree that Putin's a bad guy.
Okay.
He invaded that country.
Okay.
Or no, they weren't.
Okay, so you can agree on what's it should be common knowledge or common sense, but in terms of whether or not there's still hope, that's what you disagree on, basically.
I guess it is. It's just how is this going to end? It's really mostly only one way. So let's deal with that reality.
Did he have any kind of substance to back up why Ukraine should continue? Other than they're the good guy?
I don't recall, and I'm trying not to.
Yeah, you don't want to. Yeah, you don't want to.
I don't, and I don't remember perfectly. It was a long time ago. It was a big conversation. So, yeah. But yeah, like But to answer your question, yeah, like I had that take before. Some, yeah, take issue. But it's an unfortunate reality anyway. And the Democrats, like the Democrats, I don't know. Pelosi had a quote that was was quite disgusting at some point about not negotiating or some shit like that or whatever. And also I know these people don't actually care about Ukrainians, and a lot of people are making a lot of money in the U.S. by shipping off our reserves and getting Congress to fucking replace those reserves, and especially like there's this huge like shell factory going up. It's like a 10-year plan because we're low on we don't have enough shells. Oh, we shipped them all to Ukraine. Oh, and I guess we gotta fucking double down on the fucking war industry. Like we don't put enough money into it already, or some shit like that. Like a lot of people have been making a lot of money in the U.S. because of our support for Ukraine. Not that I don't think we should support them, but
I was when Skade was streaming yesterday. I specifically asked him whether or not he thought there would be any kind of resource that would lend to a possible success with Ukraine, and he was like, "Dude, you don't know." I mean, look, this is information from Skade, so everybody's got a different opinion on Skade. I enjoy talking with Skade, and it's been fun getting to know him. But his take on it was that, I mean, not if you take all of the artillery that NATO, in terms of shells, can actually produce, it doesn't even come close to what Russia can produce per year, and there's nothing stopping Russia from realizing those numbers in terms of shell production. So he's like, no, there's nothing Ukraine can do. There's not even with NATO support. I mean, just shells alone is going to be a massive mountain to climb for Ukraine to have any kind of hope. So I don't know. I mean, I was already under the impression that fucking Ukraine has no path to victory. Their only hope is to just fucking consider what is lost already to be lost. But I mean, if you lost 15 or 20% of your geographical landmass, you still maintain 80 of it, and that's better than fucking NATO boots on the ground, which Keir Starmer was talking about like not even a week ago. And potential, I mean, if you're talking about the UK entertaining the idea of boots on the ground, then you're talking about fucking like
they won't.
I mean, I don't know whether or not they will. I mean, they probably won't. But even the fact that it even gets mentioned is just like fucking brazen. Like, and that's why I started playing that Trump clip earlier, because he was like, just confronting Zelensky in the Oval Office, saying you're fucking with World War III here, dude. And it's like, bro, let's fucking be done with this. And I know Trump just wants to be the guy that will be able to say that he ended that war, even though, there's going to be, it's much more complicated than that, but he's going to go around saying that. So he wants to do it.
I'll give him some credit if we end up somewhere decent. And Zelensky is right when he said that we can't just be like, okay, shake hands, we're done here, and just like walk. Like, there needs to be guarantees. Like, what's stopping from Russia from invading in 2 years from now? Or it's like there needs to be some sort of guarantee, and the U.S. can supply that to some degree, or something. Yeah, I think that Zelensky is right to want something in there and something tangible and like some UN fucking bros at, I don't know, at the border or something.
Yeah.
You said earlier that you like that Keir Starmer is a lot better than Jeremy Corbyn.
Yes. Yeah, because I think that Labor.
Why?
I think that Labor needed some kind of stability, and I don't think that Corbyn offered that. I mean, it's one thing to think that Corbyn is ideologically aligned with yourself or with um, labor citizens of the UK who are labor or vote labor. It's one thing to say that. It's another thing to think, okay, what's our long-term political strategy here? Because we just lost Brexit. Right now, we're not even part of the EU anymore. There seems to be a right-wing swing in terms of global politics. At the time, Donald Trump was running for president, I think, during Brexit. And I want to say that Brexit actually happened in March of 2016, I think. So we're talking about 9 years ago. And I think that was prior, that would have been prior to Trump being elected. And they're just for labor, for the UK, for labor, it didn't seem like they had a long-term strategy, or at least that Corbyn had a long-term strategy or wanted to be a part of it. I think that it's one thing to have the right to say the right things or have the right ideas and agree with somebody's stance on a certain conflict or a certain course of action for something related to war or geopolitics. I mean, people agree on a million things all the time, but I think Starmer at least represented more of a bridge that Labour needed post Brexit than Jeremy Corbyn did. I think that Jeremy Corbyn is like the equivalent of the Squad essentially over there, and the fact that he ascended to as high of a power as he did. I'm not saying he didn't deserve it, but at the same time, in terms of the balance of parliamentary politics, Starmer offers probably a lot more stability than Corbyn would have ever. And
stability? That's you seem pretty confident about this evaluation. Stability?
Yeah, but I'm not talking about like stability in the country. I'm talking about stability within the party.
Seems pretty weak. I gotta say.
What's weak? Like Starmer's weak, or my assessment is weak?
Yeah, this analysis, I think it what ended up being a very light, substanceless evaluation or criticism of Corbyn. But earlier this we were Starmer, so clearly better than Corbyn. I don't know. It seemed like.
Do you not consider long-term political strategy to be important?
Then we would evaluate.
That's what my argument was based on.
Well, we could argue.
And I'm not even saying Starmer's the best person for that, but I thought he would be better than Corbyn. Corbyn had like fucking blatant accusations of harboring anti-Semitism for how long? How long as a political party can you let your leader just be blatantly, not actively anti-Semitic, but just kind of like turning a blind eye to whatever anti-Semitism that might be going on in the party, and thinking that that's going to be a viable strategy to winning over constituents that may or may not be on the fence post-Brexit, post-Brexit UK, post-Brexit Britain. I just think that Corbyn wasn't that guy. Now, he might agree with you on a million things, and that's great. But in terms of like this is where I actually agree with PPG on some things. Where it's like I fucking disagree with PPG on 97.9% of things. PPG does make sense when he talks about. I mean, like, look, obviously, like, let's just bring it back to the election we just had. How many fucking conversations did we have about fucking voting third party? A million, right? And how many fucking times was he like, I can't believe you guys, you're voting for fucking Jill Stein and this and that, and it makes no sense. I mean, I agreed with him. I'm not saying you were wrong for thinking that third party is the way to go, because you need to start that change, that momentum now. But this is a hell of a time to fucking start the third party movement. I mean, the third party has been around for a while, but this was a fucking this election was deemed as being the difference between fascism and not fascism, and a shit ton of people out there were like, you know what, I'm gonna vote for fucking Jill Stein or fucking Cornel West or whatever, and I was like, you know what, look, I don't agree with PBG on many things, but look, if you wanted to defeat Donald Trump, you need as many bodies as you can possibly put in front of him. And if you're missing a shit ton of leftists, not that you're a leftist, but like there's so many third-party voters out there that want to do what they want to do, and they want to send a message, hey, whatever, that's fine. But man, that's a lot of bodies not fucking standing in front of Donald Trump walking into the White House come November or come January, whatever. But so and that was PPG's message, so I agreed with him on that. And actually he agreed. He was like, he would always be like, look, we fucking don't agree on anything, but I will tell you what, you are the only one that fucking says exactly what needs to be said about this one thing. And I'm like, I don't know that I'm going to take that as a compliment because it's coming from you, but whatever. I'll just, whatever. I'm just going to go with it because we're talking right now. So either way, just, observing that's the same way that I felt about Corbyn. I think that he just didn't represent the future of the party in terms of a long-term electoral political strategy. And I think the accusations of harboring anti-Semitism within the party would have definitely.
What were those accusations?
It was, I don't know, it was very like squad like typical stuff. It was just like, here's a bunch of people that think Israel sucks because Palestine has always been there. Palestine deserves their own land. Israel is slowly but surely creeping into the West Bank and Gaza, and nobody sees it, or people do see it and they turn a blind eye to it. And this is all obviously pre-October 7th because fucking Corbyn had been way out of office by that point.
Yes. So pre-October 7th, Palestinian people don't have citizenship or human rights, and that's been the status quo for 50 years. They live under a military dictatorship because they're not the right race. And someone like Corbyn, who speaks up for Palestinians, they're always called anti-Semitic. There's always those accusations. There's always moneyed interest being thrown at those people to try to get them removed. What did IPAC spend $100 million for? Whatever, I can't even remember his name. Fucking Democrat. There's fucking one fucking Democrat in the House. Jesus. Yeah. So and when I hear that because some investigation found very dubious and not very precise claims of within an extremely large party of instances of them not doing enough to combat anti-Semitism, and this is what you got. This is what you got.
Well, I mean,
that's all you got.
Well, I mean, you the word dubious is doing a lot of heavy lifting right there, right? So I just all I did was type in Jeremy Corbyn anti-Semitism, and the first thing that came up was the BBC investigation into them, right? So you would imagine that the BBC would probably...
Are extremely biased.
Yeah, but I imagine they would also be favorable to somebody like, or not somebody like Jeremy Corbyn, but a party like Labour, let's say that. But I mean, so October 2020, a report by the UK's human rights watchdog found Labour to be responsible for unlawful acts of harassment and discrimination during Jeremy Corbyn's 4.5 years as a party leader. The Equality and Human Rights Commission investigation identified serious failings in leadership and an inadequate process of handling anti-Semitism complaints. Now, whatever. This is a very long article, so I'm not going to go through all of this right now. But my point is, regardless of where you stand on who's right or wrong about Israel-Palestine.
Well, there's no right or wrong about people not having fucking human rights for 50 years. And everyone who speaks up about it gets called an anti-Semite. Everyone. Big political. No one speaks out about it politically because you get called an
Yeah,
anti-Semite, and then they call you. That's what they call you to get you fucking out of your fucking position.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, look. Yeah, I mean, I
So
totally,
I get a little
I
bit angry when people are taking those fucking accusations like at face value because they're not they're not in good faith. They're not at face value.
Well, even
this isn't genuine. This isn't.
look.
This is a hit job.
Not only
Sorry.
do I agree with you, but also I would say there'd be an equivalent. There would be any kind of equivalent when you would talk about like the right? If you talked about the Tories, or if you talked about Republicans, and you talked about how many times people were accused of white supremacy or Christian nationalism, it would be like, well, that's all the time. It doesn't mean that every single party member is actually involved in any of that shit. That's just the nature of the media and politics.
To get accused of. Well, give me an example.
Well, all right. Well, okay. So let me do this then. Are you saying that there was absolutely no reason to question whether or not there was any kind of unlawful acts or discrimination in the Labor Party over the course of 4.5 years under Jeremy Corbyn's watch? Are you saying that every instance of being accused of the worst things involving anti-Semitism were just nature running its course because that's the way people always do it, and everybody that was involved or accused in any of that is definitely not guilty of it because the Tories wanted to use it as a wedge in the electoral process? Or
Here's what I want. First of all, show me the people. Like, there's anti-Semitism. They got fired, right? They got like, because there was like anti-Semitism here, so there's people that were doing anti-Semitic things, and we have evidence of that, and obviously those people are getting like suspended or fucking fired or kicked out or whatever. Like that. Like, let's see the fuck. Let's like that. That has to be there, right? Like, it's not just like Corbyn like getting suspended for. Like I said, dubious things. Because if it wasn't dubious, then there would be something to fire someone over, or to suspend someone over, and like for the thing. And if we're not doing that for the thing, then yes, then suspending Corbyn for being the leader party for during a time when someone did something that they didn't even get suspended for.
I mean, maybe. Okay. All right. Well, then maybe we're coming at this from different angles here. I think you're probably coming from an angle of, did these people actually do this thing that they're accused of? Which is fair. I mean, and that's the way people should look at it. I'm coming from the angle of, it doesn't matter whether or not they actually did it or not. The accusations are strong enough to bend the political process in the favor of whoever is making the accusations. And it was effective because, Corbyn had a very, I mean, when he left, that was what they were talking about when he left.
Yeah, when you have the media,
it wasn't about his socialist tendencies or any kind of like policies towards the NHS or whether or not there needed to be more immigration or more housing being built to make up for the increase in population over the course of years, whether it be attributed to organic growth or migrants coming in. There could have been a million things they could have said about Jeremy Corbyn and attribute it to either why he was good or why he was bad at the end of his tenure. But the thing that was harped on the most when he left was, there was just like all this anti-Semitism, and that's just like politically effective. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying
it is politically effective. You're right.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's right, and I'm not saying it's correct. I'm just saying it definitely worked. I mean, you're talking about the end of Jeremy Corbyn is the beginning of Brexit, or the beginning of the implementation of Brexit. Right? That was the goal. That was to smear this guy as much as possible because he's the figurehead of everything that Brexit is antithetical to. So let's do that.
I'm sure there was some of that, but I think because Corbyn had been called anti-Semitic before or whatever, because when you're pro-Palestinian, he said something positive about Hamas one time. You can imagine.
Wait.
Anyway,
What did he say? What did he say?
I think he called them his friends. I believe was the quote.
I mean, yeah, that's no-go territory.
So he's always been a target for being quote unquote pro-Palestine. For caring about the Palestinian rights.
Who do you think would have been a better long-term strategy to be in place for the future of the Labour Party? Would it have been Jeremy Corbyn or anybody else? Forget Keir Starmer, right? Would you have rather kept him there, or would you say, you know what? Here's what the right wing's doing. We got to figure out a way around this. I don't know if Jeremy Corbyn can survive it. I don't like Keir Starmer, but maybe there's some better people out there. I would rather maybe possibly choose one of them because I'm not confident that Corbyn can weather this storm. So let's just choose them. You know, whoever it is. It doesn't have to be Keir Starmer. It could be anybody. I'm just saying that Keir Starmer is better for the long-term viable success of the Labour Party.
But if we rewind it a little bit, this guy who you can't point to like, oh, that was bad or that was bad, like who was generally, despite getting speared all the times, is like, or whatever, like by the media, that was like generally like it wasn't like he did a bad for the people of Britain. He didn't like do policies they didn't like or whatever, and he was removed from being he was then they got him out of office, not because he did anything bad for his people. Not because he was doing a bad thing for Britain. They didn't think that. No, because he was smeared.
Yeah, you're right, Salty.
It was because of
way
a
than
nothing.
that.
Because of a mystical nothing.
I just don't know who was in between Corbyn and Starmer.
People
in terms of like a party lead.
They were, or this sort of narrative builds and builds and builds, and that enough people sort of end up buying it after a while, and then he's removed from the leadership, but not because he was doing. Not because people of Britain thought.
Like I'm pretty sure Starmer was still like a major figurehead.
But for some
in
other,
Labour.
Dubious reasons, or because of narratives talked up in the media, like this is the power of media, the power of suggestion. If every other time they hear the word Corbyn, like they're talking about anti-Semitism or some shit like that, like it's they tried, it's like you turn on MSNBC for fucking 2.5 years. You got fucking Rachel Maddow fucking talking about Russiagate, like fucking like non-fucking stopping shit. When you have that sort of.
Well, I mean, do you think that Labour should have kept Corbyn where he was?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
But but it's hard because I think it mostly.
Look, maybe it would have worked, but I would just offer that would have been a bold move for the Labour Party. That would have been ambitious, I think.
Mostly, I think that people of Britain got a lot worse off because they, because not because Corbyn did something that got him out of office, but because narratives are talked up by the media and by foreign influence. Let's be real, foreign influence or whatever. So I just, and also Keir Starmer is he's just a corpo. He doesn't.
Oh yeah.
He doesn't.
Yeah, I agree.
He doesn't have. I don't know what his ideology is. It's not quite as bad as the U.S. As far as corruption is concerned, but
Starmer's one of these guys where it's like, he has like Bernie Bro leanings, but at the same time he's kind of like Ivy League.
He does not have Bernie Bro. I
No?
No, he's Pelosi.
All right,
He's
he
Pelosi.
no, sorry. Okay, I can see Pelosi now, but he used to be Bernie Bro.
I'll have to look into that.
His origin story would suggest very Bernie-ish type stuff.
I knew Bro was a fash every time I heard his name. Keir Starmer. No, I'm mostly joking, but it's very. You can't be a liberal, like a far left liberal. You're like, your name is Keir Starmer. This is not the name. This is not the name of a progressive.
It's very like German sounding name, Keir Starmer.
Yeah, it is. It is.
All right, whatever. Fuck that shit. Give me an impossible question that I can't answer.
Okay. Is it is it okay for a country to be a monarchy, to turn into a monarchy, but you know that the person becoming the monarch is going to do good things for the country and has the people's best wishes in mind? Is it then okay for a monarch to replace a corrupt government? And we're assuming that in this case that there's a good monarch. It's a good faith person who has the people's best interest in mind, and that's why he needs to take back his throne from the corrupt democracy purchased by political interests. Is that acceptable?
Right. So less than ideal political system, but we trust who we're putting in a absolute position of power, kind of thing.
Yes.
I hate thinking that the way that I would start an answer like this would be like depends. But I think that one thing to consider would be the position of the state prior to even considering the monarch.
It's corrupt. They're not doing great.
Yeah, but I mean, are they on the brink of getting invaded? Are they on the brink of bankruptcy?
Nope.
Are they?
They do bankers be sure not doing good stuff.
Okay, so it's a general negative sentiment about the future of the nation, basically.
Yes, and the government is seen widely as being extremely corrupt. The monarch is beloved by many.
You might hate this answer, but I think I'd be open to it.
Ooh, interesting.
Because, and I mean, I learned this concept from my favorite movie, which when people ask me what my favorite movie is, and I tell them, I own it, but I'm also slightly embarrassed because most people's favorite movie is either something that's way more historically or culturally significant, or it's a film buff that has like this fucking ultra obscure fucking movie that only film buffs know about, and it's like and then when I name my movie, it's like they're like, really, that movie? But my favorite movie ever is Contact with Jodie Foster. And,
Bro, that was a fucking dumpster. That's boring.
Yeah.
What even happened in that movie?
That's my favorite movie ever.
Like nothing. What? This is I think possibly indefensible worst take I've ever heard from you.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Like I said, I said in the beginning, I have to own it because every time I tell people this, I get the same fucking reaction. So I'm like, whatever. But it's more of a personal thing. There's a lot of personal subplots and messaging and things in the movie that just relate to things that I went through in my life, and it just speaks to me personally. So I mean, like, I don't expect anybody to understand. I'm not saying that I read a book that told me all of the greatest movies ever, and I disagreed with that book because it didn't involve the movie called Contact, right? I'm not, it's completely subjective. It's just something for me where it's like, there's 20 scenes in the movie where I'm like, man, that brings me back to my childhood kind of thing. So that's where I'm at in terms of like that movie. But regardless, one of the things that happened in that movie was a scene where Matthew McConaughey and Jodie Foster were at a cocktail party, and it was after the message had been received from the aliens or whatever, and the government was trying to figure out how they were going to approach the situation in terms of interpreting the message, possibly building out whatever it was the message was going to tell them to build, and whatever. There was a cocktail party, and Jodie Foster and Matthew McConaughey are like just hanging out on the balcony, and they were just romancing each other and having like fucking personal conversations or whatever. And it gets hot and heavy in terms of the way they were talking about science and human relations and things like that. A lot of stuff that can get mixed up when you're dealing with a fucking alien race or whatever. And at some point, Matthew McConaughey turns to Jodie Foster and talks about Occam's razor. And Jodie Foster knew what Occam's razor was, but they proceeded to discuss Occam's razor, which when I saw the movie for the first time, I never even heard of Occam's razor, because I think the movie came out in like 97, and I was like maybe 14 or 15 years old, I think. So I never heard, I was only like I was a young lad, and I had never heard of Occam's razor before. But the simplest explanation tends to be the best one, the best way forward. And if I'm in a position where I'm in a struggling nation that is not confident in its future, and I'm not confident that all of us can come to a reasonable democratic conclusion about our roadmap, then I would consider a monarchy with a trusted individual a viable path. I would think that, look, we don't have time. We don't have time to fucking sit here and bicker about this shit. Somebody has a plan, and it's somebody that we all trust and seems to have a good nature about them. And, I'm willing to try it out. I'm willing to try it out. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But at the same time, we don't have time to fucking sit here and bicker about this. I would love for things to be like super democratic and everybody gets a say, and let's reinvent our own government and then build a fucking parliamentary body that is representative of all peoples from all walks of life within whatever fucking system or society I'm living in. Sometimes you just don't have that fucking time. Sometimes you have to fucking put something together hastily and cross your fingers. So I think, if I'm confronted with the situation of, implementing a monarchy with somebody that everybody, has a good feeling about, I think I'd be okay with it. But that's just me. I mean, I'm not the average person. I'm not saying I'm special, but I'm definitely not the average person.
Are you familiar with our with the coup of Iran's government in was it late 50s? Mohammed Mossadegh. Familiar with this at all?
No. I mean, the only thing I would say is the only thing that I'm relatively familiar with, or at least I thought I was, is that the Iranian Revolution was more like a 60s, 70s kind of thing. But if something happened in the later. 50s, yeah, it's later. Okay.
Yeah. So they have a republic, and they have a president, and at some point the president, starts kicking out the oil companies, particularly British Petroleum, and then so British get all mad about it, and then they sanction Iran and blockade Iran. And we helped them, by the way, but it was mostly Britain, to be fair. But yeah, we helped. Bad things get bad in Iran. We can't get the food growing. Blah blah blah. Just like shit get miserable pretty after a couple of years, pretty badly. 100% because sanctions and blockade. 100%. And we're also shipping in weapons to sort of supporters of their monarch, who was there but not in power. Basically, there was that situation. Like everything's starting to shit. Bad times. Monarch's coming back. Oh, Monarch. Oh, that's our king. Anyway, King takes power back. He was an awful king. Shit didn't go well. The Shah ends up doing another coup like 12 years later, and that's how he ended up with Iran's government. So he overthrew their good one for a bad one that got overthrown for another bad one, so a worse one that wasn't according to us. Anyway, interesting. This a little bit.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think it's one thing to propose that, history, is the best way to gauge whether or not something's going to work. It's one thing to do that, and I think that's viable. It's another thing to say, well, it's 50-50. It could go one way, it could go the other. And in Iran's case, it seems like it went the other, for sure. So I don't know, but like I'm thinking of it in terms of not like, oh well, let's look at history and see what worked and what didn't. I'm more like, how much time do we have? Do we have 6 months? Do we have 3 years to decide this? I mean, if I don't have a lot of time, I'm probably just going to go, let's go with the monarchy. Let's do it. We need something. We cannot sit here for 3 years without a system in place. We won't be a fucking country after 3 years. Something's going to happen. Either we're going to tear each other apart or somebody's going to come in and just take over. And somebody coming in and taking over is definitely not an option. And us tearing each other apart is also not an option. So, it would just depend on the amount of time. But, if somebody told me you have 3 years to decide this, I would lean less towards the monarchy. If I had 6 months, I'd be like, let's go. We need a system. No, I'm not even going to fucking sit here and think about, what happened in Iran in the 50s or what happened in fucking Lithuania in 1649. I'm not going to care about that. I'm just going to be like, we need a system. So let's go. And, we'll learn as we go. And, if it breaks, then it breaks, and we can either fix it or we can't, but we need a system. So for me, the real question boils down to, do you put any kind of system in place or not? And I would be like, yeah, no, system. Let's go system. Monarchy, let's do it. We'll have fucking provincial rulers and lords and whatever the fuck, feudal hierarchical structures and shit. I mean, whatever. It doesn't matter, but it would just matter about the amount of time versus the quality of the type of political system we're implementing. And we can bake into the monarchy a time limit. We could do that if we wanted to.
No, it's the monarchy. They have power.
Okay, well, if we can't, then whatever. But I would rather have a system than not have a system. I'm not going to go. I'm not willing to risk, the history of the land that we all occupy, because we're adopting a system that's less than ideal. I'd rather just have a system. It sucks. It sucks. I mean,
I think that humans, like, I don't think we often consider like the worst case scenario. And like for the record, right now, like Xi basically has total power in China, right? I think he's doing a really good job. I think he's managing it. I think he cares about the Chinese people. I think he's doing really good stuff for the the Chinese people or whatever. But I you know I but it's like, but what about the next guy or whatever? Because just that's how you end up
Wait,
with
wait, wait,
Stalin.
wait, 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 wait,
You know,
wait,
it's what
wait,
about the
wait, wait,
next
wait,
guy
wait,
who
wait,
can
wait,
take
wait,
his
wait,
issue.
wait,
What?
wait, 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 wait,
What?
wait,
What?
wait, wait. Hold
Oh,
on, hold
you
on,
didn't
hold
like
on.
the simping in China there?
Well, I'm usually, I usually feel the need to inquire once I start hearing fucking things like Xi Jinping cares about the people.
Yes.
The moment I hear that, I'm like, okay, no, red flags instantly. So that's you contend that Xi Jinping actually cares about the people, or do you or do you contend that Xi Jinping cares about the future of China?
Both.
Okay, so you actually think that he cares about the people.
Like, for example, like, yeah, the Chinese sort of like authoritarian sort of lockdowns like did for COVID that really only like a Chinese type government could really do like they lost a lot of money while like they were doing that, right? Like,
Oh
they shut down the
yeah, well
ports, they shut
yeah,
down all the
no,
things.
I,
They didn't need to do that.
No,
But a lot of people criticize them even within China for doing that.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and be one of these people that says, "Oh, look at China, look what they did during COVID." I mean, look, fucking no one ever thought that fucking China was like this place where fucking there's, abundant freedom or whatever. I don't think anybody thinks that, including you. So if they took authoritarian measures to combat a medical emergency, I would do the same thing, and I don't blame Xi Jinping for that. But I don't think he did it because he cares about the people. I think that well, I mean, whatever. There's so many fucking theories out there, but I would say at the very least, it wouldn't be because he actually cares about the people. It would just
Well,
be more
give
like,
me an alternative.
Okay, yeah. I was trying to brainstorm that for a second.
Because it certainly lost a lot of money shutting everything down.
Yeah.
Could have kept that thing going. More people would have died. China has a lot of people. Honestly, they're not short of people over there. I don't like where that's concerned. And it kept on going for quite longer than a lot of people liked.
Okay.
I'd also like. It seems like you're against the idea. And I was about to ask if you, why do you seem at least like that's you seem very skeptical of that claim that this person cares about these people. Is there anything you could think of why you are so skeptical of that claim?
Well, I am definitely not going to fucking bring up Uyghurs because I'm sure you have some
Mhm.
fucking, oh yeah, no, that never happened kind of thing. So I'm not even gonna bring that up.
I'm not gonna. We're not skating into this. We're not skating. What are you thinking here?
I'm not even saying you're scared. I'm just saying every time Uyghurs comes up, even if it's not even me involved in it, if I hear somebody else say something about Uyghurs, somebody on the other side is like, that never happened. That's a conspiracy. They were bringing them in because they wanted to make sure that they were doing okay and blah blah blah, or whatever the fuck other things are out there. I already know to stay away from the Uyghur fucking discourse.
I say fair. No, I say fair point. I say that's a fair point. That's a fair point. We did bad human rights things to a group of people who did nothing to deserve it. Certainly.
Right.
Oh,
Well,
yeah,
but
that's
even
a
if I had
fair
to,
point,
no, but I'm not even going to use that as a point. Even if I had to leave that to the side, I mean, for me, and maybe I think a lot of people probably would not agree with me on this because they would probably see they would do a cost benefit analysis of why this could be wrong. But I think that the way that China has sourced rare earth minerals, elements, anything that has involved with either travel and infrastructure related development, or Belt and Road Initiative, or green energy ambitions. Anything involving that has involved completely fucking destroying massive amounts of land in China that will never be able to be recuperated, will never be able to be rehabilitated. For me, there's a reason why we don't in the United States mine, although I do think we should be mining because we have to compete with China now. So they've kind of forced our hand, and we have to reimagine how we invest in and ensure that junior mining companies that do discovery and digging and processing and everything that they do, we need to start digging shit out of the ground, because China's been doing it for fucking years, and they've been doing it with reckless abandon and could care less about the people that live in the areas where they're doing this. They just fucking dig and dig and leach and leach. And by leach, I mean like the actual leaching process that's involved in mining, where fucking all these fucking there's an insane amount of toxic runoff that destroys everything around it. China has not given a fuck about that at all. All in the name of green energy, they've been doing this. So destroying fucking untold thousands, if not millions, of acres of land that future generations could utilize or inhabit, for me, is just one thing. But a lot of people would just be like, okay, well, I mean, did they kill anybody? Is anybody dying? You're like, no, nobody's fucking immediately dead because of it. Or maybe some people are from, pollution or toxic runoff, into like water supply or whatever. But what they've done to their own country just to dig up the shit that they need to put into fucking magnets and fucking processors and batteries and all kinds of shit. We would never, well, no, I'm going to say we would never do it. We have done it before. We have done it before, but we don't do it anymore, because when we do it, it creates so much damage that these places become Superfund sites. So it's like literally one word, SUPERFUND, Superfund sites, where people can no longer live anymore. And we've done that historically in the United States, especially mid.
Some places in Montana.
Montana's big, yeah. Idaho. I mean, there's a bunch of places, but Superfund sites are huge. We don't do it. We don't do the kind of digging that China does anymore because of how much damage it causes. They could care less. They just fucking do it, whatever. They don't give a shit about that. Because they have long-term goals. They're like, well, I mean, this is where the race is won, and if they're gonna sit in the fucking on the sidelines and not dig up their own shit, then we're gonna start doing it here, and we're gonna even develop infrastructure to process all of this stuff, which is another completely whole nother animal, which involves a lot of fucking pollution and shit. So they've sacrificed their land for whatever kind of material gains they can get from the rare earth elements and lithium and cobalt and all kinds of stuff that they can source and dig up and discover and whatever. Definitely have fucking heard stories of fucking organ harvesting and death vans, mobile capital punishment vehicles, essentially. Or
yeah, you brought it up the other day. I had not heard of these before that.
Yeah,
I certainly give that. Of course, they're authoritarian, and there's not transparency, and there's not.
Oh yeah,
there's a lack of it
for sure. I mean, I would think it's beyond. I mean, I think it's minimally authoritarian, but I think if there was anybody that you would ever have a conversation with that would be actually sympathetic to authoritarian practices, it would be me, for sure, because I've had these conversations with NOK, and it's like it's difficult because everything that gets attributed to authoritarianism is bad. It's like it's good guy, bad guy stuff. It's exact. We've already talked about this a bunch of times tonight, where it's like, who's the good guy, who's the bad guy? All right, well, the bad guy is definitely anything authoritarian, and well, that means the good guy is whatever is the opposite of that. And in my mind, I'm thinking, well, I mean, I don't recoil at the idea of hearing that something might be authoritarian. I just think that authoritarianism is reactionary or a response to something that seems unsolvable without drastic action. Like, so for example, do you know Pocahontas? Do you know she's like a streamer? She's like a libertarian chick with like
Nope.
She's all right. Well, she's on Twitch. She's got like fucking dreads, and she's all about like Ron Paul and shit like that. And you can imagine, right? And she's great. Don't get me wrong. I mean, she's fun and funny and smart and whatever. But I remember having a conversation with her, and we were talking about we were talking about this. We were talking about libertarianism, because she's like a big libertarian. I'm like, and I wanted to challenge her on it. So I asked her, so you're a libertarian, and that means you're a pretty free market kind of person. And she's like, yeah, totally free market. I'm like, okay, cool. So if that's the case, let's say somebody starts a business and it gets pretty big, and inevitably over the course of years and decades, it becomes a monopoly. Would you consider that part of the free market? And she was like, no. And I'm like, okay, I wouldn't either. And then I was like, okay, well, what do we do about this entity that's become a monopoly? Would you keep it around? Would you regulate it? Would you want to break it up? Would you want to get rid of it? What would be how would you do it? How would you go about dealing with a monopoly as a libertarian? And she was giving like very reasonable kind of like, oh, well, maybe we can, I mean, like we would have to break it up, but it would have to be reasonable and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, well, that sounds great, but it sounds kind of utopian, because we're dealing with a monopoly here. We're not dealing with like some entity that you can just negotiate with to relinquish their power or financial dominance, because that's the best thing for the people, right? You're talking to a board of executives, you're talking to shareholders, and you're talking to the American people, or whatever, the Pocahontas people, because they're also free market people too. And then you were a free market person, so all of a sudden now you're in favor of regulation and breaking up this company, but you were very laissez-faire 2 minutes ago, and now this company's a monopoly, and you want to fucking kind of break it up a little bit. What's the deal?
Finally, Mars has accepted my sacrifices.
Social
libertarian
ant. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. What's up?
The talking point on that one, the libertarian talking point.
And what's that?
That a true free market, there's no such thing as these monopolies can only happen with government intervention, and the free market it's too good. There'll always be competition or something.
Yeah, exactly. It's like somebody else will fucking come in and fucking. I mean, look, the whole argument of, well, they will have never gotten to this point without the government letting them or being involved with them, I think is fucking a little bit accurate. I'm not going to completely disagree with that, but I would also say it's fucking cope. I would also say it's fucking cope as fuck, because it's like, oh, how convenient that you went your whole life thinking that fucking companies can just do whatever they want, or free markets can just do whatever they want, or individuals can just do whatever they want, and fucking there wouldn't be any fucking consequences of that. There wouldn't be any ramifications of being so fucking successful that you didn't have to think ahead and be like, okay, well, what if we get too successful? There's no such thing as too successful to a fucking libertarian, right? Which is why I don't identify as one, because there is clear and present danger economically, and the problems that are that present themselves need to be addressed. And if you talk to fucking libertarians, it's just like, no, trust me, just trust me. let the free market do what it's got to do. And I'm like, no, no, there needs to be some step in. Now I will say, I don't think they're completely wrong about, government involvement in some of these companies making the problem worse, meaning making the monopoly bigger. I think that does happen from time to time, if not the majority of the cases, and I'm sympathetic to that. If they said that to me, I'd be like, look, I don't disagree with you. But at the same time, I think you were a little naive about how the free market actually inevitably ends up being. But the point of the conversation I was trying to have with her is that regardless of whether or not it was the free market or it was government involvement, you still have to do something about it. You said you don't want a monopoly, so what are you going to do about it? And she was like, oh well, maybe we'll have some votes, maybe we'll figure something out, or maybe she was even like completely laissez-faire about it. I don't remember because it was a while back, but whatever her answer was, it didn't instill or inspire any confidence in me that her potential solution was going to be a viable path to breaking up the monopoly, or at least quelling the effects of how powerful the monopoly is. So I proposed to her that the only way to break up the monopoly, or no, let me put it this way. The reason why the monopoly happened is because of your libertarian society. So are you proposing to me that there's a libertarian solution or libertarian method to breaking up the monopoly? Or does it make more sense that the opposite of libertarianism is the way to handle the problem that libertarianism created? Meaning authoritarianism, meaning there would possibly have to be, even though it sounds yucky and icky and ooh, bad guy authoritarian, we're not talking about fucking, we're not talking about Weimar Germany. We're talking about economics here. If you wanted to break up a monopoly, do you think that the most effective way to do it would be with authoritarianism or authoritarian measures, or at the very least, an observance that whatever measures need to be in place have to be the opposite of libertarian? And she just did not want to answer that shit, dude. She did not want to bend the knee to my authoritarian options for breaking up a monopoly. And I mean, whatever, that's fine. That's understandable. I mean, some people are so fucking blindly married to these fucking ideologies that it's like a religion. And fucking I'm not religious. I'm not a fan of religion. And when I see people treat economic systems like religion, I get really fucking worried. But also, we were just brainstorming and being hypothetical about things. It wasn't the end of the world. But I really wanted to hammer the point across that you're gonna need to accept that in order to get rid of the bad thing that you created, you might have to use drastic measures that are antithetical to the worldview that you espouse that led to this fucking problem. Meaning, if you're a libertarian, you might have to be a little heavy-handed. You might have to be a little authoritarian when it comes to breaking up a monopoly that could possibly be detrimental to either the future success of the country or the economic security of everyone that touches the monopoly. And it was very hard for her. She just kept dancing around it. She was just like, no, I just don't like that word. I think there's probably a better way. And I'm like, I mean, maybe there is, but it sounds kind of magical. It sounds kind of magical when you won't even at least admit that authoritarianism might be an option to rid yourself of this problem that would be beneficial to everyone in your country or everyone in your society. So that was a long story, but you were talking about being heavy-handed, authoritarianism, or being authoritarian. What were we talking about? You were talking about we were talking about monarchy.
Yeah, monarchy. Yeah, I would first posited that that I gave an example that someone like Xi, who I think is a good leader for Chinese people or whatever. But I think the real issue is with like the next guy up or whatever. Like you're gonna get the Nero in there. There's no control. There's not. I think when you don't have a lever, when there's no lever to pull, that's really like I think the real issue. There's no okay, like this is no good. Well, this is not really working for us, leader, bro. Uh, next or whatever. No, it's not that. There's no. You have a system that allows for total power, like obviously the worst case scenario is going
Well,
to be
wait,
the
hold on,
worst
hold on, hold
thing.
on. So what would your answer be for the question you asked me in terms of, hey, shit hit the fan. It's either monarchy or not. What would you pick? Would you just default to the not monarchy or?
Shit was really hitting the fan. I regarded the government as useless, garbage, corrupt, dumpster fire.
I mean, because essentially what you're really asking is either monarchy or anarchy. Because if there's either a system in place or there's no gods, no masters, right? so
well, that's how you put it like that. No, yeah, I would probably do the monarchy thing, but I wouldn't be feeling good about it. It's like, I hope this works out. I hope this doesn't turn bad. Like, while I'm still around. Basically, I just gave basically, I just want to throw in the even if we assume it's a good leader or whatever. Like, just wanted to throw in still the problem with that.
Okay. Have you asked anybody else that?
I feel like I asked chat one time. I don't remember who was there.
Okay, but you didn't ask Anoke or anybody. I'm curious to what Anoke would. I think he'd probably pick fucking not monarchy. I imagine he would be not a fan of that.
On the monopoly thing, just want to throw in that the third option, which is don't break it up, but just take it. Just take it. It's like wow, Amazon, you've built something really great here, and we also think that
but that's not
monopoly thing.
That's not a third option though. That's authoritarianism. That's.
Oh yeah, you're sort of right. Yeah.
I understand where you're coming.
We are choosing authoritarian.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. Like that's probably the better solution, but it still is inherent to that would be an authoritarian action, I imagine.
And is it though? What if it's democratically voted?
I mean, if I owned a business and the government took it from me, I would say that's authoritarian. Yeah.
It's all relative. It's all relative.
Or if I was a shareholder in the business and all of a sudden I'm not, and now all of my shares went to the government and I have no recourse to exact my initial investment and realize the profits thereof or losses depending on where it was at the time. But if I was a shareholder or if I was the owner or if I was a board executive. Yeah, I mean, if you come and take that from me, I would consider that authoritarian. Now, I'm not saying that it wouldn't work. I'm not saying that it's wrong, and I'm not saying that it's bad, but it's definitely authoritarian.
I think this argument is though that any power then being used is authoritarian. Is it not that if the peoples of a place and come to a conclusion on their own to do something, even if
what's up, Phil? How you doing, bud?
If a good majority of them,
we're just kind of like
we're doing the rights of
meta politics right now. Welcome
an individual or a group of people, but Isn't authoritarian doesn't it need to be undemocratic?
I think so. I think yeah. Yeah, I think so. I mean, you know, if there's like some kind of monopoly that needs to be broken up at some point, and we live in a democratic society, I think there's like a first measure that would need to be in place to kind of like install that essential, like, you know, the monarchy that you were talking about. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess a democratic system, you know, like a parliamentary body and an executive office, and you know,
we've democratically decided to take your shit.
Is that wait, hold on. Don't let me forget this. I want to fucking marinate on this for a second. Is there such thing as democratic authoritarianism? I don't know. I feel like, and like I said, I never start sentences with "I feel like," but I feel like there's like a million different types of theoretical. I mean, anarcho-monarchism is a thing, apparently. I mean, if you can come up with anarcho-monarchism, then you can probably come up with something like democratic authoritarianism.
I'm sure it'll come up with something.
That's gotta be like something. I'm curious. I'm going to Google it right now. I'm gonna see if there's such a thing. I got it. Inquiring minds have to know. Where are you at?
Confirm the definition of just authoritarianism.
Yeah, go for it.
A strict obedience to authority at the expense of personal freedom.
Oh shit.
Lack of concern for the wishes or opinions of others.
People also ask, what is an authoritarian democracy? Minimally defined, an authoritarian government. No, this is just authoritarianism. Mechanisms of democratic authoritarianism. This sounds fucking like an SJW article. What is this? Mechanisms of democratic authoritarianism, decentering the executive in South Asia and beyond. This is like an actual fucking paper. How do we theorize the unexpected global trend of democratic regression, building upon blah, 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 blah. The rise of authoritarian. All right, no, I'm already fucking disinterested in your approach to this. Democratic authoritarianism, origin and effects, annual reviews. Give me something good here. What does this say? The article reviews the burgeoning literature on democratic authoritarianism, which examines two related but distinct questions: why authoritarian regimes adopt institutions conventionally associated with democracy, and how these institutions strengthen authoritarian regimes and forestall democratization. So, I mean, people are writing papers about this, so it sounds like it could be a thing. Democratic authoritarianism, origin and effects. No, yeah, it's like seems to be the paper that keeps going around here.
What if we live in a democratic authoritarian?
Maybe
this is it.
I think probably. I think we do probably actually right now. Countering democratic authoritarianism. A call. The world today is flirting perilously. The world today is flirting perilously with democratic authoritarianisms. Democratic authoritarianism deploys recognizably democratic processes, streamlining the electoral arrangements, massaging the rule of law, remaking key cultural symbols, manipulating make-believe to ensure and solidify degrees of authoritarian rule. In the face of expanding demographic, cultural, and political heterogeneities, democratic authoritarianisms seek to narrow access, to restrict economic and political power, to the homogeneously select, to curtail justice for the self-proclaimed privileged. In the process, history is rewritten, access is narrowed, power is reserved and preserved for the few, in the name of law and order and nostalgic reach to reinstate a fabricated Eden. Democratic authoritarianism advances the material interests only of those controlling the levers of power and the feel-good experiences of their supporters. Together they trade on a politics of enmity, turning everyone not supporting them into, quote, enemies of the people. Oh man, to remake the world vigorously democratic in our openness and variety, speak out as we must, stand up whenever circumstances call for it, and vote whenever we can. Yeah, vote. Just vote. Yeah, look how that fucking. I'm sure that worked out for a lot of people this fucking election. I'm sure all the Kamala supporters are just vote. I mean, this is a very dystopian. I was not considering my definition of democratic authoritarianism this dystopian. I was kind of seeing them as distinct and yet working together. Whereas this just says you're going to turn into Nazis in 6 months to a year, basically. So I don't know. Maybe there is such thing as democratic authoritarianism, but I mean, it's refreshing at least to hear that you would choose the monarchy over nothing. I did not think you were going to do that. I thought you were just going to be like, all right, fuck it, let's just go no gods, no masters, free for all for the next few years, and cross our fingers and hope it works out. And I just don't see that as being viable. I just think that people need a system, and if you don't have a system, then it's going to descend into chaos, and whatever gains that you've made over the course of centuries can be wiped out in a matter of months. So a system, even though less ideal, is better than not. And if it involves putting in a monarchy with a guy that seems pretty good and we can trust, then let's just fucking do it, and just cross our fingers. I think that'd be the better way to go.
You clip that, chat? You clip that?
Clip it.
Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Clip it. Clip that shit, bro.
Got a monarch over here. We got a monarch.
Fuck yeah. No, I don't even think monarchism goes far enough. I think it should be like royalism. Anarcho-royalism. That's what it should be, dude. Because it's like monarch. It's like, okay, I mean, you're a king, but do you wear a crown? Do you have fucking jewels and shit? Or do you have like guillotines in the fucking town square? Royalism, that's where it's at. That's where you really get the job done.
One note before I head out, just the whole monarchy, the way the tankies defend North Korea, like it was communism, but it's clearly just fucking a monarchy. What are we doing out here in these streets? Like, we gotta defend. Why do you guys defend North Korea? It's not communism. They have a royal family. It's authoritarian monarchy. Blah blah blah. Okay. It's just
yeah, but I mean, like, what will that argument go over well with somebody like Kairos, who would fucking immediately defend North Korea? or
I've heard several bad arguments to encounter of it being a monarchy. It's always like, or he's just like a good leader. Oh, they're what you've been handed something that you take care of it. Stall somebody's. Anyways, they have a different term. Like in Lord of the Rings, the king is gone, and then the person who's on the throne is what's the word I'm thinking of?
Like a substitute, or is it like a synonym to substitute?
Yeah, it is. A steward. That's what.
Steward. Okay.
That's what they're stewards of the government or something. Anyway, I've only heard bad arguments. Oh, and then there's the voting or whatever, the quote unquote voting. This is the origin of all of the potato drama. So
what potato drama? Was there potato drama?
No, well, I mean it's been a while, but he still seems pretty upset about it because he tells me to fuck off every time he sees me. But it's been a while though.
What, really?
What, potato? You didn't know that? What, potato?
No,
what?
I don't think I've ever even seen you guys like talk before.
It doesn't happen very often, but
Oh man, that.
if he doesn't tell me to fuck off, and I
the
see
crazy
him,
thing is like
it's-
I talk to you, I talk to Potato. It's like you're cool, he's cool. I can't imagine like why you guys would like. I mean, you can disagree politically, but I can't imagine like cool people would just be like, "Fuck you! I don't want to fucking ever talk to you
no,
again."
It's more like right before he's heading out, he's like, oh yeah, Casey, fuck fuck off or something. It's a very light-hearted, but
Oh, okay.
it's
Is there anybody that you're not enemies with anymore?
Oh.
Like I remember like I think like the last time I remember like actually I think when I first met you, my impression of you, I liked you a lot, but but one of the impressions that I had about you was that you were good friends with Gorp, but it doesn't seem like that's the case anymore. Or maybe I was just completely wrong.
We had a rough patch. I think we're okay. We had a rough patch. I'm not gonna dig it up. So
Okay.
I think we're okay now.
Okay. All right, so it's basically just well, well, you know what? You're mending fences all over the place because I heard you like fucking a week or two ago talking with fucking PPG at fucking 5 in the morning.
Yeah, I do that like every once in a while. He's not gonna get getting unbanned from my Discord, but I never like
Yeah, but I thought you guys had like a falling out.
Yeah. I mean, it was mostly like, hey, fuck you, you're a piece of shit, and you're banned from my Discord.
Okay.
But it's also like, okay, we could talk or whatever. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, I said it how it is. I said, PPG, I evaluated that you're a lost cause, dumpster fire, garbage individual, and that's the
Dude, you know
conclusion
what?
I came to when I banned you from my Discord, and that's it.
Like for me, there's a lot of things that go on. Like one of the things that fucking really sucked, and I don't know if you were around for this or, kind of absorbed any of this fucking drama or information when it was happening. But during the election, there was a lot of fucking betting going on, and like a lot of that betting
Yes.
involved transactions and relationships that got tangled in very intricate, fucking complicated webs that ended up being actually not that complicated, but he made it seem like they were, and fucking it pissed a lot of people off. And I'm fortunate to not have been involved in any of those transactions, but I do have friends that were involved in those transactions, and to watch him sit there and just fucking try to justify his fucking snake-like behavior during that time was just reminiscent of watching my family fucking burn our entire generational wealth over the course of fucking a few years, attributed to gambling. It was fucking like PTSD a little bit, but that's not even the worst thing for me was after that whole fucking thing that happened with him and Ophelia in the fucking, the side chat or the fucking DMs, like whatever, getting accused of like harassing her and saying some fucking crazy shit to her. I fucking took some time off from even talking to him. And then I came around and it was like, okay, he's not that bad. And then I even went a step further, and when people would talk shit about him, I would even defend him. And fucking he would just fucking turn around and be a fucking absolute fucking dick, even with and towards the people that were fucking defending him or espousing him or fucking saying he's not that bad. And I was just like, man, fuck this, fuck you, done with this. It's just like it was fun. It was a fun ride. It was fun while it lasted. It had a lot of fun. It was super funny and great content, but man, I don't need this fucking stress. Nobody else needs this stress. And a lot of people fucking made the same decision I did to just fucking never talk to him again. He fucking, once I made that decision, he fucking jumped into my stream. And I've never even actually banned anybody in the 3 years that I've been streaming until he jumped into that stream that day. And I was like, ban. I don't even need to think about it. Just fucking ban. See you later. And I haven't talked to him since. That was probably like, I don't know, 6 months ago, maybe longer. I haven't even talked to him at all since then. So fucking I heard his voice for the first time like 2 weeks ago or like a week and a half ago when you were talking to him at like 5 in the morning, and he was absolutely wasted. He was fucking shit faced out of his mind, and I was like, ugh, oh my god, I can't believe people are still talking to this guy. But you also had like somebody else in the fucking chat there, so I guess you guys were all like, hanging out.
Yeah, honestly, it doesn't. It's this person I hated the most. I don't. It doesn't. If they're like every once in a while, they're just like, "Hey, you want to chat or whatever?" I would be like, "All right, fuck it, all right, shit." Sky, okay, whatever. Or that's basically it. Yeah. I rarely like burn bridges or whatever. But everything I said about PPG, I would say again, and I said to him, and I think it's important that he's not.
Do you actually think he like took it on board and like evaluated it and considered it?
That would be so great if that was true.
I think that's fucking wishful thinking.
I don't think. Yeah, that would be if I thought that was a possibility.
All right, cool. All right, well, this fucking Fader guy. I mean, look, I was fucking. I got about halfway through that video you sent.
Yeah. Oh,
so I think I at least have a primer. I don't need to watch the rest of it, but if you want to talk fucking tomorrow or Sunday or something like that, I could be down.
Yeah.
Is there a lot to know about this person, or?
There's only a couple. There's a couple things. There's a lot of drama. Just a lot of like little dramas, and then the big thing is that he ends up like sexting with a 16-year-old. That was like the cherry on the top. But
okay. Have you definitely like committed to making a video about it, or?
No, I said that, and it's in defense. So I was gonna make a video in defense of Beyond there. So.
Oh, interesting.
I was tough with the whole sexting. But basically just.
I mean, yeah, that's
definitely
that
happened.
You got a major mountain to climb there, but I mean, it's definitely an interesting. I mean, I actually, you know what? Honestly, I wouldn't even do it, man. I wouldn't even do it.
Yeah.
I remember. I'll never forget fucking during the fucking Vosh Lolly arc. Do you know Queeman? Or heard of Queeman?
No.
Queeman. Do you know J Stock?
Nope.
Okay. All right. Well. You know how every major streamer has like an orbiter streamer that was like basically like started out in the chat and worked their way up to be a pretty loud voice in the Discord and then ended up streaming, and then it's like, okay, so if the major streamer is the planet, then this person basically becomes like the moon of the planet.
Yeah.
Right. So Queeman is the moon to Chud Logic basically. And I remember during the Vosh Lolly arc, there was a lot of like people jumping into Discords and talking about whether or not the shit that he's fucking looking at in his tax folder is either fucking CP or not, right? Mm. And I remember Queeman jumping in there, and Queeman, generally has some really great takes in terms of, fucking streamer drama and, light politics and stuff like that. So, I mean, I enjoy Queeman streams all the time, but he jumped into this Discord and started essentially defending the idea of the content not necessarily being what we think it is. And he wasn't defending Vosh. He thought that Vosh was still a scumbag, but he was like, but just because Vosh is a scumbag doesn't mean that we should view the content that we think was in his tax folder in the very worst light. Because maybe we want to do that because we hate Vosh so much or whatever. I mean, he had all kinds of arguments, but the long and short of it is, Chud was like listening to some of these conversations that Queeman was having, and he was just like, dude, he was even in some of the conversations, and he was like, dude, I'm telling you right now, I'm trying to fucking help you out in your burgeoning young streamer career, because you have a promising, bright future, and you're doing pretty good for yourself in terms of getting in an audience and a direction for the stream together. Don't fucking go down this path. I'm telling you right now, it's not worth it. Don't make these fucking arguments about whether there's like artistic merit to the fucking lolly, or we shouldn't fucking be so quick to judge Vosh because of we don't know how bad it was or whatever. I'm telling you right now, it's just not even worth it. Just don't do it because you're just starting out and you're doing really good, and I don't want to see you fucking, go down this path where all of a sudden you're, defending fucking CP unironically or lolly unironically in the same way that Bosch used to do like fucking 3 or 4 years ago. And it
Those
fucking
clips are the worst.
yeah. So eventually I think Queeman just stopped or whatever, and I was like, yeah, you know what? That's actually a great idea. Like, it's even if you think you can debate bro your way into fucking intellectualizing this fucking horrible stuff, it's still probably not worth it because it's going to be on the internet forever and people are just going to be like, oh, that's the guy that was defending fucking lolly or whatever. So I think he eventually, ended up escaping from fucking that kind of stuff. Although I will say somebody made a video recently about him and put it on YouTube. And the context of the video was this guy was defending lolly during the Vosh shit, basically. They didn't really go into it in depth, but it was like maybe 5-minute part of the video about it. And it's like, see, told you, wasn't worth it, man, because this kind of shit just bites you in the ass. It's probably
What's
just
the guy's name? I'm interested now because I'm the Lolicon researcher and exposer.
Well, the guy that made the video, I'm not sure, but the person that I'm talking about is Queeman, and it's spelled Kuihman. But somebody, if you just type that into YouTube and don't look at Queeman's channel. Although I would say, I would definitely recommend Queeman's channel. He's a good streamer. So you catch some lives, and he has some good videos out there. But he was actually like really heavily involved in the not so erudite fucking interrogations or drama or discourse. He was really he fucking had a massive debate with Brianna Wu. It was probably a while ago. It was probably a year or two ago, but he had a major debate with Brianna Wu that kind of exposed her a little bit. But that's his channel. There's somebody else that made a video about him specifically recently. I want to say in the past 2 or 3 months. And in the video, it talks about like what it was like during that Vosh arc, and then and Queeman's involvement in like kind of defending it a little bit, It's been a while since I've seen that video, so I don't remember like how in depth that portion of it was. It's basically like a hit piece on Queeman in total, but there is a portion of it that talks about like the kind of arguments that he was making not in favor of lolly, but just kind of like trying to debate bro the idea that art is art. I mean, it's just pictures, bro. I mean, what are we gonna do if I draw a picture in my brain? Should I get arrested? Like that kind of shit. So he was making like those kind of arguments, and you'll see it. And I don't know who made the video. I forget his name, but I mean, if you see a video about Queeman that was made in the past few months, it's probably the one.
I don't like what I'm looking at. We got some crossover with known lolicons on Twitter. I did put a quick search, cross reference.
Yeah.
You're in circles. We got the crowd.
Well, I mean, I could promise you that Queeman is not into lolly. You're not going to find enough information out there to fucking make a fucking. There's no way you would even make
a
fucking
challenge.
If you could, it would look. There's like I said, the guy already tried. He made a whole hit piece on Queeman by himself, and I think like the Vosh arc, the Vosh lolly arc was like a small portion of the video. It was kind of like if I remember correctly, it was basically like the guy saying, "Oh, and by the way, I mean this guy was defending lolly when Vosh got fucking caught with the tax folder. Can you believe that?" I don't think he went into it like that much in depth. It was kind of like just a fucking and then he would like play a clip of Queeman debate broing the whole art is art fucking argument. So I don't think it was that substantial, but I mean either way. I think the point of what I was saying is so you were talking about making this fucking in support of Yarder or whatever the fuck this things or person's name.
Yeah, Yonda. It's really
so
like everything else.
Yeah, but you were saying like you would make like it would be interesting to accomplish something like that, but that's what inspired me to bring up this story, because I was like, you know what, dude, it's not even worth it, bro. It's not even worth it, because these people are just gonna fucking rip. They're gonna be like, why are you defending this? They're not even gonna care what your original intent was or how much you actually got done in terms of sending a message. Once they actually watch the whole thing, they're not gonna care about that. They're just gonna be like, how do I boil this down to whoever made this video is bad? Because they're not saying Lolly is bad. They're just saying that fucking Yardare is fucking misunderstood. They're going to fucking crucify you. And it's like, it's not even worth it, dude. Totally not worth it. I mean, if you did it as like a pet project and never released it on YouTube, I'd be like, okay, whatever. That's fine. But if you put it on YouTube, it's like, oh man, I don't trust
You're
anybody
probably
with
right.
that,
Like,
dude.
even if I don't make any argument relating to like the 16-year-old or whatever, that like it's like, oh, you made a video defending Yondev or whatever. It's like, God damn it,
dude.
Like, every
yeah.
time. Yeah, you're probably right.
And believe me, that will be the only thing you were ever known for on the internet for the rest of your life, and it's not fucking worth it, bro. I'm glad I actually talked to you tonight. Outside of I just generally enjoy talking to you, but I'm glad I was able to at least say that in case you were, entertaining the idea of pursuing an idea like that, because it's definitely not worth it. It's, my approach to just being on the internet to the extent that I am is fucking start streaming, talk to a couple people, have fun, but not fucking completely fucking jeopardize my reputation by fucking making the hottest fucking spiciest takes on the planet, like fucking defending crazy fucking, what was it? What was the guy doing? He was making like 16-year-old characters or something, or was he like talking to 16-year-olds in Discord?
He was talking to a 16-year-old. It was very sexual. Very extremely sexual. That was really that was like the last of that everything blew up after that. He's still working on this game though. Works very hard on it. Okay, that doesn't matter. I've been having the beef for a while. I was at February 24th, 2025. I was like 20 days ago. A tweet, someone, Rev Desu and Kula Man debate now. A lot of crossover here. I'm worried about this. You've switched me. You've switched my gears now. Now I'm looking at this motherfucker. I'm sus.
Definitely
out.
not worth it. You need to put more of the other one. The Rev Desu, whatever that you did with that. Do that kind of stuff. That's the kind of shit that you need. Just putting.
That's what I'm saying. I gotta look into this motherfucker right here. It might be
well,
something.
no, you're not gonna. I mean, I promise you could, but you won't find much. I mean, that was just. He did exactly what I said. He was just debate broing this whole fucking Vosh situation. And Chud was literally like, dude, I'm trying. He literally said verbatim, I'm trying to save your fucking young streaming career. I'm telling you right now, stop talking about this. Stop it. I'm telling you, this is not worth it. And he was just like, no, whatever. I understand the philosophy behind it or whatever. And it's like, no, dude, even if you do, it's not worth it. You're going to end up exactly like the guy that you're defending. It's not cool. All right. It's the same guy that was fucking defending CP years ago. Unironically, it's ridiculous. But I will say, at least drop him a sub or a notification drop, because he does some fire streams. You'll probably catch some good content on there.
Oh, I'll be watching. Okay, all right. Peace out.
All right, I'll see you later. Peace. All right, I'm out of here. Thank you guys. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. Thank you, Salty. Thank you, Nightbot. Thank you. Thank you, Nader. Thank you, Panda. Thank you, Casey. Thank you, Malibu. Thank you, Crail. Thank you for the dude that followed earlier. Thank you, Conrad. Thank you, frickin' everybody. I appreciate it. I'm out of here. I'm going to send you guys over to Nikki. Oh, no, Nikki. Looks like Nikki went offline. Did Nikki go offline? If Nikki went offline, then I think it's a no-go. Let me see. Back to Twitch. Oh, I know who I can send you to. I know who I could send you to. I could send you to your favorite person. Oh yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I know a lot of you people like this streamer, and I promise you won't regret it. This is somebody who puts out some fucking amazing content. And is very, very, very smart. And 3D Bass, is that a buddy of yours or? Well, I'm gonna have to get it. I'll get your buddy next time because the raid already started here. So I'll see you guys later. I'll be on later tonight. So I'll see you later. Have fun with the buddy I'm sending you to. Make sure to say hello. Peace.